In the gray sky above the spire of Helmed Castle, numerous winged creatures circled, among them many dragons of various colors. All of them were clearly alarmed by the unexpected invasion. The warrior Vermouth and his 4 brothers in arms set off for the demon's lair to battle the demon kings. Of the 5 kings, they had already defeated 3, leaving only 2 remaining. Vermouth and his companions ran down the corridor, trying to reach the throne room, but their path was blocked by hordes of disgusting monsters. Battle was inevitable, so Vermouth, who was in front, drew his sword, and for a second, time stopped and the monsters froze in place. A moment later, time resumed its course, and a powerful explosion rocked the ground, wiping the creatures near Vermouth off the face of the earth. Having dealt with the ground monsters, Vermouth rushed forward, intending to take on the winged creatures hovering under the ceiling. A girl in a pointed hat ran after him, clutching a magic staff in her hands, intending to help Vermouth. The girl smiled enthusiastically, anticipating the battle, and waved her magic staff. She believed that her devastating magic would be just right for such a large number of monsters. The sorceress rose above the ground and unleashed all the elemental magic in her arsenal on the monsters. They had no chance of surviving such an attack. While wise Senya dealt with the winged demons, a fair-haired nun stood nearby with her eyes closed and her hands folded in prayer, asking for blessings for her comrades in this difficult battle. Suddenly, a horned blue monster appeared behind Anis. Its eyes burned with hatred as it opened its mouth, revealing a row of razor-sharp fangs. Swinging its clawed paw, it was ready to finish off the defenseless girl. Without opening her eyes, a huge scythe appeared in Anis's hands, and with one swift movement, she severed the monster's head from its body. The lifeless body of the monster flew past the green-haired barbarian with a huge axe in his hands. He gripped his weapon tighter and growled, gathering his strength. The barbarian named Moron swung his giant axe with tremendous force, and the creatures that were trying to attack him were defeated in the blink of an eye. A red-haired young man ran past Moron, his face covered with scars from past battles. He was clearly unhappy that Vermouth had dared to enter the battle before him. The young man's name was Gamal, nicknamed Two Guy. Like his comrades, he rushed into battle, shouting at the monsters to get out of his way. Skillfully wielding his sword, Gamal quickly dealt with the creatures in his path. Gamal had always envied Vermouth. He called him his rival, although in reality no one else considered him to be one. When he was done, Gamal looked around for new opponents, but finding no one near him, he concluded that they had already dealt with all the servants. Suddenly, Gamal noticed some movement to the side and shouted his commander's name, trying to warn him of the impending danger. But Vermouth only had time to look back and see something flying rapidly toward him, but there was no time to avoid the blow. Gamal managed to cover his commander's back, and the monster's tentacle pierced his chest. The horned monster in the helmet, the last of the survivors, laughed maliciously. He had managed to defeat at least one of the heroes, and he pulled the tentacle back into his palm. The monster raised its arm again, and another tentacle burst from its palm. It was determined to strike Vermouth at all costs. But the hero had no intention of standing still. He couldn't allow his allies' sacrifice to be in vain, so Vermouth drew his sword and rushed at the monster, closing the distance and dodging its attacks. When he was within striking distance, Vermouth deftly swung his sword and cut the horned monster in half. Meanwhile, Vermouth's comrades rushed to their badly wounded friend. They hoped that the wound was not serious and that he could still be saved. It was hard for Vermouth to look at his wounded comrade. He hid his sword and, without turning around, said that Gamal should not have risked his life for him. In the last moments of his life, Gamal thought regretfully about how badly he had treated his comrades. He reached out his hand, asking only that Vermouth destroy all the demon kings. Then Vermouth leaned over the wounded man, took his hand, and solemnly swore by his name that he would not stop until he had destroyed the last demon king, to which Gamal only smiled through the pain. Then he began to address each member of the squad. He asked Anis to pray for him, and told Moron that he considered him the bravest warrior he knew. Then he looked at Senya, who was crying before her end, and decided to confess that he liked her. The white-haired young man angrily threw the book on the floor and began to trample it mercilessly. He was extremely upset because, in reality, Hamel had never liked the sorceress. The guy picked up the book from the floor and looked at it with disgust. He was boiling with rage because all the heroes had been given impressive nicknames: Great, Wise, brave, reliable, all except Gamal, who had been given the title Dull. The young man calmed down a little, sighed heavily, and then threw the book away. Vermouth, Senya, Anise, and Moron were also good. How could they allow this to happen? Didn't they even try to defend the honor of their comrade? But then, the white-haired boy thought they probably didn't think that the dead Gamaliel would be reborn and remember his past life. Then the young man looked at the wall, where a beautifully painted portrait of the warrior Vermouth hung. The white-haired guy was the same Gamal who had died 300 years ago in the battle against the Demon Kings, and now he had been reborn as Vermouth's descendant. Now his name was Eugene Lionheart, 13 years old. During his lifetime, Vermouth had several concubines in addition to his wife. He was not a womanizer, but apparently, over the years, he had begun to show interest in them. Only the direct descendants of his wives were officially recognized. Even though Eugene bore the Lionheart surname, he was not a direct heir. Children from collateral lines were forbidden to use real swords and engage in magical duels until the blood ritual. Eugene tightened the ropes on his boots, then walked over to the rack of wooden swords and pulled one out. Because of a stupid rule, he still couldn't use real weapons, but he hoped that this would be the last time he would ever hold a wooden sword. Gripping his improvised weapon tightly, he began to strike the nearby mannequin with all his might. At some point, the structure couldn't withstand the pressure, and the training fighter simply broke apart. The remains of the mannequin crashed down next to a stocky, middle-aged man who was Eugene's father. He sighed heavily and noted that Eugene had broken the training mannequin again. When Eugene turned around, his father assessed his son's physical condition and was horrified because Eugene was only 13 years old. But if they were to engage in hand-to-hand combat, he would most likely lose. Although Eugene was his son, the man was afraid of him because he did not speak or behave like a child. There was not a trace of childish innocence in his fierce eyes. Then Eugene began to furiously kick what was left of the pole to which the mannequin was attached. He was dissatisfied with the blacksmith's work. Then Eugene turned his gaze to his father, and there was not a trace of pity in his eyes. He wanted to call the blacksmith and teach him a lesson. At this look, his father coughed nervously and ordered Eugene to watch his tongue, especially since the blood ritual was tomorrow. The blood ritual was a silly tradition of the Lionheart family. Once every 10 years, all children between the ages of 10 and 15, both from the direct and collateral lines, gathered in the main family home. During the competitions, they determine who among them is most worthy of bearing the Lionheart name. But unlike the others, the descendants of the direct line can train with real weapons and develop their magical abilities even before the ceremony. Then Eugene stuck a wooden sword into the ground and gritted his teeth in annoyance, because descendants from collateral lines are restricted from childhood so that they cannot surpass the direct descendants. His father looked again at the destroyed mannequin at his feet. He couldn't believe it was his son. The man regretted that Eugene didn't have special abilities, because then he wouldn't feel such a discrepancy between his talent and the reality surrounding him. Then Eugene noticed a change in his father's behavior. Although he knew perfectly well that his father was once again blaming himself for his own worthlessness, he still asked him what was wrong. His father approached Eugene and placed his hands on his shoulders. He believed that his son should not compete with the children of the main family. In his opinion, no matter how hard Eugene tried, the difference between them was enormous, and he could not compete with them. Eugene placed his hand on his father's and smiled kindly. He agreed with his words, trying to calm him down. As soon as his father calmed down and removed his hands, Eugene smiled haughtily. He thought completely differently. Did his father really think that some teenagers could beat him? This time, 3 children from the main family would take part in the ceremony. 1 from his wife and twins from his concubine. 5 children from the side branches, 2 of them from relatively distinguished branches, the rest ordinary punks. Here, Eugene grabbed a wooden sword that was more comfortable to hold and headed for the next mannequin, destroying it with one powerful blow. Debris flew in all directions, and Eugene's face lit up with an enthusiastic smile. He wanted to see as soon as possible what the descendants of the great Vermouth were capable of. A carriage drawn by a pair of black horses rumbled away from Eugene's family estate. His father and a few servants came out to see him off. Looking out the window, Eugene paid no attention to the scenery, lost in thought. In his previous life, he thought he had a gift from above. As a child, he learned new things with ease and developed his abilities faster than others. But soon, he realized what true talent was. The almighty master who earned his nickname for his skillful use of both sword and magic was the Great Vermouth. In his homeland, the Kiel Empire, he held the title of Duke, which he later renounced, but until his death he was revered as the greatest warrior. As for the others, the wise Senya, that silly girl, received an invitation from Aros, the kingdom of magicians, and became the youngest head of the magic tower. Reliable Anis, this clueless nun, is now called a saint. In the sacred empire of Uras, there are even sacred writings that describe her teachings. Brave moron! Incredibly, this fool somehow managed to found his own state. Until their very deaths, they all lived happily ever after. Eugene clenched his fists in anger, wondering why his former comrades had not destroyed the Demon Kings, even though Vermouth had promised him before his death. After all, Gamal died in the ruins of the Demon King's castle. After his death, Vermouth made an agreement with the king, and as a result, the war ended and peace came, which has lasted for 300 years. In the carriage with Eugene was a stately, mustachioed man of middle age. He noticed Eugene's uneasiness and, winking at his master, remarked that if Eugene was so worried from the start, he would have a very difficult time in the house of the main family. Eugene was distracted from his thoughts and laughed carefree, thanking Lord Godden for the warning. Lord Godden immediately showered him with compliments, explaining that the carriage had entered the Lionheart family's estate and that it was still a long way to go, so there was no need to get ready. But Eugene began to be annoyed by such boasting because it wasn't even Lord Godden's land, so why all the fuss? Suddenly, Eugene asked Godden if it was difficult to live in such spacious estates, to which the Lord replied in the negative, because portals had been installed throughout the territory. This answer made Eugene smile, because he knew all about it, and was only riding in the carriage because he didn't have the proper permission to use the portal. Finally, the carriage stopped at a luxurious castle. Lord Godden was the first to jump out to greet Eugene at the Lionheart family estate, as was customary. No one came out to meet them, and the two proceeded into the estate. Eugene had no doubt that there would be no welcome ceremony in his honor. He noticed banners fluttering on both sides of the main road leading to the estate, with a lion depicted on them. Eugene's hand reached for the left side of his chest, for only direct descendants could wear such an emblem. To distract himself from his gloomy thoughts, Eugene asked if any other relatives had arrived, to which Godden smiled good-naturedly, and replied that Eugene was the first to arrive and that he would be happy to show him to his quarters. At the threshold of the chambers, they were met by a young black-haired maid named Nina. She greeted Eugene and informed him that she would be serving him during his stay at the main family estate. Nina took a bell from the shelf and explained that if Eugene needed anything, he should simply ring it. Since Nina looked quite young, Eugene plopped down on the bed and decided to ask her how old she was. The girl replied that she was 16 and had just finished her training. Eugene smiled nervously at the maid's last words. If Nina did something wrong, everyone would blame her lack of experience. Someone had clearly decided to make fun of him. Deciding not to show his nervousness, he crossed his arms over his chest and asked the girl when the rest of the relatives would arrive. Nina replied that everyone should arrive within 4 days. Eugene sighed in disappointment and began to get out of bed. He asked the maid to show him the training ground. In the shadow of the mansion, 2 teenagers, a boy and a girl, were talking. On the left side of each of their chests was an emblem with a lion, emphasizing their belonging to the main family. They were making fun of their newly arrived distant relative, Eugene. The white-haired young man, relying on rumors, suggested that he was from some remote village on the western outskirts of the empire, and that Eugene was probably better with a pitchfork than a wooden sword. Then the guy laughed and covered his nose with his hand, imitating an unpleasant smell. In his opinion, Eugene's carriage smelled like cow patties, and since he was their distant relative, he should take responsibility. The white-haired girl laughed merrily at her brother's joke. She suggested that they find their distant relative and scold him. But her brother had a different idea. They wouldn't scold him, they would just give him a warning. And he called Ciel, which was the name of his sister who was still laughing, to follow him. The brother and sister headed toward the training ground. All this time, a white-haired young man was watching them from a second-floor window. He also had a lion emblem on his chest. Feeling someone's gaze on her, Ciel glared in that direction, and the guy immediately jumped away from the window and pulled the curtain shut. Meanwhile, Eugene was actively training with a spear, even though it was wooden, with a weight attached to the end to make it more realistic. Nina was watching him closely. He had never shirked training in his previous life, but after his rebirth, he began to push his body to its limits. No matter how hard the training was, he didn't feel sick, and most of his wounds healed very quickly. And Eugene smiled, feeling the power in his every movement, because he had been reborn in the body of a descendant of Vermouth, so his body's capabilities had increased incredibly. Nina watched Eugene's every move with fascination. She couldn't believe he could move so fast with sandbags tied to his hands and spear. Suddenly, a voice called out to her. Turning around, Nina's face contorted in horror as Cian and CL Lionheart approached her. Overcoming her fear, Nina stammered and asked what had brought such distinguished persons to the training ground. Cian rudely interrupted her and pointed at Eugene, who was training, asking what he was doing there. Eugene immediately lowered his wooden spear and, without a hint of embarrassment, asked Cian if he couldn't see that he was training with a spear, calling him an idiot. Cian was taken aback by such insolence, but Ciel quickly whispered in her brother's ear, asking if he was really going to let a peasant call him an idiot. But Cian immediately boiled over with anger and demanded an apology, asking how Eugene dared to insult him like that, to which Eugene dryly uttered words of apology, thereby driving Cian into a complete stupor. But quickly coming to his senses, Cian declared that he did not feel sincerity in his words, so he should bow his head and apologize with respect. But Eugene sincerely did not understand why he should do so, since he and Cian were the same age. He sighed heavily and asked if friends bowed their heads to each other. Then Cian continued his angry bravado. Did Eugene really think he would be friends with someone like him? Even though they had the same surname, that didn't mean they were the same. Then Ciel decided to remind her brother about the carriage they had recently discussed and whispered it in his ear. Cian perked up, having completely forgotten about it. He ordered Eugene to immediately wash the carriage he had arrived in, because of him, all the bedding stank of manure. Then Eugene looked at Cian without emotion, and then turned to Nina, saying that since she was his servant, she should go and wash the carriage he had arrived in. Such insolence drove Cian into a rage, because he had ordered Eugene to wash the carriage himself, and now he was passing the task on to his maid right in front of him. Poor Nina turned her head from side to side, not knowing who to listen to or what to do. But Cian had no intention of stopping. In a rage, he grabbed the emblem on his chest and shouted, "How dare Eugene ignore his order? He was Cian Lionheart." Then Eugene waved and introduced himself, saying that he was very pleased to meet him. But Cian was not pleased at all, because Eugene had ignored his order and insulted him. Noticing a wooden sword lying on the ground next to him, Cian grabbed it without hesitation and challenged Eugene to a duel, to which Eugene calmly replied that Cian shouldn't throw around such words. He sighed heavily, grabbed his head, and said that Cian shouldn't provoke him and should just leave quietly. Then Cian smiled, deciding that Eugene was simply too cowardly to fight him, and that since that was the case, he should bow his head and apologize as was proper. But Eugene had no intention of being afraid of Cian. He just didn't want to fight him, and he certainly wasn't going to apologize. This was not the response Cian expected. He accused Eugene of simply looking for excuses, asking if his ancestors had not taught him what honor was. Eugene sighed heavily and began to untie the bag of sand. Cian watched in confusion. Giving Cian a menacing look, Eugene said that if Cian hadn't changed his mind, he should throw down his handkerchief and accept his challenge. Then he threw the second bag behind him, and it landed with a thud, leaving a small hole in the ground. After that, Eugene began to pull off his iron chainmail and untie the sandbags from his spear. Watching all the preparations, Cian couldn't believe that Eugene had been carrying such heavy bags all this time. He thought they only looked heavy, but Cian understood that he had nowhere to go, because he was the one who had challenged Eugene to a duel. He glanced at Ciel, who was glowing with happiness in anticipation of the upcoming duel. If Cian backed down now, she would tease him for the rest of his life. If Cian wanted to protect his honor, he had to teach Eugene a lesson right here and right now, so he took a red handkerchief out of his pocket. Throwing the handkerchief, he declared that Cian Lionheart was challenging him to a duel. Eugene raised his head and accepted the challenge. Ciel froze in anticipation. As soon as the handkerchief touched the ground, Eugene rushed at his opponent with lightning speed, delivering a crushing blow with his spear to his chest. Cian couldn't stay on his feet from the unexpected blow and flew away, dropping his weapon. The duel was over, and Eugene was victorious. Ciel rushed to her brother, who was lying on the ground, worried about his condition. Shin found it difficult to breathe from the blow he had received. Nausea washed over him, and he fought it as best he could, but he couldn't hold it back and vomited. Seeing how bad her brother was, Ciel glared at Eugene and declared that the duel had been unfair. But Eugene crossed his arms over his chest, sincerely not understanding what was unfair about it. After all, the duel began the moment the handkerchief was thrown, and it wasn't his fault that Sion had allowed himself to be caught off guard. But Seal wasn't going to give up so easily. She pointed at Eugene and accused him of conducting magical training. Eugene immediately parried her verbal attack, stating that he had done nothing of the sort, as children from the side branches were not allowed to practice magic before the blood ritual. Seal was certain that Eugene was lying. Without magic, he would not have been able to swing a spear with those heavy bags, and his attack was so fast that even if he hadn't caught Sion off guard, he would not have had time to react. Eugene's face broke into a malicious smile when he noticed that Seal's eyes were not just for decoration. Then Seal ordered Eugene to watch his tongue. After all, he wasn't from the main line, but Eugene had heard such words many times before, so it didn't bother him in the least. But Eugene understood perfectly well that Sion wasn't just standing still at the moment of the attack. He had instinctively jumped back, thereby reducing the force of the blow, an excellent result for someone with no real combat experience. Eugene's expression became more serious. He thought that Sion had every chance of significantly developing his abilities in the future, although his level was weak for a descendant of Vermouth. Meanwhile, Sion began to come to his senses and was already trying to stand up, although it was extremely difficult for him, as he was shaking from the blow. He tried to say that it was unfair, but the words stuck in his throat. Eugene just smiled as he watched Sion's efforts. He was sure that they were repeating the same thing only because they were twins. Approaching the filthy Sion, Eugene told him that if he was truly from the honorable Lionheart family, then after losing, he should humbly admit defeat. But Sion just looked away shyly. Then Eugene wondered if perhaps he should have been more patient and not brought Sion, a member of the main family, to such a sorry state. Maybe he had been foolish. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a male voice addressing Sion. Looking back, Eugene noticed a gray-haired man in an elegant suit approaching them, looking menacing. Looking at the man, Eugene noticed that there was no lion emblem on his chest. Perhaps he was a knight who had received his title from the main family. Tears welled up in Sion's eyes, and he threw himself into the man's arms. The man took a handkerchief from his pocket and began to wipe Sion's face. Through his tears, Sion began to lament how he could have challenged Eugene to a duel and lost. As soon as the man heard the word duel, he turned his stern gaze to Eugene. The gray-haired man bowed his head respectfully and introduced himself as Hezar, responsible for Sion's upbringing. Eugene then introduced himself as required by etiquette, giving his full name and stating that he was from Gidal. Hezar replied that he was familiar with the place, as Mr. Jihad's family lived there. Eugene nodded affirmatively, as that was indeed his father. Hezar exclaimed in surprise, asking what had happened there. Eugene began to explain that Sion had picked on him and even insulted his father. Sion tried to protest, but Eugene continued, ignoring him. Sion also claimed that Eugene's father had not taught him the meaning of honor and even called him a coward. After finishing his story, Eugene looked menacingly at Hezar and asked how he could not accept the challenge to a duel, since Sion had insulted not only him, but also his father. Then Hezar thought about Eugene's words. They sounded reasonable. Anyone from the Lionheart family would have done the same in his place. Saying goodbye, Hezar began to lead Sion away. He needed to examine his wounds. Seal waved her hand happily, also saying goodbye to Eugene. She hoped to see him again in the future. In the bright dining room, Eugene was devouring his lunch, as he was very hungry after training. Nina approached him and reported that she had carried out his instructions. She had learned that Mr. Daikon Hansen and Mr. Jaius would arrive at noon tomorrow, and Mr. Gargus and Mrs. Dejaira would arrive through the portal in the evening. Without taking his eyes off his food, Eugene thought that the guests would arrive sooner than he had expected, even though the blood ritual would begin very soon. Hezar led the twins to a noble lady. It was Enisilla, the second wife in the main family, and the mother of Sion and Ciel. Enisilla was beside herself with rage, but she restrained herself with all her might, actively waving her fan, for her status did not allow her to simply give vent to her emotions. Slamming her fan shut, she glared at Sion and summed up the situation grimly. Her son had challenged a boy from a side branch to a fight and lost. Then Enisilla ordered Sion to come forward and poked her son in the chest with her fan. Sion complained that it hurt, but Enisilla ordered her son to stand still and asked him maliciously if he couldn't dodge that either. Then she turned her cold gaze to Hazar. It was his turn to answer for what had happened, and Isilla asked him if the boy had really not used magic. Bowing his head even lower, Hazar confirmed that there was not a drop of magical energy in Eugene's body, for he was the son of Lord Jihad. Then Anasilla's gaze fell on Ciel, who was standing behind her brother. She wanted to know how Cian had lost the duel. Ciel began to explain to his mother that as soon as the duel began, Eugene immediately struck with his spear, which took Cian completely by surprise. He tried to raise his weapon, but the spear was too fast. Anakilla quietly said that it seemed the victory had been decided with a single blow. Cian wanted to try to justify himself, but Anasilla sharply slapped her son across the face. The anger inside her won out, and she lost control and started yelling at Cian, asking how he could lose a duel that he himself had started, and in front of the mob, to some boy who didn't even know how to use magic. Anatilla was boiling with rage. She couldn't imagine how Tionis would mock her, and how the twins' father would burn with shame at the blood ceremony when they looked him in the eye. Sean grabbed his cheek. He was very frightened, and began to beg his mother for forgiveness, tears welling up in his eyes. He had never seen Anasilla so angry before. Then Anasilla looked at Hazar with hatred. She would have gladly killed him, but her husband held him in high esteem. She ordered that Cian's training be intensified, for he must not strike the ground with his face again. Anasilla also ordered Hazar to take Cian away immediately. Hazar bowed and immediately obeyed his mistress's order. As soon as the door to her chambers slammed shut, Anasilla was left alone with her daughter. Calming down a little, she resumed the appearance of a noble lady and asked Ciel to get closer to Eugene. Of course, Ciel was surprised by her mother's unexpected request, but Anasilla explained that Eugene was already strong enough to defeat Cian. But Anasilla thought to herself that if it were up to her, she would destroy Eugene right now, but then she would be the first to come under suspicion. If discord arose within the family, the defenders of family traditions would intervene, and Anasilla wanted to avoid their interference at all costs. Understanding her mother's plan, Sil smiled happily, because she herself also wanted to learn more about Eugene. The next day, 3 children from the side families arrived at the main family's estate. Dakon was 11 years old, Hansen was 14, and Gius was 10. At that time, Eugene was jogging with sandbags tied to his arms and legs, preparing for the blood ritual, as there was not much time left. Nina ran up to him and told him that the guests had arrived. Noticing her, Eugene stopped. He was surprised by their early arrival, as he had expected the guests to arrive closer to evening. Nina was clearly excited. She was holding a ceremonial robe in her hands. After catching her breath, she also informed him that the head of the family had arrived with the guests. She began to fuss because Eugene should go meet him as soon as possible, although he should probably change his clothes first. But then Eugene would be the only one late. He wiped the sweat from his face and decided to go to the meeting as he was. All the inhabitants of the estate came out to greet the head of the Lionheart family. Eugene studied everyone present with interest. Eugene's attention was drawn to a fair-haired noblewoman named Tionis, who was the head of the family's first wife. Next to her was a sickly-looking young man named Yod Lionheart, the eldest son of the main family and first in line to the throne. 2 carriages approached the estate, led by Glade Lionheart, the head of the family, with his younger son Jion riding behind him. As soon as the riders entered the estate, Glade jumped off his horse and headed straight for his eldest son. He ruffled Yod's hair and remarked that he had grown considerably, which meant he had also grown stronger. Then Glade's gaze fell on Anasilla and the twins beside her. Glade was very happy to see his children. He didn't even recognize them at first. They had grown so much. Next, Glade greeted his brother Guilford and his wife, who was holding a newborn baby in her arms. Glade smiled when he saw the baby. He had heard that Guilford had a son, so he apologized to his brother for not being able to be with him on this happy day. The children from the side branches stood quietly in a row. Among them was Eugene, humbly waiting for their turn. Finally, Gled Lionheart noticed them. Then Gled smiled at the children and invited them to share a meal with him so they could discuss the upcoming blood ritual. The children from the main and side branches, together with the head of the Lionheart family, sat down at the table. Glade and his children sat on the left side, and another man, who was unknown to everyone present, sat on the right side. The children from the side branches sat on the right side. Then Eugene noticed that Gargus and Dejira had also joined them. They had come to the ceremony using the portal together with the head of the family, as their families were the most prominent among the Lionheart side branches. Eugene's gaze was drawn to a fair-haired stranger standing on the side of the main branch. Shouldn't only the participants of the ceremony be present at the dinner? But Eugene didn't have to wonder about this for long. Seal asked her father directly who the stranger was. Glade smiled at his daughter. He had actually wanted to introduce their guest a little later, but the stranger rose from the table and said that now was the right time. The fair-haired man waved his hands good-naturedly, greeting everyone present. His name was Roberian from the Red Tower of Aros. His name caused surprise on the faces of the children, both from the side branches and the main branch. Cian stared at Roberian and asked in surprise if he was the head of the magical tower. Eugene choked on his tea in surprise. Roberian immediately noticed Eugene and was about to rush to his aid, but Eugene raised his hand to show everyone that he was fine. Then Eugene wondered if Roberian was the head of the Red Tower, which meant he was Senya's student, or more precisely, the student of Senya's student. 300 years ago, Senya became the youngest head of the Green Tower of Aros in history. She was able to update all the magical grimoires, advise students, and even the heads of other magical towers. Even now, after so many years, the head of the Red Tower, Roberian, and the current head of the Green Tower consider the wise Senya their great mentor. Eugene was lost in thought. He hadn't expected to meet someone connected to his old friend here. All this time, Glade had been watching him closely and noticed a change in Eugene's behavior. Unexpectedly, Glade addressed Eugene directly, which surprised him greatly. He had heard about Eugene from Tianis, who said that Cian had insulted Eugene and his father. Eugene confirmed this, but added that he did not hold a grudge against Cian. Glade clasped his hands on the table and suggested that perhaps it was because Eugene had won the fight. Eugene replied that even if he had lost, nothing would have changed. If he had been so weak that he couldn't defend his honor, he would have had no choice but to accept the insults. Then Mr. Glade smiled at him, pleased with his answer. He believed that Eugene was better than Cian, who only lowered his eyes in shame. Mr. Glade looked sadly at his son. He was not ashamed of his defeat, but he was saddened to see Cian cowardly averting his gaze. Mr. Glade scolded Cian because he had started the duel by insulting Eugene, but after losing, he didn't even apologize to him. Cian tried to protest, but Glade immediately interrupted his son. He did not need excuses because Cian bore the name Lionheart. He was a descendant of the great Vermouth, and if his blood truly flowed in his veins, he should respect the honor of others. Looking pitifully, Cian gritted his teeth and apologized to Eugene, even though it was difficult for him to do so. Eugene was satisfied because he could see that the apology was sincere. Then Glade asked Eugene if Jihad was really his father, because unfortunately he had never met him personally. Eugene confirmed his words and added that he himself believed that his family lived in a remote area, so it was not surprising that the head of the Lionheart family did not know his father. Then Glade decided to ask Eugene if his father had trained him, to which Eugene replied that his father had laid the foundation, but then he began to train on his own. Dejira and Gargus looked surprised that Eugene had been able to defeat Cian without a mentor. Then Mr. Glade broke into a satisfied smile, seeming to think that this time there would be something to see at the ceremony. The doors of the hall opened, and the servants began to roll in carts with food. Dinner officially began. The servants began to set the dishes on the table. The food looked truly luxurious. Glade did not know if the guests would like the dishes, but he was sure that they were quite hungry. It was late at night when the meal was over, and the servants politely began to clear the empty dishes from the tables. Mr. Glade wiped his mouth with a napkin and addressed everyone. As he had already said, this dinner had been organized to explain the blood ritual. The head of the Lionheart family believed that the traditions of the ritual placed the participants in an extremely unequal position, benefiting only the descendants of the direct line. Until the start of the ritual, children from the side branches were not allowed to use real weapons or magic, which naturally deprived them of any chance of winning. Then Glade looked at his eldest son, Yoda, and continued. This time, 3 of his children would take part in the ritual, but he would very much like not only them, but all the Lionhearts to demonstrate their abilities. But it did not matter to Mr. Glade whether they were from the direct branch or not, because the meaning of the blood ritual was to prove that they were worthy of being called descendants of the great Vermouth. Such sincere bravado on Glade's part brought a good-natured smile to Eugene's face. It turned out that Vermouth's descendant was much kinder than he was. That was why Glade had invited an outsider to help him this time, and he pointed to Rabarian, who was rising from the table. Then Rabarian snapped his fingers, and to everyone's surprise, a projection appeared in the middle of the table. This year, the participants would have to enter a labyrinth he had created. Rabarian then began to explain that each of the contestants would enter the maze through their own entrance, and their task would be to defeat the main monster in the center of the maze. Naturally, to get to it, the participants would have to pass through traps and other monsters, and Rabarian pointed to a tiny goblin inside the maze. But the contestants should not forget that this was nothing more than an illusion created by Rabarian, so everything they encountered along the way was unreal and merely a figment of their imagination. Taking the tiny goblin in his hands, Rabarian crushed it, adding that even though it was an illusion, the sensations would be no different from the real thing. Eugene smiled slyly. It seemed that Rabarian would use not only summoning magic, but also high-level psionics. No wonder he was the head of the magic tower. Meanwhile, Rabarian continued to explain that as soon as one of the participants defeated the main monster, the ritual would end and everyone would be awarded points depending on how they performed. Unexpectedly, Hansen, who was clearly worried, decided to ask if anything bad would happen if they couldn't get out of the maze. But Rabarian decided to reassure Hansen. Of course, if he suddenly got scared, he could just stay at the starting point, but then he wouldn't be able to earn a high score. Then Eugene, who had been listening attentively until then, decided to ask what the reward was for defeating the main monster in the maze. Glade Lionheart decided to answer this question. Smiling, he announced that the winner could take anything they wanted from his treasure trove. Eugene's mouth opened in surprise and his face lit up. He couldn't believe such a generous reward. Leaving the hall, Eugene made his way through the corridors to his room. He was sure he would win the ritual, so he had already started thinking about what he would take from the underground treasure trove. Unexpectedly, Dejira and Gargis came out of the room to meet him, their faces showing no friendliness. Crossing his arms over his chest, Gargis decided to ask Eugene if he had really defeated Cian Lionheart. Eugene simply nodded affirmatively and said that if that was all Gargis wanted to know, he would go on his way, waving goodbye to Dejira and Gargis. Gargis wanted to call out to Eugene because he had more questions, but Eugene simply walked past him without paying any attention. Gargis just looked at Dejira in surprise and shrugged. On the training ground under the full moon, Eugene was practicing his strikes with a wooden sword because there was very little time left before the ceremony. After finishing another move, Eugene noticed out of the corner of his eye that Gargis and Dejira had come to the training ground, and she was holding 2 wooden spears in her hands. They watched Eugene's training intently. He stopped and sighed heavily, wondering what they were doing there. Suddenly, Gargis stepped forward, came up alongside Eugene, and in one swift movement tore off his shirt, showing off his excellent physique. But Eugene, watching all this, didn't quite understand what was going on, so he decided that Gargis was just an idiot. Then Gargis hit himself in the chest and asked Eugene to touch his muscles, but Eugene tactfully refused. Then Gargis decided to tell Eugene that his family had a secret technique for building muscle that had been passed down from generation to generation. His family used a special drug that accelerated muscle growth without accumulating mana and had absolutely no side effects. Gargis continued to show off his muscular body, but Eugene was completely uninterested. The only question that came to his mind was whether he had come here just to sell pills. Dejira wanted to know why Eugene had defeated Cian with a wooden spear, yet now he had a wooden sword in his hands. Eugene replied without a shadow of a doubt that he was skilled with both a spear and a sword. Dejira doubted that Eugene was skilled with any weapon. So she threw one of the wooden spears, which Eugene caught with ease. The spear was Dejira's specialty, so she suggested that Eugene spar with her. Eugene smiled, thinking that the girl was clearly a more interesting opponent than the brute behind him. He was curious to see how the children from the noble side branches would perform. Eugene and Dejira took up fighting stances. Gargis volunteered to be the referee, even though it was only sparring, but everything had to be fair. Looking at Gargis, Eugene wondered if he was a descendant of Moron, as he looked so much like him. Raising his hand, Gargus warned the combatants that they could only begin after the command. But Dejira couldn't wait to start the fight. She didn't believe that Eugene was skilled with both a spear and a sword. She was going to show that only someone who had devoted their entire life to it could master the spear. As soon as Gargus waved his hand and gave the command to begin the duel, Dejira immediately rushed into the attack with only one thought in her mind: victory or death. Glancing at Eugene, she stopped abruptly, for he was in no hurry to attack. His gaze expressed absolute calm and readiness to accept any of her blows. Noticing that Dejira had stopped, Eugene, not understanding this maneuver, demanded that she continue her attack. Then Dejira growled. Eugene's haughty voice annoyed her, and she rushed into the attack again. The dull blows of wooden spears rang out across the arena, but Eugene easily parried all of Dejira's attacks. While parrying the blows, Eugene thought that Dejira was good because she was fighting without using magic. In the future, her abilities could become truly limitless, but now she was no match for him. After parrying another blow, Eugene smiled mockingly because Dejira couldn't seem to hit him. Blushing with anger, Dejira thought, "Is Eugene really going to parry my attacks while standing in one place? He's too confident. That will be his downfall." Then Dejira rushed back into battle, showering Eugene with a barrage of blows, and once again, Eugene parried each of her attacks. Stepping back, Dejira smiled when she noticed that Eugene had finally opened up. She thought that from there, he wouldn't be able to block her blow. Then Dejira quickly rushed forward, hoping to take advantage of this chance to deliver the final blow. But Eugene, realizing that he didn't have time to block the blow, was quick-witted and simply stepped on Dejira's spear, pinning it to the ground and thus depriving her of the opportunity to strike again. No matter how hard she tried, Dejira couldn't pull the spear out from under Eugene's foot. Eugene aimed his wooden spear at the unarmed Dejira, and Gargus declared Eugene Lionheart the winner of the sparring match. Looming menacingly over the bed, Gargus declared that they needed to join forces. Still half asleep in bed, Eugene did not understand what they wanted from him. Finally coming to his senses, Eugene was surprised that Gargus had woken him up just for this. Crossing his arms over his chest, Gargus waited for Eugene to give his answer immediately. But Eugene just waved his hand. Hadn't Gargus heard what the head of the family had said about the ritual? Everyone enters through their own entrance, and that was how he planned to do it. Gargus replied that there were indeed different entrances, but the final goal was the same: the main monster in the center of the labyrinth. Besides, he had heard that the twins were also planning to join forces. Then Eugene thought about it. So Gargus was suggesting that they meet in the center of the labyrinth and destroy the main monster together. Gargus nodded in agreement. But Eugene did not want to join forces with anyone. He believed that he was strong enough to defeat the main monster on his own. Dejira had been standing silently by the window the whole time. Although she thought Eugene was foolish, she believed he was strong enough that with his help, they could defeat the main monster. But Eugene was surprised. He didn't understand why Dejira was so eager to join forces with him. Dejira began to explain that every time children from the direct and collateral branches participated in the blood ritual at the same time, none of the latter ever won. But she hoped that they could do it if they acted together. Then Dejira looked menacingly at Eugene and asked if he didn't want to defeat the main family. It was late at night, and Asila looked at the moon through the window of her chambers. She thought about the head of the magical tower of Aros, who had been invited to participate in the ritual. Perhaps Roberian had come to take Yoda as his apprentice, as Yoda had been passionate about reading since childhood rather than physical training. After all, Yoda was interested in magic and had even learned a few things. If he became a disciple of the head of the Red Magic Tower, he would have to leave his family. In other words, this would give Cian and Seal more room to grow, while Yoda himself would effectively lose all chance of succession. The problem was the ritual. Enisila feared that if her children failed to pass it, they would be branded with shame for the rest of their lives. Enisila clenched her fan tightly, anger beginning to overcome her, because until then, she had always managed to stand firm and achieve everything she wanted. But after Cian's defeat, her confidence was shaken. Then Enisila thought that if Eugene was the first to exit the labyrinth, he would be able to humiliate the main family because of his outstanding abilities. Then Cian's defeat would not be so noticeable against the general background. 3 days later, The blood ritual finally began. The participants gathered in front of the portal leading to the labyrinth, where Robarian and Glade Lionheart were already waiting for them. Robarian used magic, and a blue glowing ball appeared in his hands. Clumps of light began to separate from it and fly into the hands of the contestants. First, Robarian intended to create equipment for all the participants. To do this, each of them had to imagine the weapon they needed in their minds and form it out of light. Ciel was the first to complete the task. Her face lit up with joy when the light in her hands took the shape of an elegant rapier. Flashing the blade a couple of times, she noted that the rapier was surprisingly light and fit perfectly in her hand. Then she asked Robarian what would happen if the weapon broke. But Robarian laughed nervously and said that was impossible because the sword, like the labyrinth, was created with magic. While the others were still trying to create weapons for themselves, Ciel became curious whether it was possible to create animals in this way. Robarian replied that it was possible to create golems and marionettes, but not living beings. He explained that doing so was forbidden in the world of magic. Only the highest powers could create new life. Finally, in Gargus's hands, the light began to take on the features of a weapon. A two-handed sword appeared in his hands. It was his favorite weapon, which he used to train with at home, only now it was not made of wood. Then, weapons began to appear in the hands of each of the participants. Dejira acquired a spear, a 1.5 sword appeared in Sion's hands, and Yoda acquired a short sword. Daikon, Hansen, and Deus armed themselves with one-handed swords, while Eugene's hands held a shield and a long sword. Then Ciel looked at Eugene, who was examining his weapon with interest, and asked what he would do if they met in the maze, whether he would fight her. But Eugene wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do, but Gled Lionheart quickly dispelled his doubts, because inside the labyrinth there were no rules. After all, competition was the basis of the ritual. He wanted the participants to demonstrate their analytical skills and ability to work as a team, depending on the circumstances, because they were all members of the Lionheart family. When the idea of becoming one family was mentioned, Ciel looked at Eugene and blushed at his gaze, making Eugene feel uncomfortable. After making sure that all the participants had weapons, Robarian began to create pendants using magic. When he was done, Robarian started handing out the pendants to each of the pre-contestants, telling them to wear them around their necks. This pendant would establish a connection with the minds of the participants. If they reached a critical level of stress in the maze, it would immediately react, and Robarian would intervene if the situation got out of control. Looking at the pendant around his neck, Eugene thought that this was a precautionary measure against unforeseen incidents. Finally, Robarian warned everyone that if anyone felt unable to find their way out of the maze, they should tap the stone on the pendant and say, "Help," and then they would be able to leave easily. Finishing his explanations, Robarian pointed to the portal and invited everyone to enter the cave together. He smiled slyly. There was only one entrance, but each person's path was different. All the candidates moved toward the portal. Ciel waved to Eugene and wished him luck. As soon as Eugene stepped through the portal, he found himself in a dungeon, and memories immediately flooded back to him, for in his past life, he had passed through many such labyrinths. Eugene looked around the corridor he found himself in, and came to the conclusion that it would be impossible to climb up, as the walls were touching the ceiling. He swung his sword, but the blade did not touch the walls. Although the corridor was not narrow, it would be difficult to fight with a long weapon because of the walls. Eugene smiled as he looked at his weapon. That was why he had chosen a sword and shield, a basic combination that worked well in any situation. It was obvious to Eugene that a maze designed for children should be as simple as possible, and he cheerfully went forward to meet the unknown. Meanwhile, Daikon was attacked by a group of slimes. Since he had no real combat experience, the slimes quickly surrounded him. Eventually, Daikon found himself on the ground, surrounded by slugs. He desperately called for help and, with all his strength, banged on the stone pendant. Out of nowhere, Robarian appeared, responding to the call for help, and used magic to transport Daikon to the surface. Less than an hour had passed since the start of the blood ritual, but already 3 contenders had escaped from the labyrinth: Daikon, Hansen, and Deus, all of whom belonged to the side branches. Glade Lionheart looked at the 3 disappointedly and ordered them to go to the house to rest. This was not the outcome he had expected. The children hung their heads guiltily. Deus even began to cry, and they trudged toward the estate. Glade and Robarian settled comfortably in the tent and watched the remaining participants in the trial through small portals. Gargus stumbled upon a couple of goblins in the corridors. Shouting menacingly, he rushed at the green monsters. He was already preparing to destroy his enemies with one powerful blow, but because of the size of his sword, the tip of the blade dug into the wall. However, this did not faze Gargus. On the contrary, it drove him into a frenzy. He pulled the sword forward with all his might, and a piece of the wall, unable to withstand such force, broke off, and he finally managed to defeat the goblin. Gargus, though clumsy, stubbornly pursued his goal, easily dealing with all the monsters that stood in his way. At this time, Dejira also encountered the slime. Since it was difficult to attack with a spear, she simply dodged all their attacks and continued to run forward. Dejira was always quick-witted, and her intuition never failed her. She understood that there was no need to fight ordinary monsters. It was more important to get out of the labyrinth as quickly as possible. Xian cautiously moved forward along his corridor. He remembered that before the ceremony, his mother had managed to find several drawings of different labyrinths. Xian believed that after studying them, neither he nor Seal would fall into such obvious traps because they had been able to develop a strategy. Picking up a stone from the ground, Xian threw it forward, and immediately the wall traps were triggered, and a hail of arrows pierced the opposite wall. Although Xian was overly cautious, this allowed him to overcome all the cunning traps in his path. Meanwhile, Seal was attacked by a goblin. He was armed with 2 daggers and, without thinking twice, rushed into the attack. The goblin's attacks were slow and clumsy, and Ciel, thanks to her agility, easily dodged all of his attacks. After another foolish attack, Ciel took advantage of the situation and was able to strike her opponent directly in the chest, and at that moment, the goblin vanished. Ciel moved further down the corridor, but found herself at a dead end, so she decided to return to the last fork and choose another path. She had good perception and flexible thinking, but sometimes she behaved like a small child. Yoda also encountered the goblin, but instead of being frightened, he was shocked that magic could create such a monster. The creature did not share Yoda's admiration and immediately lunged at him, but he managed to recover in time and block the blow. The goblin's next attack was its last. Yoda delivered a preemptive strike to the monster's neck, which proved fatal. Then Yoda watched spellbound as bright sparks remained after the goblin. Robarian, who was watching through the portal, noticed that he was very interested in magic, but Glade only smiled in response. Yod had been fascinated by magic since childhood. A professor of magic from the capital was even invited to teach him, but he soon gave up his studies. But Yod accepted his fate. For the sake of his mother, he decided to become the head of the family, but magic gave him no advantage in the struggle for succession. Robarian sympathized with him. He understood perfectly well that magic held unlimited possibilities, but the path to mastering it was fraught with difficulties and dangers. However, Glade Lionheart wanted Yoda to cast aside his doubts and follow his destiny. He hoped that Yoda's passion for magic had not yet died in his heart, and that he might not refuse the offer to become Robarian's apprentice in the Red Magic Tower. Robarian thought about it. He couldn't give a definite answer right now, but for Mr. Glade's sake, he could take Yoda to the tower. If his abilities left something to be desired, then he wouldn't be suitable as a student. But Glade Lionheart looked slyly and smiled. He was not forcing Robarian in any way. He simply wanted his son to fulfill his dreams. Then Glide told him that although Yoda was a descendant of the Great Vermouth, for some reason he had more respect for Wise Sena. But Robarian understood Yoda perfectly well, because in Vermouth's heroic tales, he was more interested in the stories about Wise Senya, because she always found amazing ways to overcome danger with the help of magic. In truth, Glade himself had been reading this book since childhood, but he loved another hero more than the Great Vermouth or Wise Sena. Robarian immediately perked up, curious to know who Glade Lionheart, descendant of the Great Vermouth, considered a great hero. Glade was about to reveal this secret when he suddenly jumped up from his chair and pointed to one of the portals. In it was Eugene, blocked by a huge green troll whose eyes burned with hatred. The troll roared and swung his huge fist, intending to finish Eugene with one blow. But Eugene had other plans. He had no intention of losing to such a talentless opponent, so he parried the monster's attack and took the full force of the blow, which struck the floor of the dungeon. Then Eugene went on the counterattack, landing one blow after another on his unwieldy opponent. The monster didn't stand a chance. Rebellion and Glade Lionheart watched the fight with their mouths agape, unable to believe that Eugene could wield a sword so skillfully at his age. Finally, the enemy faltered, and Eugene took advantage of this, striking the troll with a single blow. Glade was delighted because Eugene was only 13 years old and had never encountered a troll before. Not only did he manage to keep his cool, but he also managed to deal with the monster calmly and without unnecessary fuss. Rebellion couldn't believe that Eugene had managed to defeat the troll so easily because he had created them not for battle, but as obstacles to be overcome using loopholes, especially since this troll was larger than the real ones. But Rebellion's fears did not bother Glade, because such a thing was possible if Eugene was born so talented. Rebellion did not share Glade Lionheart's enthusiasm, because he knew very well what such children were called. They were called geniuses. Gargus was very unlucky. He also stumbled upon a troll. He barely managed to survive the powerful blow of the green giant, but he managed to block the sword thrust at the last moment. He flew backwards and struggled to get to his feet. 2 arrows stuck out of his back. The troll, having learned from its failed attempt with the wall traps, was already hovering over him, preparing for another attack. Gargus shouted and launched a counterattack, dodging another lunge from his opponent. He quickly closed the distance and then delivered a devastating blow to the troll's left leg. The monster roared in pain, having lost its leg, and collapsed onto the concrete floor. Gargus couldn't miss this opportunity. He leaped upward and drove his sword straight into the troll's heart. The monster let out a piercing scream and then disintegrated into glowing fragments, while Gargus, losing his footing, fell to the floor with a crash. Gargus began to examine himself. The troll's blows had managed to penetrate his pumped muscles and break his ribs. The monsters in the labyrinth were strong after all. He didn't have the strength to throw the sword over his shoulder, so Gargus simply dragged it along the ground. He was exhausted from the endless traps, and now he had to deal with the troll. Gargus thought that if he had been beaten so badly, the others must be in the same condition, but his strength finally left him, his mind clouded, and he collapsed and fainted. Moving forward cautiously, Cian noticed a troll ahead of him. The thought flashed through his mind that this monster was clearly stronger than the others, but it was only an obstacle on his way to his cherished goal. He decided not to charge the monster head-on, but to outsmart it. Sneaking up on the troll, he threw a rock in the opposite direction. While the monster was distracted by the noise, Cian deftly slipped past him and ran away from the troll with all his might. Cian broke into a satisfied smile. His plan had worked, and the monster hadn't noticed him. At the next turn, he almost ran into Seal, who was coming towards him. They finally met, even though they had started at different ends of the maze, which meant that the center was close. Shun breathed a sigh of relief, praised Seal for her excellent work, and asked her to follow him now. Seal exclaimed joyfully when she saw her brother. Cian was overcome with a wave of anger when he remembered how Eugene had humiliated him in front of Ciel just a few days ago. Now he had a chance to restore his honor. Suddenly, Ciel called out to Cian. She wanted to ask if the labyrinth was just an illusion, then they could run into any monster. Ciana was surprised by the question, but suggested that it was probably possible. Then Ciel asked if ghosts could appear here. At the mention of ghosts, a chill ran down Cian's spine. He tried not to show it, but Ciel noticed his nervousness and smiled. While Cian was distracted, explaining to Ciel that there was no need to worry, and that whatever came their way, he would slay it with his sword, an unknown hand appeared from around the corner. Cian found himself nose to nose with Dijair, who had appeared from around the corner, and they both screamed in fright. Ciel just smiled as she watched what was happening. Cian was outraged by Dijair's unexpected appearance. Noticing that she was covered in blood, he asked if she wanted to scare him first and then attack him unexpectedly. Dijair tried to explain that she had been injured in one of the traps, but she thought to herself that her sudden attack had failed. Suddenly, Dijair turned around and ran away, leaving Cian behind in surprise. Ciel shouted, and Cian snapped out of his stupor. He cursed himself, thinking that because of this girl, he had only disgraced himself even more in front of Ciel. He couldn't forgive her for that, so he rushed after her. Looking back, Dijair noticed her pursuers, and thought that she couldn't handle them alone, and wondered where that muscular fool Gargus had gone. Suddenly, the floor beneath Dijair's feet began to collapse. It was a trap. She made a final dash, and managed to jump over the section of floor that collapsed. Cian noticed the precipice that had formed in front of them. They would have to find another way, but he quickly dismissed the idea because he couldn't afford to lose even more respect in Ciel's eyes. Sion had been holding himself back until he met the main monster, but now it was time to show all his strength. He would have to use magic, and a blue aura enveloped Sion's body. Gathering all his strength, Sion pushed off from the edge and managed to overcome the obstacle. Turning around, he held out his hand and asked Seal, who was following him, to do the same. But Seal didn't need his help. She also used magic and easily jumped over the chasm. Sion was impressed by Ciel's skills and looked at her enthusiastically, not expecting anything like this from his sister. After that, the chase resumed, and eventually Sion, Ciel, and Djair found themselves in the center of the labyrinth, where they were met by the main monster, a giant minotaur. Suddenly, Eugene's voice rang out behind them. He wanted to know why the three of them had come. Sion looked back in surprise and asked Eugene what he was doing there. Eugene smiled slyly and replied that he just wanted to see who would get there first. Djair wanted to ask Eugene if he had made it to the center of the labyrinth, but decided to wait and see if he could take this as his agreement to her and Gargus's proposal to join forces and destroy the main monster together. Eugene rolled his eyes and began to scratch the back of his head. It seemed like he was remembering something, but that wasn't the case. He had simply decided to give in to them. Eugene smiled and added that it was because he could easily handle the monster on his own, but then the others would feel bad because they had put so much effort into getting there. Pointing at the Minotaur, Eugene began to explain that, judging by its behavior, the monster would only attack if someone got close enough to it. Right now, it was in a waiting mode. Eugene decided that the participants would fight the Minotaur in the same order in which they had arrived. Djair would go first, then Sion, and after him, Ciel. In Eugene's opinion, this was fair. A look of horror appeared on Djair's face, and she stammered, asking if she had to fight alone. Eugene smirked. Djair looked pretty rough, like she'd been through a lot on the way here, so if she thought she couldn't win, she might as well just give up. Djair had no intention of retreating so easily. She bandaged the wound on her forehead so that it wouldn't interfere with the fight, and bravely stepped forward to meet the Minotaur. Sion asked if Eugene was going to fight himself. Eugene was going to be the last to enter the battle. He smirked smugly. Eugene seriously believed that it would be his turn because it was Sion who would defeat the main monster. Eugene crossed his arms over his chest and said that if Sion really succeeded, he would call him his older brother for the rest of his life. Sion sat down on the floor, waiting for his turn to join the battle. It was no surprise that the main boss turned out to be a Minotaur, a monster that appears in all stories about labyrinths. Sion looked appraisingly at the monster. It was huge, much bigger than the troll Sion had encountered recently. Minotaurs are distinguished only by their size. They are not as aggressive as trolls or ogres, which is why Sion believed he could defeat it alone. As Eugene had warned, the monster was waiting. As soon as Djair approached, the Minotaur opened its eyes and came out of its stupor. Djair's eyes widened in horror. The Minotaur was truly enormous, and the thought flashed through her mind that she really needed to take down such a hulk. But she quickly pulled herself together, and thinking that since she had come this far, there was no turning back, she screamed and rushed into the attack. The Minotaur swung his huge arm, intending to crush Djair with a single blow, but she managed to dodge at the last moment, and the crushing blow struck the stone floor instead. Avoiding the blow, Djair closed the distance, and finding herself within striking range, tried to drive her spear into the Minotaur's arm. Surprise appeared on Djair's face when she realized that the spear had not pierced the Minotaur's skin, which was so thick. The only thought that flashed through Djair's mind was that her end had come when the Minotaur seized the opportunity to grab her and throw her away. Flying a considerable distance, Djair landed at the entrance to the main room, where Ciel and Eugene were waiting for their turn. Ciel looked at Djair writhing in pain, and unexpectedly asked Eugene why the Minotaur had simply thrown her away and stopped attacking. Eugene believed that it was because they were not facing a real monster, and after the Minotaur grabbed Djair, it became clear that she had lost. Finally, it was Sion's turn. He grabbed the sword lying next to him and smiled. Now it was his turn to show what he was capable of. Sion looked contemptuously at Eugene and said that now he would see that the side branches were no match for those of the main family. Eugene only smiled sarcastically in response, which drove Sion into a rage. The thought flashed through his mind that Eugene really thought he couldn't defeat such a pathetic monster. He concentrated, and a blue aura enveloped his body. Sion redirected the flow of mana into his sword. Sion smiled. Now Eugene needed to open his eyes wide and watch how he would deal with the monster. Djair, who had regained her senses a little after such humiliation, opened her mouth in surprise, for it was a magic-enhanced sword that could pierce anything. Dejira clenched her teeth in anger, because to create something like that, you needed at least 10 years of training. Were they really that far removed from the main family? Cian knew perfectly well that he couldn't maintain the sword's magical energy, but it would be enough to cut the Minotaur to pieces. Suddenly, the magical energy around the sword simply evaporated. Cian stared at the weapon in surprise, not understanding what was going on, and then began to swing it around in the hope that it would help. Eugene remembered the words of Glade Lionheart that the meaning of this ritual was to prove that they were worthy of being called descendants of the Great Vermouth, no matter which branch they belonged to. The labyrinth was Roberian's creation, and he had deliberately designed it so that magic could not be used in the center. Eugene smiled smugly, since it was impossible to enhance weapons with mana. The children from the side and main branches could fight on equal terms. Cian continued to shake his sword in panic, not understanding what was wrong with his magic sword, since he still had plenty of mana. Watching Cian's futile efforts, Eugene suggested that he return, as there was no point in acting rashly out of stubbornness. Cian flew into a rage at such words. How dare Eugene mock him? Did he really think that without magic, Cian would not be able to defeat a pathetic monster? Shouting at the top of his lungs, Cian rushed to attack the Minotaur. The monster tried to grab Cian, but he dodged the blow and slashed at the huge arm with all his might. This time he managed to cut through the monster's thick skin, and disgusting green blood gushed from the wound. The monster tried to crush Cian with a powerful punch, but he managed to jump out of the way at the last moment. Xian was beginning to tire. He thought that such light blows would not defeat the Minotaur. He had to strike it as deeply as possible with his sword. This time, Cian intended to strike the monster's left leg. He closed the distance as much as possible and attacked, but the Minotaur managed to block the blow with his knee, which Cian clearly did not expect. Shocked, Cian flew backward, and the Minotaur took advantage of this, grabbing him and throwing him in the same direction he had sent Djair. Cian managed to regroup and land on his feet, but he was still scared. Eugene smiled mockingly and summed up the situation. Cian had also lost. Then Eugene looked at Ciel and said that now it was her turn. Ciel hesitated and said that she would not go because the magic sword did not work here anyway. Eugene was surprised. It seemed she was much smarter than Cian. After assessing her abilities, she realized she couldn't win, so there was no point in fighting. Eugene sighed heavily and headed for the wall where his equipment lay. Putting on his shield and picking up his sword, he headed toward the Minotaur. Ciel asked if Eugene could defeat the monster, to which Eugene replied with a smile that he would have to try hard to lose. Approaching the Minotaur, Eugene thought about how to deal with it as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the monster attacked from above, but Eugene dodged the blow. Turning around, Eugene quickly began to climb up the Minotaur's arm, deftly dodging the monster's attempts to grab him. With one last leap, Eugene found himself on top of the Minotaur's head. Clearly not expecting such a turn of events, the monster shook its head, intending to throw Eugene off, but its attempts were unsuccessful. Unable to think of anything more effective, the Minotaur swung its fist and tried to hit Eugene, but he simply jumped off its head and the monster hit itself. The monster roared in pain and anger. Eugene found himself on the Minotaur's shoulder and began striking the monster's unprotected neck. Watching the battle, Djair was so surprised that she opened her mouth in amazement, for Eugene was focusing on one point and striking only the carotid artery. Finally, Eugene decided that it was time to deliver the final blow. He swung his sword and drove it all the way into the Minotaur's neck. The monster roared in pain, twitched one last time, and crashed to the stone floor with a loud bang. Eugene landed elegantly nearby without a scratch. Eugene wiped the Minotaur's blood off his sword and glanced at Cian and Ciel with a smug smile. They had clearly seen how he had defeated the monster. Cian shouted in indignation, telling Eugene not to brag, that if he could use magic, he would have definitely defeated the monster. Deep down, Cian knew that if he had done so, he would have been torn to pieces. He would never have been able to deal with the monster as quickly and accurately as Eugene had. Cian clutched his chest. Something was wrong. An incomprehensible feeling overwhelmed him as he looked at Eugene, and it was definitely not fear. Cian did not understand what was happening to him. Suddenly, the weapon in Eugene's hands began to dissolve, along with everything else in the area, including the defeated Minotaur and the entire labyrinth. Lade, who had been watching the fight through the portal, jumped up from his chair. He was impressed that this young man from a side branch, who had not even been trained in magic, had managed to destroy the Minotaur simply through his skill. Roberian did not share Lade Lionheart's enthusiasm. He thought that defeating the main monster alone would be quite difficult, which is why the ritual emphasized the need to act together. The Minotaur was created so that children could try out various methods of teamwork during the battle. Roberian was confused as to how Eugene had managed to get past all his monsters and avoid all the traps without getting hurt. Glade just smiled, because since Eugene had arrived at his house, he had been conducting grueling training sessions on the training ground for several days. According to the people Glade sent to Eugene's hometown of Godal, Eugene was well known there for his toughness. Glade Lionheart continued to admire Eugene. Not only did he have excellent training, but his fighting spirit was also at its peak. This ritual became special because they were able to find such a natural talent. Roberian wondered if Mr. Glade felt resentful, since Eugene surpassed his own children. Roberian was horrified. If Eugene had already surpassed them, how strong would he become when he began to study magic? Glade smiled at these words. He would only be happy about that, because in that case, the Lionchart family name would shine even brighter than before. Roberian was convinced that Eugene clearly had big plans for the main family. What would Glade do if Eugene wanted to become the next head? Glade Lionheart thought about it, because the position of head of the family should only be held by the most outstanding of the Lionhearts, and if his own children couldn't keep it, then so be it. In an even angrier voice, Glade added that if they were so weak that they would allow their birthright to be taken away from them, then they were not worthy of leading the Lionheart family. Roberian noticed the change in Glade's voice and apologized for meddling in family affairs. He waved his hand, and the tent and all its contents vanished like the maze. Roberian asked permission to give Mr. Glade some advice as an old acquaintance. He suggested adopting Eugene. Surprise appeared on Glade Lionheart's face after these words, and Roberian hastened to explain that if Eugene had easily managed to bypass the children of the main family, the other descendants from the side branches could make the main family a laughingstock. Glade thought that adoption was an excellent suggestion, as the side branches could indeed begin to oppose the decisions of the main family. He thanked Roberian for his wise advice. But first, Glade wanted to congratulate Eugene on his victory, and all the participants in the blood ritual began to emerge from the forest to meet them. The children lined up in a row, all tense. Glade Lionheart looked at them appraisingly. His gaze stopped on Yoda, who had not even reached the middle of the maze. He disappointed Glade by giving in to curiosity and forgetting the main goal at a ceremony where he was supposed to demonstrate his abilities. Glade then turned his gaze to the twins. They had managed to reach the center, and the monsters with traps had hardly slowed them down, even though they had not managed to defeat the Minotaur. In the future, they would still have time to learn everything. Glade glanced at everyone once more and said that they had been watching their progress through the labyrinth the whole time and thought that this test would be quite difficult for them, but they had done well. Glade praised Eugene for being the best of them all. Eugene bowed his head in respect and thanked Mr. Glade. Glide Lionheart went on to note that Eugene had also dealt with all the monsters and traps, especially the troll he had fought in open combat and defeated without a single scratch. Gargus looked at Eugene in surprise, wondering how such a weakling had managed to emerge from the battle with the troll without a single scratch. Still, Gargus regretted only one thing, that Eugene did not have the same means of increasing his muscles as his family did, for with them, he would have become much stronger. Roberian, who was standing aside, had actually expected them to get out of the maze only on the second day, but it seemed he had underestimated the children. Roberian grinned and thought that even though they were children, the blood of the great vermouth still flowed in their veins. He took great pleasure in watching their precious talents. Glade smiled contentedly and asked everyone to go into the house and rest. If it were up to him, a grand celebration would have taken place right then and there, but since they had gotten out of the maze early, nothing was ready yet. He asked Roberian to accompany the children to the house. He gladly agreed and set about carrying out his instructions. Glade called out to Eugene and told him to follow him. Ciel asked in surprise if he was going to give him the gift right away. Glade smiled and replied that there was no need to put it off until later. Ciel looked sadly at Eugene and Glade Lionheart walking away, thinking that she had been asking her father to take her to the underground treasure chamber since she was a child, but he had never shown it to her. Mr. Glade, walking a little ahead, noticed that Eugene was skillfully handling several types of weapons at once. Eugene replied that Mr. Gled was too kind to him, but Gled Lionheart disagreed with him because Eugene had used a sword and shield to defeat the monsters in the labyrinth and a spear in the battle against Sion and Digere. Eugene was impressed by Mr. Gled's knowledge. He even knew about his duel with Digera, though that was not surprising, since he was the head of the family. Mr. Glade smiled and continued. Currently, the weapon symbolizing the Lionheart family was the sword, but their ancestor, the Great Vermouth, was a master of various types of weapons, which earned him the nickname the Almighty Sword Master. However, he was not the only one who could boast such skills. His comrade, Mr. Gamel, was also a great master, and was second only to Vermouth in strength. Eugene cleared his throat and said that he had read about Tuggy Gamal in a book. Mr. Gled laughed because he had also learned this story as a child, but if it weren't for Gamal, the book would have been completely boring. Glade Lionheart looked at Eugene and told him the truth, that he had always liked Mr. Gamel, not Mr. Vermouth. Eugene was so surprised that his mouth fell open. Mr. Glade decided to explain that, compared to the perfect Mr. Vermouth, Hamel seemed more human. Moreover, in the book, he felt inferior because of his friend, but he never gave up hope. Mr. Gled's face darkened, and he continued, because Gamal had made efforts to correct his shortcomings and ultimately sacrificed his life for his comrades. Then Eugene remembered that in the book, this seemed like moralizing that was too ostentatious, but he liked those words. Eugene smiled and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, saying that he also liked Mr. Gamel. Gled Lionheart smiled in response. Finally, they reached a small building guarded by 2 guards. They bowed respectfully and opened the gate. The room was empty except for a staircase leading underground, and Eugene and Gled Lionheart began to descend into the underground treasure chamber. As they descended, Gled Lionheart noticed that, apart from the heads of the family, Eugene was the first person to enter the treasure chamber. Eugene wondered if he was really allowed to be there. Mr. Gled smiled. Of course he could. He had promised to let him take any item he wanted, and besides, he had already made arrangements with the elders of the Senate. The Senate consisted of the old lions of the Lionheart family, including members of the family whose fame was widely known even among the side branches. Continuing down the stairs, Mr. Gled told him that the treasure chamber contained the inheritance that Vermit's descendants had collected over several hundred years, as well as many items from the time of the Great Vermit. Eugene came to the conclusion that the sacred sword was kept in the treasury. Mr. Gled nodded affirmatively, but Eugene could not take it. The sacred sword, a weapon that had become the symbol of the Lionheart family, could not belong to just one person, especially since no one had been able to claim it since the Great Vermouth. Finally, they reached the bottom and stopped in front of a sealed door. Glade Lionheart bit his thumb and squeezed a couple of drops of blood onto the pedestal in front of the door. As soon as the blood fell on the pedestal in the shape of a lion's head, there was a loud bang, and the door began to slowly rise. Mr. Glade smiled kindly and invited Eugene to go inside. Eugene was surprised that he wasn't going with him. Glade Lionheart was going to wait for him at the entrance because if they went together, Eugene would look back at him and not be able to choose what he really wanted. Eugene immediately bowed and thanked Mr. Glade for his concern, then boldly entered the underground treasure chamber. As soon as the door closed behind him, a sly smile appeared on Eugene's face. Naturally, he intended to start with the sacred sword. The sacred sword, a gift from the gods, had existed in the sacred empire of Uras since time immemorial. For many years, the sword had been kept sealed in the main temple of Uras, and only Vermouth recognized it as his master. 300 years ago in Helmud, Vermouth pierced the heart of the Demon King, the 5th in rank among the kings, but after that, the sword was mainly used as a torch. Eugene approached the sacred sword, which was stuck in the seal in the middle of the treasury. Grabbing the hilt, Eugene pulled with all his might, but the sword would not budge. Disappointed, Eugene let go of the hilt and began to stretch his tired arms. But Eugene knew perfectly well that even if he succeeded, he still wouldn't be able to take the sword with him, so he would have to look for something else. Then Eugene began to examine the treasure chamber, hoping to find something really interesting. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a blood-red sword floating in the air. The insatiable sword, Aspel, feeds on the stolen mana of its enemies, which increases its own power and dispels high-level magic with a single blow. Vermouth was able to wield the sword only because he was an outstanding mage, but such a sword was definitely not suitable for Eugene. Besides Aspel, Another weapon caught Eugene's attention. The attacking dragon spear, although it takes time to warm up, is as powerful as a dragon's fiery breath. The storm sword, Vinid, was a weapon blessed by the king of the wind spirits. The Fernoa bow of shining lightning fires, lightning arrows that strike enemies at any distance. Jabel's sword of metamorphosis transforms into a whip with hundreds of sharp blades under the influence of magic. Giden's shield transfers the energy of incoming attacks to another dimension. Looking at all these weapons, Eugene thought that if he took any of them, he would definitely not regret it. After examining all the weapons once more, Eugene suddenly noticed that neither the Moonlight Sword nor the Demon Spear were in the collection. Eugene began to have doubts, because after all, 300 years had passed, and perhaps the Lionheart family knew about the coolest weapons and left him only junk. Eugene pondered his choice. Perhaps he should start with the easy-to-use Vinid sword. All he had to do was pick it up to use the power of the Wind Spirit, and with enough mana, he could summon the King of Spirits himself. Not everyone could learn summoning magic without certain qualities. Even the most useless spirit couldn't be summoned, no matter how talented a wizard you were. But if Eugene took Vinid, he wouldn't have to worry about that. Eugene thought that since he was in the treasure room, he might as well look around a little more. Walking through the treasure chamber, Eugene noticed that in addition to weapons, there were also a bunch of precious stones and jewelry resting under glass on velvet cushions. Suddenly, Eugene's attention was drawn to a pendant. He immediately grabbed it and began to examine it. It was the very pendant he had worn in his previous life. He had inherited it from his parents, who had been killed by a monster, although he had long since avenged them. But he continued to wear it until his death. Eugene was lost in guesses as to how his pendant had ended up here. Could Vermuth have taken it from Gamiel's dead body? Thanks to the agreement Vermuth made with the Demon King of Imprisonment, peace had finally come. However, King Helmid and the two other Demon Kings were still alive and well. Vermuth, Senya Annis, and Moron all swore to destroy the 5 Demon Kings. Eugene was furious that his former comrades had made the agreement and also took the pendant he had inherited from his parents and placed it in the treasury. Eugene began to be overcome by doubts. Maybe it was his fault. Maybe his former comrades didn't have enough strength to win without his help. In any case, he did not want to blame Vermuth and the others. They must have had a reason not to kill the Demon Kings. There were many weapons here that Eugene would have gladly taken, but he did not want to leave his pendant in the Lionheart treasure chamber. When Eugene left the treasury, Mr. Glade was very surprised by his choice, but Eugene smiled good-naturedly and said that he liked the pendant, so he chose it. Glade was skeptical, because there were many other incredible treasures inside, but Eugene tried to explain that he was not yet able to wield many of them. Glyda asked Eugene to take a look at the pendant. After examining it carefully, Mr. Glyda noted that it was an old pendant of rather crude workmanship. The inexpensive stones cut left much to be desired. It looked like a cheap, unremarkable trinket. Mr. Glade was curious how the pendant had ended up in the treasure trove. Glade held the pendant up to the pedestal with the lion's head, and his eyes lit up red. Glade found this strange, as the pendant was not registered in the treasure trove. Mr. Glade stated that the pendant did not belong to the Lionheart treasures and had no place there. Mr. Glade was interested in whether Eugene really wanted to take it for himself, because the pendant was of no value. Even if it were sold, the money would not be enough to buy even a cheap sword. Eugene nodded affirmatively. If Eugene was sure of his choice, Mr. Glade had no objection. However, since the origin of the pendant was unknown, Glade Lionheart wanted Rabarian to check it to see if it was enchanted. Eugene became concerned and asked if he could take the pendant back after it had been checked, to which Mr. Glade agreed. Glade Lionheart did not think that things would turn out this way, so he suggested that Eugene choose something else, since the pendant did not belong to the Lionheart treasures. Eugene's eyes lit up. He couldn't believe it was true. He thanked Mr. Glade and bowed, then rushed back to the treasure room. Eugene was delighted. He couldn't believe that Mr. Glade was really a descendant of the unyielding Vermuth. Eugene rushed past the weapon racks. Now that he had such a chance, he wasn't going to waste any more time. Now the storm sword Vinid belonged to him, and he drew it. It was late at night. Dejera angrily shouted at Eugene, asking why he hadn't chosen the spear since he was so good with it, to which Eugene calmly replied that he would decide for himself what to choose. And besides, he wasn't too bad with a sword either. Gargus thought the sword was too light. He believed that with such strength, Eugene would be better suited to something heavier, like a hammer or an axe. Since the blood ritual had come to an end, Gargus suggested that Eugene go with them, saying that his family would provide him with enough resources to build muscle, and he turned his back to show off his pumped-up back. Then Dejira waved her hand, hinting that there was no point in this dim-witted musclehead, and then she asked Eugene to show her the sword. Eugene pulled the sword from its sheath and showed her the blade. Dejira was not impressed, so she simply asked what kind of weapon it was. But Eugene replied that it was a storm sword called Vinid, and according to Mr. Glay, it had been blessed by the king of the wind spirits. Dejira was clearly upset by Eugene's choice. The sword was certainly cool, but she would have chosen the horn anyway. But Eugene indifferently said that there were plenty of good things there too. Dejira's eyes lit up. Could he have seen the attacking dragon spear Carbos? They say its blows shoot out flames like a fire-breathing dragon. Eugene replied that he didn't know what it looked like, but Dejira ignored him and asked if he had seen the demonic spear Ruintos, as it was the most powerful weapon of the Great Vermouth. Gargus had also heard about this spear, which was used by the demon king of cruelty. Dejira angrily jabbed him in the chest with her elbow, because no one had asked him. 300 years ago, there were 5 kings in the demon sanctuary of Helmut. The chief was the demon king of destruction. The second in rank was the king of imprisonment, and the third was the demon king of madness. The fourth was the king of cruelty, and the last was the king of slaughter. Gargus believed that Dejira understood nothing, because the strongest weapon of the Great Vermouth was definitely not a spear. According to Gargus, it was the crushing hammer of Gigolas, which was used by the demon king of slaughter. And then a dispute began. Dejira insisted that the king of cruelty was stronger than the king of slaughter, but Gargus disagreed with her, saying that just because he was higher in rank did not mean that his weapon was stronger. Watching the argument, Eugene thought that the crushing hammer was also missing from the treasure trove, just like the attacking spear. He came to the conclusion that among Vermouth's weapons, only the demonic spear and the crushing hammer belonged to the demon kings. Such sinister weapons were unlikely to be kept in the treasury. They were probably sealed away somewhere. Meanwhile, Gargi and Dejira continued to argue and had no intention of stopping. Eugene's head began to ache from the noise. He was too old for childish games. Both weapons were great, so it was impossible to determine which one was stronger. But if we were to talk about the strongest weapon in Vermouth, Eugene believed it was the Moonlight Sword. The Moonlight Sword was the embodiment of destruction, taking the form of a sword even in the demon's lair, where it remained sealed. The King of Cruelty with his demonic spear, and the King of Carnage with his crushing hammer fell in the light of the destructive sword. Eugene smiled with delight, for it was the first time in his life that he had held a real sword in his hands. Then Eugene swung the sword, and Gargus and Dejira immediately stopped arguing and looked at him. Eugene swung the sword elegantly like a dance. Meanwhile, in Glade Lionheart's office, Roberian examined Eugene's pendant with magic. When he was done, he placed the pendant on the table and said that there were no traces of magic in it. Looking at the pendant again, Roberian asked doubtfully if it was really from the treasury, to which Mr. Glade replied in the affirmative. Rebellion then suggested that Eugene might have been joking, but Mr. Glade didn't understand why Eugene would do that, since he hadn't allowed him to take anything else from the treasury, and Eugene would have been left with nothing. Roberian wondered if Eugene had meant it as a joke, but it was a rather risky one, so he decided to examine the pendant again. Although no magic had been used on the pendant, it still bothered Roberian, so he wanted to examine it more closely. Mr. Glade was curious to know how he was going to do that. Roberian tried to explain that there were spells that allowed one to read magical memories. Magic exists throughout the world, so most of the objects that surround people are imbued with it. Roberian wanted to read the memory of the magical energy contained in the pendant. Mr. Glade agreed, and Roberian took the pendant in his hands, and it began to glow blue when Roberian began to pour mana into it. Roberian did not feel anything unusual in the pendant. He then saw that the pendant had been bought on the streets of the capital about 100 years ago. From that moment on, the memory could not be read. Roberian placed the pendant on the table and suggested that the magic of the treasure trove must have blocked access to further memories. Mr. Glade took the pendant in his hands with interest and said with regret that it meant that 100 years ago, there was no one left who could tell the story of this little thing. Then Glade Lionheart decided that since there were no spells on the pendant, he would give it to Eugene, because he wanted this thing so much that he was ready to give up any treasure. Roberian smiled happily. It seemed that Mr. Glade really liked Eugene. Mr. Glade smiled and stood up from the table, looking out the window. On the training ground, Eugene continued to fence with his sword. Mr. Gled decided to take Rabarian's advice. He was going to make Eugene Lionheart his adopted son. Gion Lionheart smiled kindly and greeted Eugene and Nina as they entered. Nina cried out in surprise. Gion Lionheart was the younger brother of the head of the family, but he was not bound by marriage and traveled with Glade. Eugene bowed politely and introduced himself, but Gion merely waved his hand, already knowing exactly who Eugene was. Then Gion put his arm around Eugene and pulled him closer, saying that Eugene was the boy from the side branch who had defeated the main family during the blood ritual. Eugene took Gion's hand off his shoulder and asked if he would take him to Mr. Gled. Gion nodded affirmatively and said that Mr. Gled was going to send knights for Eugene, but Gion volunteered to escort him because he wanted to meet Eugene himself. Gion had heard a lot about Eugene, but unfortunately, he had been unable to attend the blood ritual. According to tradition, only the head of the family could observe the blood ceremony, although this time Mr. Robarian was also present because he was helping to conduct the ceremony. Gion was upset that he had not been invited, but in any case, he did not hold a grudge against his brother, for traditions are traditions. Gion immediately fell silent, because it sounded as if he was dissatisfied with family customs, especially in the presence of guests, but Eugene didn't care. Eugene thought that Gion was behaving very freely, judging by his movements and appearance. He was quite energetic and might not get married because of his free-spirited nature. He followed Gion down the corridor and decided to ask why Mr. Gled had called him. Gion suggested that perhaps he wanted to compliment Eugene on his victory. Eugene had already heard them, so it turned out that Gion also didn't know why Mr. Gled had called him. Gion smiled awkwardly. He was usually good at guessing, but right now he wasn't really trying. Gion sincerely hoped that he and Eugene would see each other more often, to which Eugene smiled good-naturedly. They finally arrived at Glade Lionheart's office. Eugene knocked politely on the door and introduced himself. A voice from inside told them to come in. Gion opened the door and winked at Eugene. Eugene thought that although Gion had a pleasant personality, this kind of behavior made him a little nervous. Eugene was greeted by a smiling Glade Lionheart. He apologized for calling him suddenly and pointed to a chair, inviting Eugene to sit down. Glade handed Eugene a pendant and said that he had asked Rabarian to examine it, but it turned out to be completely worthless. Then Gled told him that Rabarian had been able to read the memory of its magical energy, but had found nothing interesting. Eugene remembered that the memory of magical energy was probably a spell cast by Seni, as she was capable of such things. He cautiously decided to ask what they had found out. Mr. Glade learned that it had been bought about 100 years ago on one of the streets of the capital. Eugene looked at the pendant skeptically. It couldn't be the same one he had had 300 years ago. He had worn it for several decades, so he couldn't be mistaken. He came to the conclusion that Robarian had no reason to lie. Perhaps he had been unable to read the pendant's memory properly. Eugene immediately dismissed the thought. Perhaps the real memories had been hidden by a spell capable of deceiving even the head of the magic tower. He wondered who could have done this. Was it Vermouth? In any case, Eugene would never be able to find out the reason. Then Eugene's face lit up, and he asked if he could take the pendant. Mr. Gled nodded affirmatively. After all, he had promised. Eugene immediately put the pendant around his neck. Glade Lionheart cleared his throat and said that he had indeed called Eugene to give him the pendant, but that he actually had something important to tell him. Mr. Gled was clearly worried that his words would come as a complete surprise to Eugene, but he wanted to make him a good offer that would secure his future. But Eugene immediately protested, saying that although Seal was a sweet and kind girl, he didn't want to think about marriage right now. Now Eugene understood that he had rejected Cian, while Ciel just kept smiling and pretending to be kind, and Glade Lionheart pretended to be a good man. But behind his back, he was plotting vile intrigues. Embarrassed, Eugene added that he was not yet of marriageable age and needed his father's permission, but Glade stopped him. Apparently, there was a misunderstanding between them. He had no intention of marrying Eugene to Ciel. Realizing his mistake, Eugene blushed as he wondered how he could have thought of marrying a 13-year-old girl. It seemed that he had not only ended up in the body of a child, but had also lost his mind. Glade Lionheart explained that he wanted to adopt him. A look of confusion appeared on Eugene's face. Eugene thought that this fact did not make his life any easier, although, if he thought about it, he could become a member of the main family if he wanted to. Mr. Gled decided to joke with Eugene, saying that the offer was certainly unexpected, but apparently not as unexpected as a marriage proposal. Eugene was embarrassed again and apologized. Mr. Gled also suggested that if Eugene wanted, they could take jihad into the family as well. Eugene thought about how he would then have 2 fathers. But Gled Lionheart dispelled his fears. Eugene needn't worry about it. His family would simply become part of the main family. Mr. Gled was himself the father of 3 children, so he had no intention of taking Jihad's son away from him, even though they had never met. Gled would respect him as his own brother. Deep in thought, Eugene finally asked what would happen if he refused to become Gled's adopted son. Would he no longer respect his father? Mr. Gled stood up from the table and smiled. Although his words sounded immodest, he was not the kind of man who would do such a thing. If Eugene refused, Glade would certainly be very sorry, but he respected Eugene's choice. Smiling, Glade wished him all the best. Eugene thought that he couldn't decide this alone, so he needed to hear his father's opinion. Glade Lionheart decided to return to this conversation after the celebration. He had already sent his man to Gidal. Eugene's father would be brought straight here. Eugene took a sip of tea from his mug and suddenly asked what Mr. Glade meant when he said that it would have a positive impact on his future. Mr. Gled then tried to explain that if Eugene grew up in the main family, he would have many advantages. For starters, there were many knights on the estate who could teach Eugene. Eugene beamed with joy, and if he agreed to Mr. Gled's offer, he would like him to become his mentor. A sinister smile appeared on Eugene's face. He became very curious about how powerful the head of the Lionheart family was. Mr. Gled smiled and said that if Eugene really wanted to learn from the best, there was someone much more worthy than him. Eugene was very surprised and decided to ask who was more worthy than the head of the family. Mr. Glade suggested Guyon, who, although he had been stronger than him in the past, had managed to surpass Glade Lionheart. Unexpectedly, Mr. Gled decided to ask Eugene if his father had told him about how magic was taught. Eugene awkwardly scratched the back of his head, because he himself had told his father that he did not want to do it yet. Perhaps if he had known everything in advance, the mana in his body would have begun to develop on its own. Mr. Gled just smiled in response, and it was true that Eugene had not missed a single training session since he arrived here. A mana crystal, a crystal that can be found in the bodies of particularly dangerous monsters, is essential for those who intend to study magic. However, since crystals are highly valued, they are not easy to find and are quite expensive. Moreover, in order to learn, one needs not only a stone, but also a mentor with outstanding abilities. Glade Lionheart thought that it would be difficult to fulfill all the requirements in Jihad's house, as the conditions there were too unfavorable for Eugene to fully reveal his talents. Sitting back down at the table, Mr. Gled thought that if he told Eugene about this, he might inadvertently turn him against his own family. He thought he would have to talk to Jihad directly. Since they had discussed business, Mr. Gled wanted to chat with Eugene a little longer. If Eugene didn't mind, Eugene nodded affirmatively. Eugene conversed with Mr. Gled for a while longer, and when their conversation came to an end, Eugene stood up, bowed respectfully, and was about to leave. Mr. Gled wanted to ask someone to accompany Eugene, but he replied that it wasn't necessary, as his quarters were not far away, and he wanted to take a walk. Eugene was walking down the corridor to his room when he suddenly smelled perfume. He realized that someone was around the corner and was not moving, clearly waiting for him. Suddenly, Enisilla appeared from around the corner, feigning surprise. Eugene thought that Enisilla had been waiting for him and was now pretending it was a coincidence, so he decided to play along. Pretending to be surprised, Eugene greeted her, bowed quickly, and introduced himself as was proper. Enisilla had heard Eugene talking to Mr. Glade alone. The conversation must have gone on for a while, and she didn't know that Eugene was still there. Then Enisilla smiled haughtily and thought that Eugene was too proud, although she could understand him. First, this country bumpkin had defeated a child from the main family, and then he had won the blood ritual. In the near future, Eugene would surely become much stronger. It was more profitable to maintain friendly relations with him than to compete with him. Marrying Eugene to Ciel would also be a good idea, which is why Enisilla told her to stay close to him. Enisilla smiled slyly and asked Eugene what he and Mr. Glade had talked about. Eugene calmly replied that unfortunately he could not share the details of his private conversation with Enisilla. Enisilla's expression immediately changed, and she became more conciliatory, saying that of course it wasn't an interrogation, but she would like to discuss something else with Eugene. Eugene looked at her in surprise. Enisilla, looking guilty, continued that a few days ago, Cian had shown him blatant disrespect with this ritual, and she had been so busy that she was late with her apologies. Eugene replied that Enisilla didn't need to apologize because he and Sion had already sorted everything out themselves. Enisilla laughed heartily, and Eugene proved to be a mature and generous boy, beyond his years. It was good that he thought so. Enisilla, still laughing, said that she had given Sion a stern reprimand, so she hoped that they would have a good relationship in the future. Eugene smiled kindly and replied that of course they were both Lionheart and part of the same family. These words made Enisilla feel bitter inside. Eugene had said everything right, but she felt very uncomfortable hearing him use the word family, though she didn't show it. Eugene led her out of the crowd and asked if he could go. Enisilla immediately smiled and apologized for pestering him with questions, and told Eugene to hurry up and go rest. Eugene continued on his way, thinking to himself that Enisilla was the same person who, from day one, had been ready to openly mock the descendants of Vermouth from the side branches. Eugene did not want to have anything to do with her, unless absolutely necessary. 2 days later, a luxurious carriage drawn by a pair of bay horses arrived at the estate. Jihad Lionheart had come from distant Giddle. A frightened Jihad stepped out of the carriage, followed by Jayan Lionheart. Jihad couldn't wrap his head around the fact that Eugene had actually won the blood ritual. Tears welled up in his eyes because his son had defeated the children of the main family. From early childhood, Eugene had been a very unusual child, but Jihad's strength was not enough to help him soar. Jihad thought that the ritual would make Eugene realize the reality of the situation and understand that the gap between the main family and the side branches could not be bridged by innate abilities and perseverance alone. Jihad always thought that this was how it should be, but suddenly a boy's voice snapped him out of his stupor. Looking up, Jihad saw Eugene waving at him, and without thinking, he rushed to hug him. Tears welled up in Jihad's eyes. It was difficult for him to contain his emotions. He was so proud that Eugene was his son. Eugene smiled because he had said before leaving Giddle that his father would definitely hear good news. Jihad finally let go of Eugene and began to wipe away his tears. He apologized to Eugene for not believing him back then. Jihad noticed Gled Lionheart. He bowed and apologized for not introducing himself right away. Mr. Gled introduced himself and, extending his hand, also apologized for the sudden invitation. Jihad immediately took the outstretched hand and shook it in greeting, saying that it was quite the opposite, that he was very grateful to Mr. Gleda for the invitation. Mr. Gled did not want to interrupt Jihad's meeting with his son, but if no one objected, he suggested they go inside and discuss everything over a meal. Jihad's eyes lit up with joy, and he followed Mr. Gled into the house. On the way, he looked back anxiously at Eugene, who had remained where he was. Jihad was genuinely surprised to hear that Mr. Gled wanted to adopt Eugene. Taking a calm sip of tea, Mr. Gled nodded affirmatively, saying that if Eugene became his adopted son, they would also accept him as a member of their family. Mr. Gled understood perfectly well that his proposal had probably taken Jihad by surprise. Suddenly, Jihad jumped up from his chair and bowed. He was afraid of appearing rude, but he still wanted to say something to Mr. Gled. He was very grateful to Mr. Gled for his high opinion of Eugene's abilities, but as a father he couldn't help thinking about his future. Jihad understood that Mr. Gled meant well, but he was worried that other members of the main family would treat Eugene badly. After all, Mr. Gleda had 3 children, and if he accepted Eugene, conflict would be inevitable. Glade Lionheart had no desire to limit Eugene's future, but his family placed great importance on preserving the direct line of succession. The Senate would not approve the appointment of a child from a side branch as head of the family. Although Mr. Glade said he would adopt Eugene, that did not mean he would become the future head of the family. However, if Eugene was not overly ambitious, his talents could blossom with new strength within the family. After the adoption, Eugene will become a brother to his children and will be able to befriend them in the future. These connections will open up even more opportunities for him. Glade Lionheart was probably right. Jihad looked at him gratefully and decided that he needed to talk to his son. Meanwhile, Eugene was practicing fencing techniques on the training ground when Jihad approached him with his head down. Eugene, of course, noticed his father approaching, and judging by his expression, the conversation about adoption had been a big blow to him. Jihad noticed the sword that Eugene had hung at his side before he arrived. It was the storm sword, Vinid, a weapon that Eugene had reportedly chosen himself from the main family's treasury. Jihad was sad because he knew that even all their possessions would not be enough to buy a sword like that, so he wanted Eugene to become Mr. Glade's adopted son, as it would be better for his future. He was worried that many trials awaited Eugene, but Eugene just scratched the back of his head and replied that it would surely be so. Then Eugene looked up at Jihad and said enthusiastically that Jihad had watched him since he was a child, and that Eugene Lionheart would not be defeated so easily. Jihad was struck by Eugene's words. He took him by the shoulders and asked him not to forget those who had given him his name. Eugene smiled and replied that even if the chief adopted him as his real father, he would always remain Jihad Lionheart. Jihad hugged his son to his chest, and tears welled up in his eyes again. In Jihad's embrace, Eugene came to the conclusion that he would indeed be adopted. It wasn't the most pleasant event, but he could benefit from it, so he would have to endure it. Eugene did not want to become the head of the Lionheart family, but most likely the other family members would simply not be able to believe it. His first wife, Tionis, and his second wife, Enisilla, would both try to control him. There are two ways to respond to resentment and control: simply ignore them or engage in open confrontation. The head of the Lionheart family invited all the families of the children who participated in the blood ritual to the celebration to show that the main family was happy about the victory of a child from a side branch and not busy mourning their defeat. Unexpectedly, two elderly men called out to Jihada. One of them, a stately, well-built gentleman, praised Eugene, while the other, more muscular and bearded, asked if he was interested in a secret remedy for increasing muscle mass. The stately man suggested that the families of the side children develop a friendship in the future. The bearded man began to show off his muscles. Jihad could only rub the back of his head in embarrassment. Eugene, who was watching what was happening, decided that if he got too close, he might find himself the center of their annoying attention. Sion stood by the wall of the banquet hall, clearly depressed. Behind him was Enisilla, who watched all the guests with a cold gaze. Her gaze fell on Eugene. She pointed him out to Sion and said that in the future he would constantly be compared to this boy. In her opinion, when people looked at Sion, they would first think about how he had lost the duel with Eugene. They would laugh at them because the main family had suffered defeat in the blood ritual for the first time in history. Enisilla looked sternly at Sion and said that he should be ashamed, but he should not despair, because no matter who laughed at him, he would still be her son and a direct descendant of the Great Vermouth. Enisilla placed her hands on Sion's shoulders and whispered in his ear that even though Eugene would not become the head of the family, he should not be complacent, as many factors were not in his favor, so he would have to work hard to take Glade's place. She wanted Sion to try to get along with Eugene. Sion asked in surprise if that was because they were now brothers. That was exactly what Enisilla wanted, for Sion to become closer to him, as befits family, so that he could help him in the future. Sion agreed with his mother, but couldn't understand how exactly he was supposed to get along with Eugene. Ciel, who was eagerly eating cake, asked Eugene if he was really her brother now. Eugene just nodded and walked away. But Ciel, unsatisfied with the conversation, rushed after him. She hoped that Eugene would then call her his older sister. Eugene replied without slowing down that they were actually the same age, only a few months apart, so it would sound strange. Disappointed, Ciel continued to eat her cake, because she was only 5 seconds younger than Sion, but had always been considered the younger one. Eugene replied that it was completely different, but Ciel wasn't going to give up so easily. She wanted Eugene to call her big sister at least once. A thought crossed Eugene's mind that he would rather die than call a 13-year-old girl his older sister. In Glade Lionheart's office were Yod Tionis and Rebarian, who explained that he did not take anyone as a student just like that, because the specialty of the Red Tower to which he belonged was considered to be summoning magic. Rebarian continued that if Mr. Yod went with him to Aros, he would first have to undergo a systematic test to assess his abilities. Then Yod asked what would happen if he turned out to be unsuitable. Rebarian replied that in that case, everything would be fine, as Yoda's status as the main heir to the Lionheart family would not affect his position in Aros. If it turned out that he did not have sufficient abilities, Rebarian would not be able to take him as a student. Since Rebarian had been friends with Mr. Gled since before he became the head of the Red Tower, he would give Yoda a chance to prove himself. Rebarian will protect Yoda from those who criticize him for his origins and provide him with comfortable conditions to practice the type of magic that appeals to him. Deep down, Yoda didn't care whether he became a student or not. He just wanted to escape from that house and study magic. That would be enough for him. Yoda looked uncertainly at Glade Lionheart, but he just smiled and said that he shouldn't look back, that it was Yoda's choice. Noticing Yoda's confusion, Tionis looked at him sternly and said that he should gratefully accept the opportunity his father had given him, because since childhood he had been more interested in magic than swords and spears. Then she suddenly grabbed Yoda by the shoulders, looked him straight in the eyes, and said that he was the one who should become the head of the family and that he should never forget that, even in Eros. Mr. Glade was outraged by Lady Tionis's behavior. She immediately let go of Yoda, explaining that it was just a mother's advice to her son. Lady Tionis imagined how that devilish Lady Enisilla would go mad with joy when Yoda left, but unfortunately, there was nothing she could do about it. After all, Yoda did not live up to his surname. He had turned out very weak and narrow-minded. He would be better off gaining experience from the magicians of Eros and maturing. He needed to make useful connections. Lady Tionis gave Yod another stern look and reminded him that he was the rightful heir to the Lionheart family. Yod nodded affirmatively and lowered his eyes to the floor, ending the conversation. The day after the celebration, Roberian and Yod set off for Aros. The children from the side families also returned home with their relatives. The empty wing was left at the complete disposal of Eugene and Jihad, and today, for the first time since his rebirth, Eugene would use magic. There are two ways to train one's magical abilities. Breathing exercises allow one to accumulate mana dissolved in the air. Physical exercises accumulate mana through body movements. Both methods require a lot of effort, but breathing exercises are easier than physical training. In his previous life, Eugene used physical exercises, but later, on the advice of Seni and Vermouth, he switched to breathing exercises. Lionhearts also train using breathing techniques. It was a sunny day when Eugene headed to Jian, who was waiting for him under a tree. Jian was delighted to see him and smiled, asking him to follow him. Deep in the forest belonging to the main family, there is a spiritual vein accessible only to the direct descendants of Vermouth. The spiritual vein is a piece of land where mana is concentrated. The spiritual vein is not a natural formation, as it was created 300 years ago by Vermouth himself. Eugene smiled slyly because he knew this. Jian snapped him out of his thoughts, noticing a change in Eugene's behavior and assuming that he was just nervous. Of course, Jian would help Eugene, but it was his first time, and the younger you are, the easier it is to sense mana. Jian suddenly began to recall the training of Cian and Ciel, who had been training since the age of 6 and had needed 4 days to feel mana, while Yoda had needed about a week. Continuing along the path, Jian said that children from side families start training at about the same age as Eugene. It usually takes them a whole month just to feel mana, but Jian hoped that Eugene would be able to do it faster, especially since there was a vein here and Jian himself would help him. Eugene became curious to know how many days Jian thought it would take him to feel mana. Jian thought for a moment and replied that it would take about 10 days. Embarrassed, Eugene scratched the back of his head and thought that he could do it in 10 minutes, and they headed for a small wooden house in the middle of the forest. The door creaked open, and Jian, accompanied by Eugene, entered the house. Jian pointed to the next room, indicating that they should go there. In the room, there was a step leading down. Jian, without a shadow of a doubt, began to descend, and Eugene, without asking any questions, followed him. Below was a spacious but completely empty hall with a seal in the middle. Pointing to the seal, Jian asked Eugene to sit in the center. Eugene examined the seal and sat down with his legs tucked under him. Jian began to tell him about the method of training mana that had been passed down in his family from generation to generation and inherited from their ancestor, the Great Vermouth. He went on to explain the rule that side branches were not allowed to inherit the main technique, so they were taught a less effective method called the Red Flame. The technique that Jian wanted to show was known only to the main family and was called the White Flame. Concentrating his mana, Jian's body began to glow. Eugene watched everything that was happening with fascination. He didn't know what it was called, but he was familiar with its characteristic appearance. The concentrated mana surrounding Vermouth took the form of a bright white flame, resembling a lion's mane. In his previous life, Eugene had never been able to master this technique. Eugene closed his eyes, folded his hands, and tried to feel the mana. Jian glanced at Eugene and decided to focus on his breathing first, as it was impossible to feel mana right away. But to Jian's surprise, Eugene said he could feel the mana. which made Jian smile. Jian thought that if he immersed himself too deeply, he might imagine things that weren't there, so he decided to temper Eugene's imagination. Concentrating a cluster of mana on his index finger, Jian launched it at Eugene. The glowing cluster began to swirl around him. With his eyes still closed, Eugene accurately pointed to where the mana cluster was, clearly stunning Jian. After correctly pointing to the mana cluster again, he opened his eyes and asked Jian if that was enough. Jian was amazed at how quickly Eugene had managed to do it, as he had thought that 10 days would not be enough to feel the mana. Kneeling before Eugene, Jian asked him not to say anything from that moment on, and to concentrate on what was happening inside his body. Crossing his legs and taking Eugene's hands, he asked him to breathe slowly through them, and streams of mana began to flow through his hands. Jian wanted Eugene to imagine that with each breath, he was drawing mana from his spiritual vein and then trying to direct it along the flow of white flame into his heart. Jian slowly let go of Eugene's hands and stepped back, leaving him completely enveloped in white flames. Jian was amazed that Eugene could already regulate the flow of mana in his body. He did it slowly so that Eugene's body, which was experiencing magic for the first time, could accept it. Thanks to his memories from his past life, it was not difficult to feel the mana and perform the breathing exercises, but Eugene's body absorbed the energy too well. Eugene felt the mana accumulating in him with every breath, but a child's body has its limits, so he decided to stop. The size of Eugene's core also surprised Jian, because usually the initial size of the core is much smaller and gradually increases with training. After complimenting Eugene, Jian reached out his hand and helped him up, and then they began to return. On the way back, Jian decided to tell him about the difference between white and red flames. It lay in the number of cores. You could train the red flame as much as you wanted, but the core would remain only one. However, when a certain level of white flame is reached, the core splits, after which mana accumulates more efficiently, and the synchronization of the cores allows their power to be increased many times over. Such split cores are called stars. The great Vermouth had 10 of them. Among all the Lionhearts, only he had managed to achieve such a number. Jian and Mr. Glade have 6 stars each. Cian, Ciel, and Yoda have only 1. Jian was not sure about Yoda, but he thought that the twins would get their 2nd star sometime next year. According to Jian, the twins started training at 6, which means it takes 8 years to go from 1 star to 2. Then Eugene decided to ask Jian about himself. Jian smiled and replied that Eugene would progress much faster if he didn't get lazy. Deep down, Eugene smiled ominously. Could this body be ruined by laziness? Not only had he been reborn in a body that was much stronger than his previous one, but he had also learned Vermouth's magical techniques. Following Jian, he decided that he should first learn the white flame and master the basics. If he didn't like it, he would simply adapt the training to suit himself. Smiling, Eugene thanked Vermouth, because thanks to his technique, his abilities had expanded significantly. Returning to the estate, Jian decided to tell everything to Mr. Glade, and he advised Eugene to return home and rest. But Eugene considered his words nonsense, as a good night's sleep would be enough to overcome his fatigue. Now that he could use mana, he had more important things to do. As soon as Jian left, Nina's clear voice rang out. She hurried to meet her master. Eugene then ordered her to bring Vinod from his room. Arriving at the training ground, Eugene drew his sword. He did not know if he would be able to make a contract with the spirit. Eugene closed his eyes and began to let the streams of mana flow through his heart. Because of this, a strong wind rose on the ground, turning into a small hurricane. At the very center of the hurricane was Eugene. Suddenly, a voice came from above asking if it was Gamal. Eugene's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized that voice. It belonged to Temfest, the king of the wind spirits. Eugene was amazed at how he could recognize Gamiel. No matter how much time had passed or how much Gamal's face had changed, his soul remained the same. Temfest couldn't just forget the soul of Vermouth's comrade, Gamal. He hadn't heard Vinod's voice in a long time. Temfest kept an eye on the sword in case Vermouth's heir tried to use it, but he sensed Eugene. Rage overwhelmed Eugene. He was interested in only one question. Why hadn't Vermouth destroyed all the demon kings? Eugene demanded an immediate answer from Temfest, for he had remained with Vermouth even after his death, and therefore had to know what had happened. Temfest did not know Vermouth's intentions. He only remembered that the battle had been fierce and futile, and that in the end, Vermouth and the Demon King had been left alone. Vermouth lowered his sword. He did not destroy the King of Confinement, nor did he go to the fortress of the King of Destruction. Eugene was filled with anger, but he kept himself under control. He wanted to know what the King of Imprisonment and Vermouth had agreed upon when they made their pact, but Tempest knew nothing about it. Only those who were there knew the details of the agreement, because after Vermouth lowered his sword, he could no longer interfere with what was happening. Eugene was outraged because Tempest himself had said that by that point, everyone else had already left the battle. Was he suggesting that Eugene interrogate the deceased Vermouth? Time was running out. Eugene didn't have enough mana to summon Tempest in the first place, so he had to force the door open to get to Eugene, but now it was time to leave. Eugene insisted on answers, but Tempest said he would tell him next time he had enough strength. The vortex dissipated, and Eugene collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Nina ran to him, holding the hem of her skirt. Opening his eyes, Eugene realized he was in his room. When he tried to get out of bed, a wave of pain shot through his body. Everything became clear to him. It seemed that he had used up all his mana, which was already limited, and now he felt like a squeezed lemon. Spirits remember living beings thanks to their souls. Tempest named him Gamal. Until that moment, Eugene had been tormented by an unpleasant feeling that perhaps he wasn't Gamal after all. Perhaps Gamal's memories had simply become intertwined with his own consciousness. Smiling happily, Eugene clenched his fist in victory. Now it was clear to him that he was the reincarnation of Gamal, who had died 300 years ago. Suddenly, the door to his room opened and Nina appeared in the doorway. She was clearly upset, but asked how Mr. Eugene was feeling. Responding curtly that he had come to, Eugene asked how long he had been unconscious, to which Nina replied about 6 hours. Eugene looked away guiltily, ashamed for causing Nina to worry. Nina informed Eugene that Mr. Gled and Mr. Jion had arrived and that she would call them right away. When he entered the room, Gled Lionheart was already aware of what had happened. Nina had told him everything. According to her, as soon as Eugene grabbed Vinod, a strong wind immediately arose, so Mr. Gled concluded that Eugene had summoned a spirit. Of course, Eugene couldn't tell Mr. Gled everything, but he had to share something, because only a blind person wouldn't have noticed such a hurricane. Scratching the back of his head guiltily, Eugene tried to explain that the king of the wind spirits had come to him. He was curious to see Eugene, as he had not been summoned for a long time. Mr. Jion was genuinely amazed, because until now, no descendant of Vermouth had ever managed to summon the king of the wind spirits himself. Eugene also told them that according to the king, his powers were not yet sufficient, but he would wait for a new meeting and then return to the spirit world. Mr. Glade laughed. Eugene really was an amazing child. Jion told him what had happened at the spirit vein. Not only did he immediately sense the magical energy, but he also managed to create a core using white flames. That alone was amazing, but now he had been noticed by the king of the wind spirits. Mr. Glade advised Eugene to rest for a couple of days, and then Jion would take care of him. Initially, after the blood ritual, they had planned to continue their journey, but now Glade thought it was more important to focus on developing Eugene's abilities. Eugene sincerely thanked Mr. Glade, but he didn't want to take up his and Mr. Jion's precious time. Jion was upset and wanted to train with Eugene himself, and of course Cyan and Ciel would join them. At the mention of the twins, Mr. Gled paused. He hoped that this would serve as a good incentive for them. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Cyan and Ciel were preparing for sparring. With a sly smile, Ciel decided to tease Cyan by hinting that Eugene already had 1 star, while it had taken them much longer to achieve the same. Cyan boiled with indignation, because only a month had passed, and even among the heirs of the main family, you could count on your fingers those who had needed as much time. The twins rushed into the attack at the same time, and the sound of swords rang out over the training ground. Waiting until everyone had finally left his room, Eugene immediately threw off the blanket and reached for Vinod, who was lying nearby. Pulling out his sword, Eugene began to concentrate his mana into it, and suddenly a small blue creature with wings burst out of the blade. This creature was a sylph, a spirit of the lowest rank. With his current level of mana, Eugene couldn't hope for much more. Eugene immediately asked the sylph if she had heard anything from the Spirit King, but she just stared at him silently. Eugene sighed heavily, because lower spirits lacked the intelligence to maintain a dialogue. Giving Sylph a stern look, Eugene ordered her to go to Tempest immediately and tell him that if he had been feeding Eugene nonsense, he would be finished. Offended, Sylph puffed herself up and darted over Eugene's head, ruffling his hair. He glared at her sternly. Heading back to his bed, Eugene fell into thought. It turned out that he was the only one who had died in the king's castle of imprisonment, while the others had returned alive from the demon's lair. Sitting down on the bed, Eugene stared at the floor and sank even deeper into thought. So only Vermouth and the king of imprisonment knew about the agreement. He came to the conclusion that someday he would have to go to Helmud, and not only there, but also to Aros Eurus and Ruhar, so that he could learn more about what they had been doing after Gamiel's death. Eugene couldn't go there right now because it would be physically difficult for a child to endure a journey to distant lands, but someday he would do it. Eugene Lionheart turned 17. How quickly time flies. Standing in front of the mirror, he looked with interest at his excellent body. Of course, during all this time, he had not missed a single day of magic training. Eugene had already reached the 3rd star of the White Flame, but that wasn't enough for him. If he wanted to maximize his body's potential, the knowledge he had gained in his previous life was clearly not enough. Standing on the training ground, Eugene threw his head back and said that he had to go to Aros to study magic. Cian, who was sitting on the ground defeated after another fight with Eugene, looked at him in surprise. Then Eugene pretended to explain that he had been practicing with the White Flame as usual that morning. Before he could finish, Cian jumped up at the mention of White Flame, his eyes widening in surprise. But instead of continuing, Eugene decided to show him. He began to concentrate his mana in his body, showing Cian that he had reached the 3rd star. Such a demonstration caused Cian to fall back onto his butt again. He couldn't believe what was happening, because Eugene had started developing his mana 7 years later, but had already obtained the 3rd star, while he still only had 2. Dispelling his mana, Eugene smiled, noticing Cian's expression. Cian muttered through clenched teeth that he would gladly beat him up. Eugene calmly replied that brothers don't do that. Then Cian reminded Eugene that it was he who beat him every morning, as if he wanted to destroy him. Now it was Eugene's turn to remind Cian, who asked him to be his sparring partner every morning. Shyly averting his gaze, Cian got to his feet. He was tormented by the question of why Eugene had decided to study magic at this particular moment. Had he forgotten about Yoda? After the blood ritual, Yoda went to Aros to study magic, but due to his lack of ability, he was unable to become Roberian's apprentice. Thanks to his father, Yoda managed to get into the Red Tower, but he had been stuck there for 4 years without much success. Giving Cian a look full of indignation, he said that there should be no prejudice between brothers. Cian was frightened by this look, wondering if he had said something wrong. Scratching the back of his head, Cian suggested that Eugene give up this foolish idea and stay here, because if Eugene left for Aros, Ciel would be very upset. Eugene was very skeptical. Was this really the same Ciel who had not spoken to Eugene recently and had been training alone? Throwing his sword aside, Eugene headed for the manor to meet with Mr. Glade. He couldn't wait to tell him that he now had 3 stars and, at the same time, ask for permission to go to Aros. Out of frustration, Cian kicked her sword, which was lying on the ground nearby, wondering why Eugene had given up on magic. Eugene appeared in Mr. Glade's office and told him of his intentions to go to Aros and study magic there. Mr. Glade jumped up from his chair in shock. He didn't understand why Eugene would want to leave, since he was the only one who had reached the 3-star level at such a young age, and if he continued in the same vein, he might be able to earn a 4th star before coming of age. Eugene calmly tried to explain his decision. After he got his 3rd star, he realized that if he just kept training here, he would hardly be able to grow any further. But Eugene needed more knowledge until he knew for sure whether he had the ability to create spells, and if he started training, he would be able to look at mana from a new angle. Learning new things would give Eugene valuable experience, so he was sure that studying in Aros would be beneficial in any case. Bowing, Eugene asked Mr. Glade for permission to go to Aros. Overcome with doubt, Mr. Glade asked Eugene to raise his head. Even though he was the head of the family, how could he stand in the way of such a thirst for knowledge? Mr. Glade's gaze became stern. He was ready to support him, but Eugene would have to promise something first. He must not get involved with black magic. In Aros, there was a black tower where such wizards gathered. In the past, there had been many unpleasant rumors about them, but now that was no longer the case, and people's attitude toward them was not so bad. But they are descendants of the great Vermouth, and according to their unspoken rule, the Lionhearts must avoid black magic. The Demon Kings are their minions, and Eugene knows very well how many terrible things they did 300 years ago. Smiling, Eugene replied that Mr. Glade had nothing to worry about, as he also detested black magic. Leaving Mr. Gled's office, Eugene headed for his room. Passing by the closed door, he was suddenly called by Ciel's voice. She needed to talk to Eugene. Eugene smiled and said that if she wanted to tell him something, why didn't she come out? Still hiding behind the door, Ciel refused, saying that she had just come back from training and smelled bad. She asked Eugene if it was true that he was leaving for Aros. Eugene had already guessed that Cian had told her everything. Ciel confirmed this and added that she also knew that Eugene now had 3 stars. Ciel wanted to know why Eugene was leaving, and he calmly replied that he wanted to study magic. She was upset because Eugene didn't have to go to Aros. Why not just invite magicians from the capital to the estate? Besides, in his absence, she and Cian could catch up with him. Smiling, Eugene decided that it was even better this way, because their sparring would be much more interesting, although it had been a long time since he and Ciel had trained together. Blushing, Ciel asked if he would leave if she started fighting with him again, but Eugene stood his ground. Then Ciel asked when he would return. Eugene didn't know for sure. It all depended on circumstances. Maybe in a few years. Ciel didn't understand why it would take so long, because if Eugene left, everything would be difficult, especially for Mr. Jihad. Eugene just smiled. His father would manage just fine without him. He had already settled into his new family, and with constant hunting, he had even managed to lose a considerable amount of weight. Then Ciel asked, "But what about Sion? During your last conversation with him, he told you in secret that he didn't want you to leave." Stepping away from the door, Eugene said that he was leaving anyway, and advised Ciel not to forget to train hard. He began to quickly move away from the door. Hearing footsteps, Ciel poked her head out of the door and asked again if Eugene was really leaving. Without even turning around, Eugene waved goodbye. Ciel bit her lip in disappointment because she also wanted Eugene to stay. When he arrived at Jihad's chambers, Eugene told him of his desire to go to Aros. Surprisingly, Jihad took the news calmly, only advising Eugene not to get involved with bad company in Aros and not to slack off on his studies. Eugene smiled and also advised Jihad not to neglect his sports training while he was away. Jihad got up from his chair to wish him a safe journey, but when he caught up with Eugene, he remarked on how tall he had grown, and they both laughed heartily. The day of departure arrived, and Eugene stood in front of the teleportation portal. All the members of the main family came out to see him off, along with Nina and Jihad. Mr. Gled wanted to give Eugene an escort, but he refused, saying that he would not allow himself to be offended. Sighing sadly, Glade Lionheart thought to himself that Eugene was strikingly different from Yoda, who had 3 white flame stars at such a young age. Unable to bear the long farewell, Jihad finally shed a tear. Noticing this, Eugene asked him to stop crying, because he had been holding up so well, so why break down now? After all, he wasn't going to cancel his trip because of Jihad's tears, so wasn't it better to see his departing son off with a smile on his face? Jihad immediately followed his advice, quickly wiped away his tears, and smiled sincerely at him. Eugene turned around without looking back, said goodbye to everyone, and stepped forward. The Pentagon is the capital of the magical kingdom of Aros. Together with the royal palace in the middle, the 5 magical towers form a 5-pointed star. From his air carriage, Eugene noted that although he had been to Aros in his previous life, he had changed a lot during that time. His gaze fell on the hovering stations. Only in this kingdom were portals located in the air, supported by several types of magic. They were designed to demonstrate how magical science flourished in Aros. The tourist guide to the Pentagon, who was standing opposite Eugene, asked if it wasn't wonderful, pointing to the floating stations. The guide also boasted that this site could be called the main cultural treasure of Aros. There were more than 15 floating stations in the Pentagon, and all of them were made by the wise Senya. Pretending to be surprised, Eugene tapped on the body of the air carriage and asked the guide, "Is this also the work of wise Sena?" The guide happily raised his finger to confirm Eugene's guess, but told him not to worry. Even though the carriages were several hundred years old, the accident rate was negligible thanks to constant improvements and careful handling. The tour guide was about to continue describing the sights of the Pentagon, but Eugene raised his hand to stop him. After all, Eugene really wanted to visit the residence of the wise Senia first. The guide was even more delighted and said that it was an excellent choice because visitors to the Pentagon should definitely admire the night view of the city, visit the residence of the wise Senia, and see the magical towers. The guide began to explain that in honor of wise Sani, there was a bronze statue in the square in front of the green tower that looked exactly like her. He then pointed to the house where wise Sini had last lived. 200 years ago, she had left a short letter announcing her retirement and left her home. Eugene looked sadly at the brochure. He already knew all this, but he still did not know where she had gone after that. Many magicians of Eros and students of wise Senia tried to find her, but their attempts were in vain. Wise Senya disappeared on her birthday, and according to the guide, she headed for the demon's lair, Helmut. That year marked exactly 100 years since Lady Senya had returned from Helmut, where she had left the body of Dul Gamiel. The tour guide believed that she had probably never forgiven the death of her companion and wanted to avenge him, which is why she left Oros. The guide rolled his eyes and began to blissfully recount how Gamiel had suffered from his unrequited love for Lady Senya and had confessed his feelings to her just before his death. This story infuriated Eugene, who crumpled up the brochure and ordered the guide to shut up immediately. The guide scratched the back of his head guiltily. Apparently, Eugene was not very fond of the love story between Gamiel and Lady Senya, and immediately added that there was another version of her disappearance. Eugene was immediately intrigued by the guide's words. It is known that the wise Senya hated demons and black magic, and shortly before her disappearance, she spoke out against the construction of the Black Tower. Rumor has it that Lady Senya fell victim to radical black magicians who supported the construction of the tower. Eugene waved it off carelessly, for he was sure that black magicians and their ilk could not have killed Lady Senya. The guide confidently supported Eugene. He thought so too, because at that time, the Black Tower also denied all accusations of involvement in her untimely death. Turning away, Eugene wondered if they would have had enough strength to deal with her, but the Demon King was clearly capable of it. Helmut still supports Aros with the help of the Black Tower. Surely Senya was a thorn in the side of the Demon Kings, so they wanted to get rid of her. The air carriage finally stopped in front of a luxurious house, surrounded by a crowd of people. This was the home of the wise Senya. The crowd surrounding the house offered prayers to Lady Senya and asked for success in the entrance exams to the Magic Tower. The guide tried to explain that all these people were going to take part in the open exams held by the Magic Towers, but they didn't have the money to get inside. After all, just to see the garden on the grounds, you had to pay several tens of thousands of seals for a ticket, and to get inside, you had to pay twice as much. Eugene was surprised by the high price. The guide who followed him into the mansion said that even with such prices, people were lining up to get inside. After getting the pass, the guide also told them about a belief that if you pray in front of the portrait of God in the main hall of the residence, you'll pass the exams to get into the Magic Tower no matter what. The guard at the mansion gate took the pass and began to study it carefully. Noticing the surname Lionheart, the guard immediately let Eugene pass. Stepping over the threshold, Eugene turned around and noticed that the guide was not there. He remained behind the threshold, bowing, and asked Eugene to look around without rushing while he waited there. As soon as the door closed, Eugene smiled slyly. Now he would see how this girl lived. Walking down the hallway, Eugene looked around. Senya's house was not small. They said she had lived there for over 100 years. Suddenly, memories of his past life flooded back. Sitting on a chair, Senya was bored and, to occupy herself, decided to ask Gamiel if he had any plans for the future. Gamel, who was busy bandaging his arm at the time, was surprised why Senya would ask such a question, since he himself had never really thought about it. Senya smiled and pointed to Moron, who was sleeping behind her, saying that the idiot Moron, for example, was going to become king. Gamel smiled in response and spread his arms, wondering if this crazy girl really thought that all you had to do was want something and you would be crowned right away. Looking away, embarrassed, Senya asked Gamal to leave Moron alone because it was his desire to dream, and everyone was allowed to dream. Gamel was horrified. Was Senya drunk? His hands were shaking from her cloying sweetness. Puffing herself up, Senya called Gamiel a jerk, even though she had been trying to talk to him seriously. Gamiel tried to calm her down by asking her what she wanted to do in the future. Blushing, Senya replied that she wanted to live a normal life, get married, have children, and then become a grandmother. Stopping in front of the portrait of wise Senya, Eugene thought to himself that she had wanted to meet a good man, get married, and grow old peacefully. So why had she lived here alone for so many years? Reaching out, Eugene wanted to touch the portrait, but a guard in a strange red hat appeared out of nowhere and said that it was forbidden to touch it. Glaring at the guard, Eugene thought to himself, "What a nuisance, he's ruining my mood." Under the watchful eye of the guard, Eugene turned around and headed further on, because he hadn't come here to look at portraits. There must be a huge study in this house, taking up the entire basement. Finally finding the basement, Eugene looked with interest at the cabinets full of magical treatises. Maybe Senya had left a clue among them. Suddenly, the same guard appeared and again forbade him to touch anything. Eugene boiled over and yelled at him that he hadn't touched anything and to stop repeating himself. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to look through the books, Eugene had no choice but to search for a catchy title, a pendant that was not registered in the treasury, and even its memory had been erased. Eugene wondered if it had really been lying there all this time and then accidentally caught his eye. It was hard for Eugene to believe it. He took the pendant that was hanging around his neck and examined it again. Perhaps it had reacted to the presence of Gamiel's soul and deliberately revealed itself to Eugene, just as Temfest had recognized him. Someone had clearly had a hand in Eugene's rebirth. If it was Senya, she would surely have left something for him. Once again, standing in front of the portrait of wise Senya, Eugene looked sadly and thought, because he had already looked in the study, in the bedroom, and in many other rooms, but had not been able to find anything. Frustrated, Eugene scratched his head. He had no more ideas, so he decided to do things his own way. If Senya wanted to leave him something, she should have done it properly. Looking around to make sure no one was watching, Eugene gave the portrait the middle finger and said that if Senya didn't like being sent away, she should come and find him. Turning around, Eugene sighed heavily and headed for the exit of the estate, wondering if Senya was even alive. Evening came when Eugene left the estate of wise Senya. The guide was still waiting for him and was clearly delighted to see Eugene, as he hadn't expected to have to wait until sunset. As if reading the guide's thoughts, Eugene threw him a gold coin. The guide's face immediately lit up, and he gratefully caught the coin. The guide pointed Eugene in the direction of the air carriage and asked where he would like to go next, suggesting one of the restaurants. Eugene said he was going to the Red Tower and would not need the guide's further assistance. As soon as the passengers got into the carriage, it immediately took off toward the Red Tower. Unexpectedly, Eugene decided to ask the guide if he knew his older brother, Yoda Lionheart. The guide clearly became nervous. He was uncomfortable because among the young mages of the Pentagon, that name was known to everyone. Noticing the guide's nervousness, Eugene tried to explain his interest by saying that he was going to stay in the Red Tower and that Yod had been living in Aros for 4 years. Perhaps the guide had heard some rumors about him. Since Eugene was adopted, he had never spoken to Yoda. He needed to know at least something about him so as not to do anything stupid when they met. Seeing that the guide was still hesitant, Eugene swore on his name that he wouldn't get angry and wouldn't tell his adoptive father or Yod himself, no matter what the guide told him. Then, looking at the guide more menacingly, he almost ordered him to tell him everything they said about Yoda Lionheart. The guide hesitated, still unsure whether to tell him, but after adjusting his headdress, he decided to do so. He himself knew little, but they said that Mr. Yoda left the tower at night and indulged in entertainment. At the mention of entertainment, Eugene thought to himself that Yoda was 2 years older than him, which meant he was now 19, and there was nothing wrong with that at his age. Noticing the doubt on Eugene's face, the guide hastened to explain that he was not talking about simple entertainment, but succubi, and they both laughed. Finally realizing what was being discussed, Eugene jumped up from his seat and shouted indignantly, "We're not even in Helmud, so where are the succubi coming from?" The guide, not expecting such a reaction, tried in every way to calm Eugene down. He was right. This wasn't Helmud, but there was a black tower here. Not only were there people who had become magicians, but also demonic creatures. Grabbing his face, Eugene tried to comprehend that his respected brother was cooling off with succubi from the Black Tower. In Eros, as in all cities, there is a street that is perceived as a necessary evil and is ignored. It is not only famous for its black market, but also for several unsavory establishments where succubi work as companions. The guide also said that, according to rumors, Mr. Yod periodically visits one of these establishments. This place is also called Short Jacket Street, but it is not open every day and only becomes a den of debauchery on full moons. But Eugene had no intention of getting close to Yod during his visit to Aros. He wanted to focus on his own affairs, keeping a proper distance between them. But the fact that the descendant of Vermouth, the eldest son of the main branch of the family, was consorting with demons and entertaining himself with none other than fallen succubi drove Eugene mad. The guide cautiously reminded him that everything he had said must remain a secret. Eugene just waved his hand at the guide, telling him not to worry because he had sworn on his name. He wouldn't tell anyone, especially not his crazy brother. For now, these were just rumors, and until Eugene saw confirmation of these words with his own eyes, he would have to hold back and not slap Yoda. Looking up at the crescent moon, Eugene thought about everything he had heard. Meanwhile, the air carriage approached the Red Tower. Finally, Eugene arrived at the Red Tower. A blue-haired girl dressed in red came out to meet him. She took off her hat, bowed, and introduced herself as Hera. She reported shyly that the head had originally intended to come down personally to meet Eugene, but a small problem had arisen, and he was now upstairs. Suddenly, there was an explosion from above. Eugene covered his eyes with his hand, so that was what the small problem meant. Hera guiltily put her red hat back on her head and tried to explain that the Red Tower mainly specialized in summoning magic. Even by magical standards, summoning spells had a tendency to not work properly. Gray creatures with horns glowing purple began to fly out of the broken window of the tower. Two red hands immediately appeared behind them, grabbing and destroying the creatures in an instant. Rebellion flew out of the window after the hands, and hovering in the air, looked back maliciously at the room where his students were cowering in fear. He couldn't understand how they had managed to summon shadow beasts instead of lava sharks. Boiling with rage, Rebellion yelled at his students. Did they even realize what could have happened if he hadn't caught them? Shadow beasts were mindless creatures with only one instinct: to destroy. The disciples lowered their eyes guiltily and began to beg for forgiveness. But Rebellion was unstoppable. He ordered them to gather their belongings immediately and leave. Rebellion finally noticed Eugene and Heru and began to descend smoothly. Finally reaching the ground, Rebellion smiled good-naturedly. It had been a long time since he had seen Mr. Eugene, and he noticed how much Eugene had grown. To tell the truth, Rebellion hardly recognized him. Eugene smiled and replied that Mr. Rebellion hadn't changed a bit. Looking at Rebellion, Eugene thought about how different he had looked 4 years ago. Now, having mastered mana, Eugene could see how powerful Rebellion was. Of course, he wasn't as powerful as wise Senya, but that was more than enough to become the head of one of the 5 magical towers. Rebellion was already aware of Eugene's arrival. Mr. Glade had informed him, which meant that he was interested in magic. Eugene nodded affirmatively. Rebellion smiled and said that magic was a fascinating science that was difficult to master, but he thought Eugene would do well with it. Suddenly, Rebellion's attention was drawn to a noise behind the main door. It creaked open, and Yod Lionheart appeared in the doorway, looking extremely exhausted. At the sight of him, Eugene bit his lip, trying to restrain himself. A thought flashed through his mind that Yoda's entire appearance screamed that a significant amount of his energy had been sucked out by succubi. Rebellion looked sternly at Yoda and advised him to say hello to his brother since he had come here. Yoda hesitated, not knowing what to say. Looking at Yoda with a contemptuous glance, Eugene greeted his brother through gritted teeth. He looked coldly at the confused Yoda and insisted that he go upstairs and at least read a book if he had nothing else to do here. Yoda immediately disappeared, slamming the door behind him. Rebellion laughed nervously. Eugene had only just arrived, and they were already showing him the tower from its worst side. As far as Rebellion understood from Mr. Glade, Eugene did not want to become his personal student. Eugene nodded affirmatively. He did not want to cause Rebellion any unnecessary trouble. Besides, Eugene believed that if he studied directly under Rebellion, the other students of the tower would be unhappy, which is why he wanted to study magic on his own for a while. Rebellion agreed, deciding that if that was Eugene's wish, he would not interfere. Pointing to Heru, who was standing silently nearby, her eyes downcast in embarrassment, Rebellion said that if Eugene needed any help, he could turn to her at any time. Smiling kindly, Rebellion also added that during his stay in Aros, Eugene could live with them in the tower. Although it was not very luxurious, it was quite livable. Smiling in response, Eugene decided to head straight to the library of the Red Tower. A month after arriving at the Red Tower, Eugene was diligently going to the library every day without missing a single day. From early in the morning, Eugene would sit in the reading room and study magical treatises, returning to his room only late at night. But that didn't mean Eugene was focused solely on studying magic. He would get up several hours before going to the library to train his mana, and before going to bed, he would do grueling physical training. Eugene's sleep time was significantly reduced, but his body's abilities were sufficient to fully recover even after a few hours of rest. Eugene had read all the treatises he needed from the library. Now it was time to put them into practice. 300 years ago, Senya clearly defined the stages of mastering magic, although these were her own personal rules. However, after she became the head of the Green Tower, many wizards of Eros followed her example. Forming a circle from accumulated mana and then rotating it allows magic to be used when the amount of mana exceeds the limit necessary to control one circle. The number of circles increases. Over the past 300 years, mastering the circle has become the most common practice for novice wizards. Only magic schools that are radically different from others, such as spirit magic and black magic, do not start training with it. Eugene proceeded to the laboratory where Hera was already waiting for him. He immediately asked her if they also began their training with circles. Hera smiled and nodded affirmatively, adding that there were other practices, but the last 300 years had confirmed that circles were the most effective magical technique. But Eugene wanted to change the practice a little. At the word change, Hera was a little taken aback. In her opinion, it wasn't a very good idea, so she asked him to explain what exactly he wanted to do. Eugene's gaze was firm. He wanted to try using the Lionheart family's method of controlling mana. Hera was surprised and opened her mouth because mana control techniques in martial arts and magic are different. If you don't form the mana into the right shape and bring it to the point of creating a spell, you won't be able to cast it. Hera thought to herself that if the mana exploded, the wizard could be injured, or, in the worst case, even killed. That was exactly why Eugene wanted to try. He wondered if he could really do it, because he had read all the treatises in the library to learn how. Sighing heavily, Hera came to the conclusion that Eugene was only 17 years old, and she couldn't defeat him, but it was better to let him try himself, otherwise she wouldn't be able to change his mind. Waving her staff, Hera decided that if Eugene was in danger, she would intervene, because if anything happened to him, not only she, but also the head of the tower would be in a difficult position. Eugene nodded understandingly and began. He raised his hands and began to concentrate his mana, and his body was enveloped in white light. The techniques of the white flame and the magic circle differ in form, but not in content. In the first case, a person controls mana with the help of stars. In the second case, with the help of a circle. Replacing the circle with a star can cause a mana explosion. Eugene decided that he would regulate the flow of mana during the process, and it would be better to abandon attempts to think everything through in advance, lest it suddenly fail. Hera watched everything happening in a trance, unable to believe how Eugene was able to control such a flow of mana so well. At first, it seemed to her that the mana was moving chaotically, but that wasn't the case. A question popped into Hera's head. Was this even possible at his age? Meanwhile, Eugene easily changed the shape of the mana. Hera was amazed because Eugene had only just begun to learn magic, but he was already able to create such things without even casting spells, and he was even changing the magic right in the process without recalling the first object he had created. Smiling, Eugene looked at his finger, where the mana was concentrated. For his first time, it wasn't bad. Eugene asked Hera to summon a monster because he wanted to test the power of his magic. Hera was overcome with doubt, but she decided to help Eugene and summon a golem. The summoned golem was made of cabrium. He did not know any defense techniques, but its body was strong enough to withstand attacks quite well. Eugene smiled, as this was exactly what he needed. He pointed his finger at the golem with concentrated mana, and then a powerful beam of light pierced the golem's chest. After a while, Roberian and Hera examined the defeated golem. Roberian couldn't believe that Eugene had been able to create a circle and perform a magical attack with the help of white flames. Hera confirmed his fears, as his mana was incredibly pure and dense. Eugene's attack power was equivalent to that of a wizard with 3 magic circles. After examining the golem once more, Roberian came to the conclusion that Eugene was monstrously strong, using combat techniques to control mana to create magic. It was so incredible that it even frightened Roberian. Eugene had 3 stars of white flame, which meant that 3 stars of flame roughly corresponded to 3 magic circles. Roberian was so shocked that he sat down on a nearby chair. Hera informed him that Eugene had left the tower that morning, saying he had business to attend to. Roberian wanted to consult with Hera on whether it would be foolish to write a letter of recommendation for Mr. Eugene's admission to Acreon. Hera's eyes widened in surprise, but only high-level magicians, noblemen, and members of the royal family were allowed to enter the royal library of Acreon. Roberian thought that Eugene was also worthy of this, so he used magic to summon a pen and a blank sheet of paper. After all, Eugene had spent the entire month reading magical treatises and had even managed to create a spell using combat techniques. He had also used it to pierce the armor of a Cabrium golem. That is why Rebellion decided to write a letter of recommendation for Eugene, because if he was really that strong, he should be treated accordingly. But Hera immediately objected, because this could cause discontent among the other wizards. But Rebellion, who wielded the pen, didn't care, because only the blind, unable to recognize the obvious, would be dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, he asked Hera what business Mr. Eugene had, since he surely didn't know anyone in the city. Hera replied that Eugene had gone to meet a friend. In Merdane Square, Eugene stopped at the statue of wise Senia. Studying it closely, he noticed that every time Senia did something cool with magic, the same smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, a muscular, white-haired man with a beard approached Eugene and called him by name. Horror spread across Eugene's face when he realized that the stranger in front of him was actually Gargus Lionheart. He also wondered to himself how someone could grow such a beard at the age of 18. Gargus smiled, extending his hand, and noting that Eugene had also grown taller, although he still couldn't reach him. Eugene also smiled and extended his hand, responding to the sarcasm with a simple, "Gargus, you're terrifyingly huge." Shaking hands firmly, Gargus immediately sensed that Eugene had trained hard over the past 4 years. But, deciding that this was not enough, Gargus took a vial of purple liquid out of his pocket. It was a secret elixir from his home, a muscle growth remedy. He had brought it especially for Eugene, but Eugene tactfully declined. But Gargus insisted, because losing weight and gaining muscle mass was thanks to Mr. Jihad, and Eugene knew this well. Once the topic came up, Eugene asked him not to give his father this dubious remedy. Then Eugene asked why Gargus had suggested they meet. Surely he couldn't have come all the way to Aros just to give him his elixir. Unexpectedly, Gargus asked Eugene if he had heard of Short Jacket Street. Of course, Eugene had heard about it in general terms, but he thought to himself that it was the street where that asshole Yod always hung out. Gargus's expression became more serious, because he had heard rumors that the testicles of a giant were going to be sold at auction there. Eugene was stunned by this statement and wondered why Gargus needed them. Giant testicles possess enormous magical power. Gargus wanted to give the testicles to a respected erosion alchemist who would use them to create an elixir for muscle growth that would suit his body. Gargus suggested that Eugene go with him, but he had taken a large sum of money with him, and suddenly it wasn't enough. Eugene looked at Gargus in surprise, realizing that he was asking to borrow money. Eugene was categorically against it. Gargus fell to his knees in front of Eugene because it was very important to him. Eugene asked him to stop kneeling in front of everyone, as he was already attracting too much attention with his healthy appearance. Raising his head, Gargus thanked Eugene and swore on his name that he would pay everything back with interest. Gargus had also heard that, in addition to the giant's testicles, other valuable items would be up for auction, but Eugene made it clear that he wasn't particularly interested. Noticing Eugene's indifferent gaze, Gargus was surprised at first, but after thinking for a moment, he decided that Eugene didn't need another weapon since he already had Vinid. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Eugene said that he wasn't particularly interested in the auction, but he was very interested in the street itself. He remembered how he had met Yoda a few days ago in the tower corridor. He had all the signs of withdrawal from his addiction to succubi. Eugene was sure that on this full moon, Yoda would definitely head to the Street of Short Jackets. As he walked through the corridors of the Red Tower, Eugene lamented that he had only just returned, and Rebellion was already calling for him. But after thinking about it, Eugene decided that everything had worked out well, because he had wanted to ask him about Yoda. Rebellion smiled happily when he saw Eugene and pointed to a chair, asking him to sit down. Sitting down at the round table directly opposite Rebellion, Eugene immediately decided to ask why he had been summoned. Smiling, Rebellion used magic to pass Eugene a letter and asked him to read it. Glancing at the paper, Eugene's mouth fell open in surprise, for it was a letter of recommendation for admission to Acreon, the Royal Library of Acreon. 300 years ago, it became famous for housing the most valuable magical treatises. No matter how many books there were in the tower, their content could not compare to the treatises from Acreon. Deciding that he should first show some modesty, Eugene told Rebellion that he was not yet ready. But Rebellion believed that now was the most appropriate time. Eugene had not yet had time to delve deeply into the study of magical science, but in the future, a wealth of opportunities would open up for him. Even if the treatises of Acreon were not immediately comprehensible, it would be enough for Eugene to simply read them and store them in his mind to increase his knowledge of magic. With a sly smile, Robarian thought that someday this knowledge would help Eugene create unparalleled magic. Glancing at the letter again, Eugene thought that Acreon contained information about ancient magic that had come down to us from mythical times and the writings of the most revered sages of the past. Then Eugene decided to ask Robarian if there were any books by the wise Seni in Acreon. With a joyful smile, Robarian nodded affirmatively and confirmed that the treatises of the wise Senia were also kept in the Red and Green Towers. However, the original 3-volume work Witchcraft, which she compiled in the last years of her life, and which contains all the main information about her magic, is located in Acreon. Witchcraft is considered the greatest magical work in the history of Aros, and exists in a single copy. Robarian enthusiastically recounted that only the first volume had been published, but it already contained so much information that there was simply no need for other magical treatises. Returning the letter of recommendation, Robarian recalled that when he first read the first volume of Witchcraft, he felt that everything he had studied before was nothing more than childish babbling. The letter of recommendation written by Robarian did not mean that Eugene would definitely be admitted to Acreon, but first he would like to hear Eugene's thoughts on the matter. Unexpectedly, Robarian decided to ask Eugene if he minded that he had written the recommendation. Of course, Eugene didn't mind, but why ask such an obvious question? So, looking uncertain, he said that he didn't mind, but he was worried that he hadn't reached the required level and was only causing Robarian unnecessary trouble. Robarian laughed nervously and asked Eugene not to worry about it, saying that he wasn't causing him any trouble. Eugene thought about it. Robarian had already said he would write him a recommendation. He couldn't go back on his word just because he had slightly ruined his mood. Deciding that it was now or never, Eugene said that he would like to talk to Robarian about his older brother. Eugene had heard about this on his first day in Aros. They said that Yod was not busy studying magic, but going to a dirty street full of succubi. Surprise appeared on Robarian's face. He didn't know what to say. His reaction only confirmed Eugene's guess. Robarian knew everything. Robarian hesitated, searching for the right words, but unfortunately, it turned out to be true. He had warned Yoda several times, but Robarian had been unable to stop him. In the past, many people had died from giving all their life energy to succubi. But with the discovery of Helmud, the position of the demon kings and other creatures had completely changed. Succubi were no exception. They still fed on the energy of others, but they did not send anyone to the afterlife. This was strictly enforced by the Queen of the Night Witches, Helmud. Eugene understood everything, but what Yod was doing was wrong, and Robarian agreed with him completely. But Robarian asked Eugene to put himself in Yoda's shoes, because 4 years ago, he had left his family and come to Aros with high hopes for the city, but in the end, he had failed to live up to his own expectations. Yoda was plagued by misfortune, along with the other wizards of Robarian's tower. Robarian tried his best to guide him, but they were unable to achieve any significant results. With a heavy sigh, Robarian continued. Because of his origins, Mr. Yoda couldn't help but feel pressure, and it grew with each passing day. Robarian thought that Yoda might benefit from relaxing a little, but warned him not to go too far. Otherwise, Yoda would not be able to cope. Eugene could understand him. He himself had spent 4 years in the bosom of the main family and knew very well what it was like. Tionis, with her explosive temper, and the cunning Enisila. Cian and Seal, with their natural talent and corresponding ambitions, Yod had always suffered from their pressure. He didn't come back, even though they laughed at him in the tower above him, because life in Aros still seemed much better than returning home, where it was impossible to breathe freely. Eugene clenched his fists in anger. He understood that Yoda's situation was not the best, but putting up with succubi was too much. Let them ruin people's lives and put on fake smiles. Demons are still demons. They will never be able to live among humans. Eugene came to the conclusion that he had to find out for himself what Yoda was doing with the succubi. The full moon rose, and Eugene and Gargus changed their appearance and went out onto the street of Short Jackets, which was crowded with people at that time. Gargus, who had taken on the appearance of a fair-haired, blue-eyed man, was indignant as to why they had changed their appearance with magic. The dark-haired man with brown eyes, who turned out to be Eugene, replied that it could cause unnecessary fuss if someone saw a child from the main Lionheart family wandering around the lawless streets. Gargus nodded approvingly, while Eugene took a transmitter from under his cloak and contacted the guide. The guide knew that Eugene and Gargus were already there because the transmitter only worked on Short Jacket Street, and as soon as he spotted Yoda, he would signal Eugene. Eugene still doubted that the guide would be able to find him, and wondered if Yoda used magic to change his appearance. Eugene didn't need to worry about that, because the guide knew that Yoda always wore the same robe, so he would be relatively easy to find. Biting his lip in anger, Eugene wondered if Yoda enjoyed being recognized in such a place. If it were his son, he would have given him such a beating that he would never forget the location of this street. Unexpectedly, Gargus decided to ask Eugene if he had said he had some business to attend to here. Eugene replied that he would take care of it himself, but first they should go to the auction house. There are many auction houses on Short Jacket Street, but they all have the same rules: anonymous bidding. Everyone was led into different rooms so that it was impossible to identify the auction participants. A masked stranger led Eugene and Gargus into a special room with a control panel with 3 buttons, explaining that the middle button was for placing a bid, the right button was for raising it, and the left button could be pressed if help was needed. Wishing them a good time, the stranger disappeared, closing the door behind him. Eugene and Gargus sat down on the sofa in front of the console, waiting for the auction to begin. Gargus looked at Eugene with interest, thinking that he wasn't interested in the auction at all. Eugene just needed a place to kill time and was a little curious to see if anything interesting would turn up. Through the viewing portal, they watched as a man in a suit and a smiling mask bowed and thanked all the auction participants for deciding to spend a beautiful moonlit evening at their auction house. Standing up straight, the auctioneer began to explain that their lots consisted mainly of rare components, and that their house was unrivaled when it came to magical ingredients from Helmut. The auctioneer presented the first lot, a left horn of a Balarex, with a starting price of 10 million sell-off. Meanwhile, an assistant wearing a strange mask carried out a shiny horn on a red cloth. The lots followed one after another, with the auctioneer announcing the name and price of each one. Eugene was getting tired of waiting and sighed heavily, asking when the giant's testicles would be up for auction. The assistant in the strange mask brought out a wooden box, and the auctioneer announced that it was a small metal object of unknown origin that they had been unable to sell for a long time. Watching what was happening, Eugene thought that this item was being described much longer than the others, probably because they had been unable to sell it for a long time. Meanwhile, the host continued. This item was found in the Khazad Hills of Helmut in the moonlight. It emits a beautiful glow, but it is too hard to process further and does not allow mana to pass through it. However, the presenter suggested that this item would look good as a decoration in a bedroom window. The starting price was announced at 1 million Seelof, and the assistant began to open the wooden box. As soon as Eugene saw what was inside, he jumped up and pressed the middle button. Still in shock, Eugene couldn't believe that something like this could be found in such a place. A dull blade, an artifact in the shape of a sword, destroyed by its own hand, left behind by history. The moonlight sword, or rather a fragment of it, lay in the wooden box. After the auction ended, the assistant in the strange mask handed the wooden box to Eugene. Gargus, who had been watching, was skeptical about the purchase. Opening the box, Eugene was convinced that he was right. It was indeed a fragment of the moonlight sword. In their previous life, they had found the sword in the middle of the Khazad Hills, where they had discovered this fragment. At that time, the sword was located in the very heart of the local dungeons. Could it be that Vermouth, upon leaving Helmut, had returned it to the same place and sealed it? The moonlight sword was very dangerous. It recognized only Vermouth as its master, and each swing of the sword left behind terrible destruction. Perhaps it was not enough for Vermouth to simply seal the sword, so he decided to destroy it into small pieces. Eugene expected that at least some of the sword's original power would remain in the fragment, but now he could not feel it at all. But the fragment was completely silent, and none of the negative energy that had been there 300 years ago emanated from it. Suddenly, his pocket transmitter rang. Eugene answered without saying a word and heard the guide. He reported that Mr. Yoda had arrived. Pulling his hood over his head, Eugene hurried to the exit. At that moment, Gargus asked if Eugene was really not going to watch anymore. Of course, Eugene had no intention of staying until the end of the auction, so he left Gargus his card and told him that if the giant's testicles appeared, he could use the missing money. Once outside, Eugene asked the guide where to go via the transmitter. In response, he was instructed to head north to the Rafflesia sign. Finally, Eugene found the sign he was looking for. At the entrance to the establishment, he was met by 2 horned demons dressed in tuxedos. Eugene thought to himself that this was the first time he had seen demons since he was reborn. In his previous life, he would have destroyed them before they even made eye contact. Hearing Eugene's intention to go inside, one of the demons announced the basic entrance fee of 2 million silos. Depending on the fantasies and duration of the session, the price could vary. Eugene immediately took 2 million silo bills from under his cloak, and the demons instantly opened the doors for him and bowed, wishing him a good time. Inside, it was quite crowded. Succubi dressed in revealing outfits served drinks to the visitors. Eugene sat down at a free table and began to look for Yoda. So Eugene called out to a succubus with a tray who was serving alcohol nearby and asked her where the bedrooms were. With a sly smile, the succubus put her hand on Eugene's shoulder and called him sweetheart, asking if it was his first time there and adding that the bedrooms were located in the basement. But first, the succubus offered him a drink and quickly began to fill the empty mug in front of Eugene, because in her opinion, after a few mugs, he would be able to honestly tell her all his fantasies. But Eugene pushed the bottle away with his hand, demanded that she stop, and asked the succubus to go downstairs. A sly smile lit up the succubus's face, and she asked if Eugene felt uncomfortable talking about it here, in which case they should go straight to the bedroom. Once they were on the underground level, Eugene began to look around. Noticing his behavior, the succubus thought he was just nervous. Finally, Eugene understood how the underground corridor was laid out, and that was all he wanted to see. Handing the succubus a $1 million bill, Eugene said he would sleep at home and that this was payment for the drinks, and she could keep the change. A little confused but grateful, the succubus accepted the payment, wondering to herself what was wrong with Eugene. Eugene asked the succubus to show him the way out, and she gladly agreed to accompany him, adding that there was a passage to a restaurant nearby. When they got out of the basement, Eugene was met by a demon servant who bowed politely and asked if he had slept well. Eugene waved his hand without looking and ordered him to bring him something good to eat and add extra meat. Sitting down at a table opposite the entrance to the underground floor, Eugene began to eat the meat on the bone with gusto. Finally, Yod was brought upstairs, or rather, 2 demon servants led him out by the arms. He looked extremely emaciated. Eugene was overcome with anger at the sight of Yoda. Not only was he the eldest son of Lionheart, but he was also playing with succubi, and now demons were dragging him away. After dragging Yoda across the hall, the demons headed for the exit. Eugene immediately jumped up and followed them. The demons led Yoda helplessly down the street, turned into an alley, and dragged him into an unfamiliar building. Eugene, wondering where they were going, followed close behind. Suddenly emerging from around the corner, Eugene rushed toward the building where Yoda had been taken, but 3 thugs blocked his way. The largest of them ordered Eugene to get lost, saying there was nothing for him to see there, but Eugene decided to ask what kind of place it was. But instead of answering, the thug grabbed Eugene by the neck and told him to get lost again. But Eugene just smiled and delivered a well-aimed blow to his opponent's jaw. That was enough to send the big man flying, and he crashed to the ground unconscious. The other 2 drew their weapons and rushed to attack. Dodging their blows, Eugene landed a series of punches, and the 2 attackers were left lying on the ground. Eugene hoped that now they would be ready to talk, but he quickly realized that they were all knocked out. Eugene was extremely frustrated, but decided it would be quicker and easier to check for himself, so he headed toward the building, leaving the thugs lying on the road. With one powerful blow, Eugene knocked the door off its hinges and stepped inside. A sharp smell immediately hit his nose. It smelled like some kind of chemical. A thought flashed through Eugene's mind. Could Yod have gone this far? His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the scream of a beast man who didn't understand how Eugene had managed to get in, since there were guards outside. Smiling, Eugene clapped his hands in amazement because the demon hybrid and the human had all gathered together to consume him. Pulling out their weapons, all 3 rushed to attack, intending to quickly finish off Eugene. But he took aim and fired a concentrated blast of mana from his finger, knocking his opponents to the floor. This time, he didn't knock out all of his opponents. The hybrid was still conscious, so Eugene decided to ask him where Yoda was. Glaring menacingly at the hybrid, Eugene decided that he would find Yoda himself and began to draw his sword from its sheath. Raising his sword, Eugene began to make holes in the walls with a stream of air. When he finished, he realized that Yoda was not in any of the rooms on the 1st or 2nd floors. That left only the 3rd floor, so Eugene fired a concentrated blast of mana, making a hole in the ceiling. Flying through the hole, Eugene found himself in front of the doors of the only room on the entire 3rd floor. He sensed that Yoda was behind the door, enveloped in a dark aura. Sensing something was wrong, Eugene immediately threw a fragment of the moonlight sword at the door, which immediately began to absorb the dark aura. After it was over, Eugene picked up the fragment and smiled contentedly. Even though it was only a fragment, it blocked mana just as well as the original sword. Eugene immediately realized that this was black magic, because behind the door, destroyed by the flow of mana, he discovered a mage. The frightened mage was dressed in a hooded cloak and held a staff with a skull in his hands. He couldn't understand what had happened, because his magic shot should have destroyed Eugene, but something had blocked the spell. What could it have been? Boiling with rage, Eugene remembered Glade's warning not to get involved with black magic, but he had strictly forbidden it, and yet his own son, the descendant of the great Vermouth, had so easily disregarded his words. Glaring menacingly at the black mage, Eugene ordered him to leave immediately, for if he ran away now, Eugene would let him go. The black mage's eyes widened in horror as he watched Eugene's body become covered in white flames that fluttered like a lion's mane. Suddenly, 2 demons appeared behind the magician, the same ones who had brought Yoda here. They looked quite threatening. Smiling smugly, Eugene bared Vinod, preparing to attack. The demons didn't keep him waiting long. Bearing their razor-sharp claws, they immediately rushed into battle. With a swing of his sword, Eugene unleashed a flurry of wind that surrounded one of the demons, cutting him multiple times. The second demon was stunned by this sight and tried to retreat. However, Eugene rushed after him, intent on finishing the job. Noticing this, the demon made a desperate attempt to attack, swinging its clawed paw with the intention of striking Eugene. But in an instant, the monster's arms separated from its body and fell lifelessly to the floor. But the demon didn't even have time to cry out in pain before Eugene closed the distance, grabbed him by the face, and slammed his head into the wall with a loud crack. Then Eugene turned his gaze to the mage, who was as pale as death. He was so shocked that he froze in place, unable to utter a word. Looking at the mage with disgust, Eugene introduced himself and then ordered the mage to leave immediately. Eugene slowly moved toward the mage, still clutching his sword. Raising his hands, the frightened mage tried to explain everything. But seeing that Eugene had no intention of stopping, panic completely overwhelmed him, and he raised his staff and attacked Eugene with a fireball. With a swing of his sword, Eugene easily deflected the spell flying at him, then in the blink of an eye closed the distance between them, preparing to strike. But Eugene stopped Vinod's blade right at the black mage's neck, ordering him not to move, but if he tried anything stupid, he would be cut to pieces. Entering the room, Eugene sheathed Vinod and found Yoda lying unconscious on the altar. Eugene's attention was drawn to a ritual bowl at Yoda's feet, filled with strange blue objects. Noticing the confusion on Eugene's face, the mage tried to explain that it was a unicorn's heart. Eugene's eyes widened in surprise, for unicorns possess such strong mana and divine energy that they are called sacred beasts, and their hearts are highly prized in sacrifices. After thinking for a moment, Eugene asked the mage if they were planning to make a contract with the Demon King, but he immediately protested that he would not dare to even think of a contract with the Demon Lord himself. Trembling with fear, the Black Mage suggested that it must have been Baron Ulfer of Helmud, an incubus subordinate to the Duchess of Dark Jabel. Helmud was now ruled by the kings of destruction and imprisonment. Jabel was certainly no match for them, but she was strong enough to be called the Queen of the Night Witches. Trying to contain his irritation, Eugene muttered, "So Yod is trying to make a contract with a pathetic Baron Incubus, one of Dark Jabel's subordinates." Turning his menacing gaze to the mage, Eugene asked if he had understood correctly that Yod was doing all this after laying out the unicorn's heart and pumping himself full of alcohol and drugs. Immediately, the Black Mage fell to his knees and, bowing his head to the floor, muttered that Lord Yod himself had wished it and had given him the money to buy the heart, and that he simply could not disobey his orders. Looking contemptuously at the magician, Eugene wondered if the magician was actually happy about this, because how could he not be happy when the eldest son of the Lionheart family was willing to give him money, just so that he would sign a contract for him? If the mage had succeeded, not only would Ulfer have granted him power, but Jabel herself might have wanted to sign a contract with him. Rage overwhelmed Eugene, because it was greed that had prompted the mage to help Yoda, so he ordered the mage not to make a sound if he didn't want to be wiped off the face of the earth. Eugene slowly made his way to the altar where the exhausted Yoda lay. He was so enraged that he slapped Yoda across the face. The powerful blow, which contained all of Eugene's emotions, awakened Yoda from the effects of alcohol and the substances that had clouded his mind. Although Yoda had regained consciousness, he still did not understand what was happening. Fear was evident in his eyes when he noticed Eugene. Noticing Yoda's frightened look, Eugene said that he was trying to take Yoda's place, to take his problems into account, because his life was far from sugar, and sweet dreams helped him forget for a while. Then Eugene suddenly grabbed Yoda by the head and, looking him straight in the eyes, said that he could not accept his connection to black magic. Eugene began to lose his temper, because Yoda, the heir to the main branch of the Lionheart family and the contender for the position of the next head of the family, had decided to sign a contract with a demon, not even with a king, but with some kind of incubus. Yod tried to justify himself, saying that he had to. At that moment, Eugene was overcome with rage and struck Yod directly on the forehead with all his strength. Yod screamed in pain and grabbed his head, while Eugene loomed menacingly over him and, boiling with rage, yelled at Yod, asking if he knew what happened to those who joined black magic through a contract with a demon. Continuing to yell, Eugene reminded Yoda that his soul would become the property of an incubus. He would become a slave who would be willing to die for his master or destroy him at his first command. But Eugene had no intention of stopping, because if Yoda became a black magician, the reputation of their entire house would be ruined. Unexpectedly, Eugene decided to ask what Yoda would do if his new master ordered him to destroy his parents and siblings and then bring him the treasures of Lionheart. But Yod, frightened, mumbled that it was not always necessary to obey, because he had been promised that he could disobey unjust orders. Eugene was very disappointed in Yod, because for demons, breaking a promise was easier than anything. Of course, he could disobey the order only if Yod was ready to give up his life. Looking at Yoda with a haughty gaze, Eugene asked if Yoda was really ready for that, since he had failed to deal with his own problems and had simply decided to escape into a world of drinking and succubus dreams. Unexpectedly, tears streamed from Yoda's eyes, and he poured out everything that had been building up, saying that Eugene knew nothing, because for the last 4 years, all attention had been focused on him. But Eugene had no intention of listening to empty accusations, because Yoda had been helped just as he had. Wasn't it Yoda who had inherited the white flame and been given the opportunity to become a disciple of the head of the magical tower of Aros? Finally, Eugene saw that Yoda's gaze was clearing. Was he finally realizing that Eugene wasn't like that, because Mr. Glade had helped him, but simply because he was born that way? But Yoda, continuing to shed tears, only tried to justify himself, because he was not to blame for not being born as talent. To which Eugene replied that it wasn't just that his own efforts had played no less a role, and that Cian and Ciel, who had stayed at home, were trying just as hard while Yoda was in Arosa doing nothing but drinking and hanging out with succubi. Eugene asked contemptuously if Yod could become the next head of the family, even if he gained the power of black magic. But Yod didn't want to be the head of the Lionheart family. He wanted to become a black magician and go to Helmud, where he believed he could live freely and be accepted. These words finally threw Eugene off balance, and he struck Yod in the face with all his strength. The blow sent Yod flying into the wall, and he collapsed helplessly to the floor. Rage tore Eugene apart from the inside, but his gaze was unwavering. There was only one question in his head. Did Lionheart, a descendant of the Great Vermouth, really want to be recognized by the demons of Helmud? So Eugene decided to ask Yoda if he really wanted to be recognized by demons rather than his own family. Grabbing his head, Eugene said that Yod was mistaken, because only his origins could be recognized. Eugene believed that Yod was whining too much and making excuses. He had no intention of listening to him any longer. Reaching under his cloak, Eugene took out a pocket transmitter. It was time to talk to Robarian. After a while, Robarian appeared with his guards. Eugene ordered them to take the black magician away, and the guards began to lead the frightened magician away. Left alone, Robarian began to stare intently at Yoda. Finally breaking down, Yoda muttered that he hadn't done it, that he hadn't mastered black magic. Looking sadly at Yoda, Robarian said that he had tarnished the honor of the Lionheart family and insulted Lord Glade, who had trusted him and entrusted Yoda to his care. But with every word he spoke, Robarian's voice grew colder. He also added that Yoda had insulted all the magicians of the Red Tower who had studied him and had personally insulted him. Yoda tried to defend himself, but Robarian interrupted him. He was struggling to control himself, because if Yoda continued, Robarian would make him pay for these insults. Boiling with rage, Robarian asked him not to say another word, and that if Yoda wanted to justify himself, he should do so not in front of him, but in front of Mr. Glade and Mrs. Tionis, who had gone to Aros. Grabbing his head, Yod fell to his knees, finally realizing what he had done. Robarian turned and headed for the exit. It was time to return. That same day, around midnight, Glade and Tionis arrived in Aros at Robarian's request. Together with Eugene, they sat down at a huge table in the hall. Another guest also arrived. The doors opened and an elegant black-haired man in dark glasses entered the hall. Bowing, he introduced himself as Balzac Rudbes. Balzac Rudbes had been the head of the Black Tower for several decades. Not only had he personally signed a contract with the Demon King of Imprisonment, but he was also one of the 3 legendary black magicians. As soon as he sat down at the table opposite Theonitsa, she immediately protested, asking how he dared to sit at the same table with them. But Robarian asked Lady Tionis to calm down, as the Black Tower had nothing to do with this incident. Unexpectedly, Tionis couldn't take it anymore and slammed her palm on the table, shouting, "Does Robarian really want her to believe that the Black Tower has nothing to do with this, when he himself said that Yod tried to master black magic?" Balzac said that the Black Tower could not monitor every black mage in Aros. The culprit of this unfortunate incident was a man named Gabid, who was not a member of his tower, but belonged to the Guild of Wizards. Jumping up from her chair, Lady Theonis was ready to burst into righteous anger, but suddenly, Mr. Glade's hand appeared in front of her, immediately silencing her. Mr. Glade wanted to know if the Black Tower had nothing to do with this, and if so, what its leader was doing here. To which Balzac replied, without a shadow of a doubt, that he simply wanted to take responsibility. His words greatly surprised Mr. Glade. Noticing this, Balzac began to explain that since the Great Vermouth had made a deal with the Demon King of Imprisonment, the possession of black magic had become a personal matter for everyone. Although mastering black magic, like signing a contract with a demon, was no longer considered a crime, however, Balzac respected the position of the Lionheart family, to which Mr. Glade coldly replied that these were not the most pleasant words to hear, but for the sake of preserving the dignity of the Lionheart family, Balzac could have refused, but he did not. A smile lit up Balzac's face, and he nodded affirmatively, replying that he was indeed ready to take responsibility because he did not want to become an enemy of the Lionheart family. After cooling down a little, Mrs. Theonis decided to ask how exactly he intended to take responsibility. The case involving the prohibited substances would be dealt with in accordance with the laws of Aros. Everyone in the brothel would be sent to the city prison, and the succubi would also be punished. To which Balzac coldly replied that they would cut off the head of Ulfr, the incubus who had signed a contract with Gebed and wanted to sign a contract with Mr. Yod. A purple flame appeared in Balzac's hand. It was a personal message sent by the demonic king of imprisonment himself. With a wave of his hands, the flame turned into symbols that Balzac deciphered for everyone present. The message said that His Majesty was immensely disappointed that he had caused such inconvenience to the family of his dear Vermouth, so he would personally cut Ulfr's throat. Snapping his fingers, Balzac dispelled the message, then bowed his head and asked for forgiveness once more. Raising his head, Balzac said that perhaps this measure would not free those present from their anger, but the Black Tower and His Majesty did not wish to cause any trouble for the Lionheart family. Rising from the table, Balzac bowed and hoped that the next time they met, it would be under more pleasant circumstances. Balzac cast a farewell glance at Eugene, and a smile lit up his face. Then he turned and headed for the exit. As soon as the door slammed shut, Mr. Glade grabbed his head, sighed heavily, and asked Eugene to step outside for a moment. Eugene nodded affirmatively and also left the room. As he walked toward the door, everyone present remained silent. Finally, when they were left alone, Mr. Glade apologized to Robarian, as it was his fault. But Robarian shook his head sadly and said that he was to blame because he had been too soft on Mr. Yod. Unexpectedly, Mr. Glade said that he would take Yoda back. Surprise and fear appeared on Mrs. Tionis's face. She immediately tried to object, saying that it was not necessary to take Yoda home, as he had simply made a mistake and would not do so again. This would serve as a lesson to him, and he would be able to study harder. Suddenly, Mr. Glade interrupted her, saying that the Lionheart family had existed for 300 years, and that in all that time, None of them had ever become a black magician. Sighing heavily, Mr. Gled declared that his decision would remain unchanged, even though Yoda was his son, because he had tarnished the honor of the Lionheart family, so he could not leave Yoda in Oros. At this, Tionis exploded with righteous anger, jumping up from her chair and shouting that there was no place for Yoda at home, because Cian and Ciel were waiting for him there, and during his absence they had gained universal recognition, so he must remain in Oros. Lady Tionis completely lost control of herself. She began to accuse Mr. Glede of doing nothing for Yoda, but only caring about Anisilla and her children, and even his stepson, who did not have a drop of his blood in him. Looking tiredly at Theonis, Mr. Gled asked if she really believed that, because he had given his children everything they asked for, without favoring one over the other. Yoda wanted to study magic, so he sent him to Oros. Suddenly, Mrs. Theonis slammed her hand on the table and shouted that if Mr. Gled had really done everything for Yoda, he would have helped him become Mr. Roberian's apprentice. Anger overwhelmed Mrs. Theonis, because if Mr. Gled had really been concerned about Yod, he would have sent reliable people to watch over him. Clutching his head, Mr. Gled asked Theonis to stop, for she was bringing shame upon the Lionheart family, and upon him personally. These words made Theonis explode, because if they returned home, she would die of shame. After cooling down a little, Mrs. Theonis said that if Mr. Gled really wanted to take Yod back, it would be better for her and Yod to return to his parents. Looking coldly at Mr. Gled, she added that she would never let Yoda return to his home, that it would be better for him to go to her parents, because there Yoda would not feel pressure and would be able to practice magic. Without looking up, Mr. Gled sighed heavily and said that if Theonis and Yoda really wanted that, they should do as they wished. A figure in the darkness suddenly addressed Eugene, who was walking down the corridor. It was Balzac Rudbys who wanted to talk to Eugene. Coming closer, Balzac smiled slyly and said to Eugene that they hadn't been able to talk properly because of the situation. Eugene gave him a cold look and replied that he didn't particularly want to talk to the head of the Black Tower. The smile grew even wider, and Balzac suggested that Eugene didn't like him very much. Eugene replied that he didn't like all black magicians, not just Balzac. Nodding understandingly, Balzac said that even though more than 300 years had passed, black magic was still considered something bad. As a black wizard, this hurt him. An awkward silence ensued. Finally, Balzac decided to break the silence with an awkward cough and said that he had heard of Eugene because he had become famous a few years ago at a blood ritual. Smiling, Balzac continued that Eugene had recently distinguished himself in the field of magic and had even received a recommendation from the Red Tower for admission to Acreon. Balzac had no way of saying this inside, but he took responsibility for it, partly for Eugene's sake. Eugene just looked at him in surprise. So Balzac tried to explain that a single recommendation from the head of the Red Tower might not be enough to gain access to Acreon, as the other towers and wizards might consider Eugene's abilities insufficient and refuse him. With a sly smile, Balzac added that this was precisely why, as the head of the Black Tower, he would write Eugene a letter of recommendation. Such a generous offer made Eugene wary, so he decided to ask Balzac why he was doing this. What was he after? The fact was that Balzac was interested in Eugene's talent, and he was not on very good terms with the head of the Red Tower, as Roberian hated Balzac for his affiliation with black magic. Therefore, Balzac suggested that if he wrote a recommendation for Eugene, he would strengthen Roberian's position. This way, he could show his good intentions to all the other Lionhearts. After listening to all the arguments, Eugene replied that if Balzac wrote the recommendation, he would accept it, but he would still not become close to him. A good-natured smile lit up Balzac's face. It was enough for him that Eugene would not hate him. Apologizing to Eugene for taking his time, Balzac turned and was about to leave, as that was all he wanted to talk to Eugene about. Unexpectedly, Eugene decided to ask Balzac if he really had nothing to do with the incident involving his brother. Balzac stopped abruptly and, without turning around, said that he was very proud to be a black magician. Giving Eugene a cold look, he muttered that a talentless black wizard would be a great disgrace to their school of magic, just by existing. Even if Yod, the heir to the Lionheart family, Balzac would not give him the opportunity to become one of them. Considering that he had answered Eugene's question, Balzac waved goodbye and continued down the corridor. It was late at night, and Eugene sat on a chair in his room, staring at the bowl with the unicorn's heart resting on the table next to him. Suddenly, Eugene remembered Mr. Gled's request to take the unicorn's heart as a reward for stopping Yoda. Eugene reached for the bowl. He knew very well that the unicorn's heart could be used for various purposes, so Eugene decided to take the mana from it, as that would be the easiest thing to do. As soon as his hand touched the heart, Eugene felt the mana flow into his body. Eugene smiled because the heart was in good condition and quite clean for a monster's heart. As he continued to hold the heart, Eugene was enveloped in white flames, and 3 stars lit up around the heart, so he thought that if this continued, he would get a 4th star before he turned 20. Smiling slyly, Eugene noted to himself that when the main family found out about this, they would faint, because in the entire 300-year history of the Lionheart family, no one had ever received 4 stars before reaching adulthood. Glade and Jion had 6 stars each. That was enough to make them among the most powerful people on the continent. Finally devouring the unicorn's heart, Eugene decided that when he got his 5th star, he would have to seriously start combining the white flame created by Vermouth and everything he had learned when he was Gamal. The next morning, Gargus appeared. He was extremely excited because he had managed to get the giant's testicles, which had cost him 300 million sell-off. After finishing the formalities, Gargus began to urge Eugene to leave. They had to hurry because if he didn't pay by noon, the giant's testicles would go to the next buyer. A short time later, they arrived at the Pentagon's public bank. Eugene handed the black card to the bank employee, who was so surprised that his mouth fell open. Quickly regaining his composure, he offered to open a separate personal account, but Eugene tactfully declined. After paying for the goods, they left the bank, and Gargus suggested that Eugene go with him, as the testicles had to be delivered immediately after payment. Hearing the proposal, Eugene was horrified, realizing that Gargus was suggesting they go to his place to look at the giant's balls. But after thinking about it for a moment, he agreed. Gargus beamed with joy, meaning that Eugene was also curious, just as he had thought, so he offered to share the elixir he had obtained. Eugene wasn't interested in the giant's testicles, but he was curious about the red flame technique that Gargus had learned. He wanted to see for himself how it differed from the white flame. Glancing at the crowd of people walking down the streets going about their business, Eugene's attention was drawn to something. Jumping over the railing, Eugene rushed into the crowd, leaving the surprised Gargus behind. As he made his way through the crowd, thoughts flashed through Eugene's mind that he couldn't be mistaken, because he recognized the unnatural lavender-colored hair. It was definitely Senya. Finally making his way through the crowd, Eugene stopped unexpectedly, but what would he say to her? After all, Senya hadn't changed a bit in 300 years, but Eugene now looked completely different. Smiling, Eugene thought that if he tried to explain, Senya would start arguing and tell him to stop talking nonsense. Even though 300 years had passed, Eugene was sure that Senya still had the same crazy temper and sharp tongue. Eugene reached out to stop Senya, but his hand passed right through her. Eugene was shocked. It seemed that standing before him was a phantom, an illusion created by magic. Senya's phantom looked at Eugene and smiled. Eugene immediately thought that he had to somehow let Senya know that he was Hamel. Finally coming up with an idea, Eugene smiled and showed the phantom his middle finger. Senya's illusion blinked in shock. Her lips began to move, and although Eugene couldn't hear her voice, he understood from the silent movement of her lips that she had found him. After that, Senya's phantom began to disappear right before Eugene's eyes. Like smoke, the image of the sorceress dissolved into the air, leaving Eugene staring into nothingness. Smiling, Eugene thought that he had found her too. It seemed that Senya was alive and had come to find him. But a question arose in Eugene's mind. How did Senya recognize him? Perhaps she remembered his soul, like Temfest, or maybe she had followed the pendant, and his hand instinctively reached for his neck. Eugene came to the conclusion that Senya knew about his rebirth, but apparently circumstances had prevented her from coming to him in person. The more Eugene thought about it, the more questions he had. Had Senya sealed herself away? Or had someone helped her? Could it be that the King of Imprisonment had a hand in it? In any case, it meant that she couldn't act on her own. Looking up at the sky, Eugene smiled. If Senya had come to him this time, then next time Eugene would go to her. Eugene's thoughts were interrupted by Gargus, who had finally found him. He asked indignantly where Eugene had rushed off to. Waving his hand, Eugene said that Gargus didn't need to know about it, and they headed to Gargus's home. Gargus was surprised when he heard Eugene's request to show him the red flame, since he had already learned the white flame of the main family. Eugene casually replied that he was just curious, so Gargus decided to show him since it wasn't difficult. Straining, Gargus tore his shirt. Eugene sighed heavily and asked if it was impossible to use the red flame without doing that, and grabbed his head. Demonstrating his pumped-up abs, Gargus replied that of course it was possible, but the main thing was the right attitude. Eugene just waved his hand and told Gargus to do as he wished. Taking a deep breath, Gargus began to concentrate his mana in his body, and he was enveloped in red flames. Watching this closely, Eugene decided to ask if it was possible to split the nucleus using the red flame method. Gargus replied that the red flame taught in the main family did not lead to this, but his ancestors had succeeded in increasing the number of red flame nuclei to 5. As far as Gargus knew, among the side branches, only a handful of families had managed to increase the number of nuclei to 5. Thanks to constant training, Gargus himself had increased the number of his nuclei to 2. Even after several centuries of development, the limit of the red flame is only 5 cores. The white flame remains strictly within the main family, while the rest are taught the red flame. After analyzing everything, Eugene came to the conclusion that there was no point in trying to master the red flame. Turning around, Eugene waved goodbye, thanking Gargus for the demonstration. Surprised, Gargus asked if Eugene was really leaving, and what about the giant's testicles? Eugene showed him his middle finger and left. In his private underground laboratory in the Red Tower, Eugene wondered how much he knew about the last magical treatise written by Sena, which was kept in Acreon. Eugene believed that it surely contained clues about the location of the wise Sena. Since not only Roberian but also the head of the Black Tower had agreed to write a letter of recommendation for Eugene, he was not worried about gaining access to the library. Looking at the fragment of the moon sword hovering in the center of the laboratory, Eugene thought that Senya had waited 300 years for him, so she could wait a little longer. The Moonlight Sword could destroy the structure of mana and disperse it, but the small fragment Eugene had was not enough to counter high-level magic. Exposing Vined, Eugene smiled and thought that the fragment would be just right for less advanced opponents. So Eugene decided to try it out. If the fragment didn't destroy his mana, it would mean that his mana unity had exceeded the level of white flame. A frightened sorceress ran up to the bored Hera and reported that for several days, sounds of explosions had been coming from Eugene's underground laboratory, and vibrations could be felt. Looking up from her book, the light-haired sorceress Hera replied that she would go and see, as the head of the tower had just asked her to do something. Approaching the laboratory door, Hera knocked uncertainly. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from behind the door, and Hera fearfully grabbed the handle without waiting for a response. When the clouds of dust settled, Hera noticed Eugene, who was stripped to the waist, with beads of sweat rolling down his toned abs. Embarrassed, Hera asked what Eugene was doing there. Looking at her in surprise, Eugene replied that he was just training his mana and magical abilities at the same time. Hera wondered where the magic circle was if Eugene was training his magical abilities. Then she looked at the shard floating in the center of the wall. The floor of the laboratory was in a terrible state, and only the area around the strange shard remained intact. Asking Hera to look, Eugene raised his hand, which was enveloped in white flames, and fired a fireball, then immediately used a fire rocket that made another hole in the wall opposite. A thought flashed through Hera's stunned mind that Eugene had become even faster and was using the cores as an analogy for a magic circle, and his mana unity was so strong it was almost grotesque. Hera cautiously asked Eugene if he was really practicing techniques for fighting wizards. Eugene nodded affirmatively and added that the main goal was to train his mana. Smiling happily, Eugene thought that at first the spells dissipated before they could explode, but now he was able to gather the scattered magic together and produce explosions near the shard. With a trembling voice, Hera praised Eugene and tried to explain her appearance. She had simply been told that the sounds of explosions were constantly coming from the underground laboratory, so she began to worry that Eugene had damaged something during his training. Eugene asked in surprise if that meant Hera had come here because she was worried about him. Hera immediately began to justify herself, saying that it wasn't just because of that, but because Eugene had been summoned by the head of the tower. Picking up his cloak from the floor, Eugene was about to go upstairs, but Hera said that Roberian was waiting for him in the royal library of Acreon. The Pentagon, the capital of Arosa, is located inside a 5-pointed star formed by magical towers. In its center is Abram, the royal palace of Arosa. The only way to get to the palace, surrounded by a giant lake, is by boat. No magic can build bridges across the lake for carriages. This is due to a spell that blocks magic and protects both the palace and the lake. Created by Senya as a gesture of friendship to the royal family of Arosa, the spell has been working perfectly for several centuries. Following Hera, Eugene looked around and thought that since his arrival, he had gained some knowledge of magic, but it still seemed incredible to him that Senya could protect the entire palace and the lake with a spell. Suddenly, Hera looked back and asked with a sly smile if Eugene would like to visit the palace. Eugene casually replied that the place was indeed amazing, but he couldn't get in no matter how much he wanted to. Raising her finger, Hera nodded affirmatively, because only the country's leading aristocrats and the heads of the magical towers were allowed in Abram. But even they were not allowed to use magic inside the palace. Only members of the royal family and court magicians who had sworn allegiance to them were permitted to do so. The last words made Eugene ask if the heads of the magical towers had not sworn allegiance to the royal family. Thinking for a moment, Hera replied that the towers and Eros had entered into a mutual partnership agreement. They remain loyal to the king, but are not obliged to obey unreasonable orders. Continuing on, Hera added that the towers were more closely connected to the council than to the palace. The palace had its own magicians, so the wizards from the towers were the council's fighting force, but there was certainly no conflict between the magicians. Finally arriving at their destination, Hera said that only 3 people had opposed inviting Eugene to Acreon: the heads of the Blue and Green Towers and the head of the Mages Guild. In order to enter the library, he would need to obtain their consent. Bowing, Hera said she would leave Eugene here and wished him luck. Eugene gave her a thumbs up and smiled in thanks. Entering the main hall where the heads of all the towers and the head of the Mages Guild were seated, Eugene bowed politely and introduced himself. A fair-haired man with glasses asked Eugene to raise his head. It was Honen Abram, the crown prince of Arosa. He had wanted to meet Eugene ever since he first heard about him several years ago. Eugene had also heard of Honain. He was first in line to the throne, and his magical abilities confirmed that he had mastered the 5th level before coming of age. Hiridas Uzlan, head of the Blue Tower, spoke first. He said that they had indeed heard a lot about Eugene Lionheart, and that the heads of the Black and Red Towers present were ready to defend him to the last. Of course, Hiridas understood that Eugene was not lacking in talent, but he believed that wielding a sword or other weapons was not the same as being a skilled magician. Glaring at Hiridas, he wondered how Eugene had managed to get a recommendation for admission to Acreon, since he was only 17 and had only started practicing magic a few months ago. Therefore, Hiridas came to the conclusion that the heads of the towers must have asked for a favor, although the head of the Red Tower had been friends with his family for a long time, and the head of the Black Tower probably wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to the Lionhearts. Nodding understandingly, Eugene decided to ask what he could do to gain access to the library. Robellion suggested demonstrating his magical abilities so that the distinguished mages gathered there could verify them. With a smug grin, Hiridas said that they usually looked at what research the candidate had done and what treatises he had written, but in Eugene's case, he had not only written no treatises, but had not done any research at all. Eugene nodded affirmatively and began. His body was enveloped in white flames, and 3 stars lit up in the area of his heart. The head of the court magicians, Tremfel Visador, noted that Eugene did not divide the cores and the circle, but instead created resonance with the cores, forming a single circle. Edgard Giron, head of the Mages Guild, decided that Eugene apparently had innate magical abilities, since he had only been training his mana for 4 years. The head of the Green Tower, Generic Osman, believed that this was still not enough. It was one thing to be able to use mana, but it was quite another to understand magic at a deep level. One after another, Eugene demonstrated all the spells he had mastered. The white flame first turned into a blade of wind, and then into a fireball. Then the ball split into icy bullets and finally took the shape of a blade. Impressed, Tremfel noted to himself that Eugene's magic changed very smoothly, and that he had not uttered a single spell aloud, which indicated a complete understanding of the magical techniques he had mastered. With a cold look, Generic asked if Eugene could use his sword and magic at the same time. Instead of answering, Eugene just smiled and exposed Vinid without destroying the white flame. Surprised, Herodotus noted to himself that the circle had not been broken. Eugene replaces the circle with his cores, but can still use them for their intended purpose. Then Riberian decided to ask Generic what he thought about it. With a heavy sigh, he said that they needed to discuss it. Nodding affirmatively, Riberian asked Eugene to leave them alone for a moment. Hiding Vinid in its sheath, Eugene bowed and headed for the exit. As soon as the door slammed shut, Herodotus immediately asked Riberian if he had really given Eugene no support. Riberian was indignant, as he had already said many times that Eugene had received no help from anyone. He had studied magic on his own, analyzing the beginner-level treatises he had collected in the library. Suddenly, Crown Prince Honain intervened. Eugene was from the Lionheart family of the Kiel Empire, a descendant of the Great Vermouth. Wasn't everyone on the continent aware of how powerful that family was? With a detached expression, Melkis El Hayer, the head of the White Tower, said that Eugene had only used one circle, but his power far exceeded that level, as the others had surely felt it. But what struck Melkis the most was the level of mana unity. In her opinion, even fourth circle defensive spells would not be able to dispel Eugene's magic. Etgad immediately objected, saying that of course they couldn't deny that Eugene was gifted, but he was still young, so there was no need to rush. Besides, they mustn't forget the prestige of Acreon. In Etgad's opinion, Eugene should spend several years studying under the guidance of the head of the Red Tower, and once he reached an acceptable level, they would admit him to Acreon. Tremfel believed the opposite. Even though Eugene was indeed still young, and his abilities were limited, couldn't they see how many opportunities were open to him? After all, they already had good relations with the Lionheart family, but showing personal favor toward Eugene would be an investment in the future. But Generic objected that no matter how strong Eugene was, he was still an adopted son. He would never become the head of the family. Finally, Balzac joined the conversation, saying that Cian Lionheart, one of the twins, would become the head of the family. Balzac believed that although Yod was higher in the line of succession, his abilities were clearly insufficient to win the fight for the position of head of the family. To which Tremfel replied that one day Eugene would have to leave his home because, according to the Lionheart Charter, when he married and had children, he would have to found a new branch of the family, and then they could invite Eugene to Aros. Tremfel also predicted that in a few years, Eugene would become even stronger, and if he did not forget the kindness shown to him, he would become a loyal warrior of their kingdom. With a sly smile, Balzac added that 4 years ago, at the blood ceremony, Eugene had also demonstrated an excellent level of ability. This was recognized by the main Lionheart family. Balzac also believed that if Eugene received their support, it would be possible to talk about the return of the Great Vermouth. Scratching his beard, Generic remarked that Balzac was clearly not stingy with compliments. He then asked to what extent this was his opinion. Looking at him in confusion, Balzac responded with a question, asking what Generic meant. With a cold look, Generic noted that Balzac had made a deal with the Demon King of Imprisonment, so he was asking if Balzac's words were influenced by him. Laughing nervously, Balzac began to adjust his glasses. He replied that His Majesty had enough to do in Helmuth. A wicked gleam appeared in Balzac's eyes, and he added threateningly that if he had truly followed his will, he would not have acted that way. He would have behaved much more harshly and used force to assert his position. Catching himself, Balzac apologized if his words seemed overly threatening, but the will of the King of Imprisonment was law to him. Melkis jumped up from her chair and suggested they not stray from the topic. She had come to the conclusion that they would not agree, so she proposed that they decide by a vote. Crown Prince Honin supported this proposal. He was ready to speak first. He was in favor of allowing Eugene Lionheart to visit Acreon. The Royal Library of Acreon not only contains many treatises of the highest value, but also has separate floors, each dedicated to the deeds of legendary magicians of the past who have immortalized their names in history. Studying the walls with interest, Eugene noticed that they were all covered with legends from the history of Eros. This place looked more like a museum than a library. Eugene also knew that there were 15 floors in Acreon, of which the 12th, 13th, and 14th were dedicated to Seni. Suddenly, a female voice distracted Eugene from his studies. The voice belonged to Melkis. Melkis El Hayer, head of the White Tower and the greatest summoner. She was the first in history to sign a contract with 2 spirit kings at once. Looking at her, Eugene thought that Melkis was a great sorceress who had reached the highest level not only in summoning magic, but also in ordinary magic. Eugene decided to ask if the discussion was over. Melkus gave an affirmative answer, although it would take more than a day to make a decision. In the end, the issue was settled by a vote. 5 people voted in favor of allowing Eugene to use Acreon. 2 voted against, and 1 abstained. The majority voted in favor, but Eugene still decided to ask if he could go to the upper floors. With a sly smile, Melkus replied that of course Eugene could go, but wasn't he curious to know how everyone had voted? But Eugene was satisfied that the majority had voted in his favor. Calling Eugene boring, Melkus decided to tell him what he wanted to know. She was the only one who abstained. Of course, Melkus wasn't against Eugene being admitted to Acreon. She just didn't want to get involved in a verbal altercation. She pointed out to Eugene the heads who had appeared from the meeting hall. They were still arguing even after the vote had ended. Melkus also noticed that Herodus had voted in favor, even though he had openly expressed his dissatisfaction from the very beginning. Perhaps he had changed his mind later. Although Eugene had already said that he didn't care, Melkus wanted to tell him who the 2 who had voted against it were. Leaning over, Melkus whispered that they were the heads of the Green Tower and the Mages Guild. Eugene didn't understand why she was so eager to reveal this. Outraged, Melkus asked Eugene if he was really 17, because she couldn't understand his lack of reaction. Was Eugene really not angry at all? But Eugene really didn't care, so he simply walked past the stunned Melkus. Melkus tried to stop Eugene from leaving by asking him about the sword at his waist, saying that it was the storm sword Vinid, blessed by the king of the wind spirits. Noticing Eugene's confused look, Melkus tried to explain that she had actually wanted to sign a contract with him for a long time, but it seemed he was too powerful, since he had not responded to her calls all this time. Melkus had tried so hard, asking for help from the king of the lightning spirits and the king of the earth spirits, but they only said that Vinid did not make contracts with anyone. She even wrote to the Lionhearts, but they replied that they could not lend their family treasure to a stranger, probably thinking that Melkus would take the sword and run away. With a heavy sigh, Eugene replied that Vinid would not give it to Melkus, especially since the sword did not belong to him. But Melkus only asked to borrow Vinid for a short time, just for a day, so she suggested that Eugene stay and watch. Eugene thought about it, because he had been calling this lousy Spirit King for 4 years, but he had never deigned to come down to him. So Eugene understood that his current mana level was clearly insufficient to summon Tempest, but if he tried, she would, and he shifted his gaze to Melkus, who was glowing nearby. After thinking it over, Eugene came to the conclusion that if Melkus summoned Tempest with the help of Vinid, he might answer the call. After all, she was the only summoning mage who had managed to sign a contract with 2 Spirit Kings at once. Eugene believed that although Melkus's offer was extremely tempting, there was no need to accept it right away. It would be better to make her suffer from impatience, then maybe he could get something out of it. Shaking his head, Eugene suddenly asked where to get a pass to enter the library. Smiling, Melkus decided to show him the way. At the registration desk, Eugene looked with interest at the pass attached to his ID card, which simply stated that he had permission to enter. Smiling slyly, Melkus decided to tell him that the library's familiars were descendants of great magicians whose names were written in history. In Acreon, there were familiars not only of the Wizard King who founded the country, but also of a battle wizard known as the Father of the School of Magic, and even the Wise Sen. Noticing Eugene's emotionless face, Melkus just smiled at how boringly he reacted to everything. So she decided to ask Eugene if he was interested in Senya, since he had been looking for the floors connected to her. On his first day after arriving in Eros, Eugene immediately went to explore her estate, and then he met a friend from a side branch of the family in Murden Square. Hiding his pass in his jacket, Eugene noted that Melkus knew a lot about him and headed toward the elevator. Melkus followed him, making another attempt to get Vinid, but Eugene again refused. Finally, Melkus advised Eugene to insert his ID into the slot in the door, and then the elevator doors would open. Smiling, Melkus asked if he was going to the 12th floor. Eugene simply nodded in affirmation. Entering the elevator, Eugene looked back and noticed that Melkus had not followed him. He decided to ask if she was going to wait for him there. Melkus just spread her arms and replied that she didn't have that much time and that she had come with Eugene but was afraid he wouldn't want her to be there. Suddenly distracted, Melkus said that she would like to see Eugene when he read sorcery, because the first reaction is always strong. With a sly smile, Melkus advised Eugene to take a baby diaper with him, because what he was about to see might make him wet himself. Startled, Eugene quickly pressed the button to close the doors, and Melkus smiled and wished him a happy journey. Finally, the elevator reached the top floor. The doors opened, and Eugene found himself face to face with a little girl who was the spitting image of Senya. The little girl took off her hat and greeted Eugene. Surprised, Eugene pointed to the little girl and asked if she was Senya. The girl pulled her hat down and replied that she was not. She was only a familiar responsible for managing Senya's hall. Suddenly, Eugene remembered Melkus's words that there was a familiar of the wise Senya in Acreon, and here she was. Then Eugene noticed that the familiar had called him by name, so he decided to ask how she knew his name. Surprised, the familiar replied that Eugene had just used his pass to enter the elevator on the first floor. The familiar began to explain that not only she, but all the other familiars were connected to the magical system of Acreon, so they received real-time information about who was entering and leaving the library. Finally, Eugene decided to ask the familiar how to address her. Smiling happily, the familiar replied that Lady Senya called her Mer. Eugene was surprised because it was short for her surname, Merdane. Mer nodded affirmatively. She considered it a great honor to have such a beautiful name. Eugene wondered what Senya was thinking, not only creating a familiar that looked exactly like her, but also giving her her own surname. So Eugene decided to ask Mer if familiars always looked like people. Surprised, Mer replied that no, familiars from other floors of Acreon looked different. Mer tried to explain that since she had been created by the wise Senya, an ally of the great Vermouth, her personality was based on that of her creator. Suddenly, Eugene remembered Rabarian's words and decided to ask if creating living beings was not forbidden by magicians. But Mer replied that she had no soul, so she could not be considered a living being. Her body had been created by Lady Senya's magic. Then Mer pointed to a glowing sphere surrounded by seals and said that her consciousness was there. Surprised, Eugene decided to ask what it was. It was an excellent question. Adjusting her hat, Mer began to explain that it was the quintessence of what Lady Senya had been doing her entire life. It was witchcraft. Eugene's eyes widened in surprise, and a thought flashed through his mind. So this was the 3-volume magical treatise that Senya had compiled just before her disappearance. Pointing to witchcraft with a trembling hand, Eugene said that this thing didn't look like a book at all. Mer replied that the usual idea of books was just an outdated prejudice. Mer understood why it was difficult for Eugene to accept this. Even the heads of the magical towers could not comprehend Senya's magic, so what could be said about Eugene? Mer smiled slyly. Eugene noticed that the excessive self-confidence, the nasty smile, and the hidden contempt for his interlocutor were the basis of this familiar, and that Senya's character had indeed been taken as a model, as they were very similar. Hesitating, Eugene decided to ask if Mer had always had the same personality as Lady Sena. She replied confusedly that her personality was based on that of her childhood mistress. Mer began to recall that Mrs. Senya was actually more refined and always behaved with dignity. She rarely smiled and spent all her time exclusively on research in the field of magic. Suddenly, Eugene decided to ask what Mer meant when she said that her consciousness was in witchcraft. Mer decided to explain that her consciousness was sustained by the magic in this treatise, and that her purpose was to protect and control witchcraft. For 200 years, Mer had been following her mistress's orders and ruling the hall. Heading toward witchcraft, Eugene remembered Rabarian's words and thought that this really was far beyond the level of ordinary magic. Glancing at Mer, Eugene asked if she knew where Lady Senya was now and why she had disappeared. Mer was indignant. Of course she didn't know, because Lady Senya's disappearance was very sudden and shrouded in mystery. Neither the lady's students nor the servants from her estate, nor Mer herself knew anything. However, this did not prevent King Aros, the then heads of the towers, the head of the Mages Guild, and many other wizards from endlessly questioning Mer about Lady Senya's whereabouts. Mer also revealed that various incompetents had even tried to dig into her memory using sorcery. Every couple of decades, they come back and try to do the same thing. Eugene came to the conclusion that the magicians were digging into Mer's memory, not only to find out Senya's location, because no matter how much the magicians of Eros respected her, if they found good material in front of them, they would immediately want to split it open and study it. Eugene was told that only the first volume of sorcery could be found in Acreon, so he decided to ask if there were any other volumes there. Mur then revealed that although this was indeed the original edition of sorcery, the lady had removed the second and third volumes and taken them with her, leaving only the first volume in Acreon. With a sly smile, Mir remarked that Eugene was very interested in Lady Senya. Eugene asked in surprise if she wasn't interesting to everyone. Mir nodded affirmatively and said that it was true, but that he was no ordinary magician. Eugene from the Lionheart family, heir to the Great Vermouth. As far as Mir knew, after Lady Senya moved to Aros, she had not kept in touch with the Lionheart family and had never met Mr. Vermouth. But Eugene knew very well that, according to the records of the Lionheart family, after returning from Helmud, Vermouth had completely cut off all communication with his former comrades in arms. Senya, Anis, Moron, they would all meet again only at Vermouth's funeral. Of course, Eugene remembered that Vermouth had never been particularly sociable, but the fact that he had stopped communicating with the others after returning from Helmud and founding his own house was strange, to say the least. Looking away, Eugene decided to ask Mare if Mrs. Senya had told her about her comrades. Mir thought for a moment and replied that Senya called Mr. Moron a moron and considered Miss Anis not a girl, but a snake. Then Eugene asked about Gamiel. Mir immediately began to list all the possible insults. Eugene smiled and remembered Mir's words about refinement and dignity. But Mir objected that even refined people full of dignity can swear. But when the lady remembered her friends, she almost cried every time. She felt especially bad when Senya talked about Gamiel. After these words, Eugene was confused. Suddenly, he became curious if Senya had said anything about Mr. Vermouth. Becoming gloomy, Mare replied that she had said nothing, neither compliments nor insults nor any other assessments. Eugene's attention was drawn to a portrait hanging on the wall nearby. It was the same as the one in the mansion. Pointing to the portrait, Mir said that the smile was fake because the lady never smiled like that. Mir remembered that when her personality was still forming, she and the lady often talked. She had asked her about it personally. With her mouth wide open in surprise, Mir noticed that the lady always looked very sad. So why did she decide to have a portrait painted of herself smiling? To which Senya replied that this portrait would remain in history, so wouldn't it be better for her to smile in it rather than look sad? Unfortunately, Mare could not leave Acreon, so she did not see it herself, but she was told that there was also such a portrait hanging in Senya's estate. Mir remembered that the artist had decided to add a smile to the painting himself, which was probably why the lady didn't like the portrait. Eugene noticed the change in Mare's behavior and reached out to comfort her, but Mir pushed him away, asking him not to cross the line. With her hands on her hips, Mare was indignant. Although she was smaller than Eugene, she was over 200 years old, so she would not tolerate being treated like a child. In the wise Senia's hall, there was not only witchcraft, but also magical artifacts that she had used before. Suddenly, Mir noticed Eugene's staff. It was her mistress's favorite possession, which she had used throughout her life. Eugene's eyes widened in surprise, for he recognized it as Akasha. Noticing the surprise on his face, Mir smiled, showing Eugene that the staff was familiar to her. The Akasha staff was made from fairy wood that grew exclusively in the great forest of Samara, the homeland of the elves, and not from ordinary wood, but from wood that was thousands of years old. It was the most powerful staff in the world. The elves believe that the souls of their ancestors are contained in that world tree, protecting the world. Mir hoped that Eugene understood what she was talking about. It turned out that the proud elves had decided to cut off part of the roots of their world tree to make a staff for their mistress. Then Eugene remembered that although Senya herself was neither an elf nor a half-elf, she did have close ties with them. Senya did not know who her parents were. As a newborn baby, she had been abandoned in the giant jungle in the very south of the continent, in the great forest of Samara. An elf passing by heard the baby's cry and took her with her. That is how Senya ended up in the sacred lands of the elves, lost in the heart of the jungle. The elves who lived there were not very happy about her arrival, but when they realized how gifted the girl was, they accepted Senya and taught her elven magic. Lady Senya became the first owner of a staff made from the root of the world tree. Mir also drew Eugene's attention to the red stone at the end of the staff. Eugene interrupted her, as he knew the name of the stone, the heart of the dragon. Mur happily confirmed this and also said that among the staffs that currently exist, only two have it, the Akasha and Bloody Mary. Currently, Bloody Mary is owned by Count Helmut Edmund Condres, one of the three magicians who signed a contract with the King of Imprisonment. 300 years ago, Bloody Mary was owned by a lich named Burial, who also served the King of Imprisonment. He was the one who defeated Eugene when he was Gamal. The King of Imprisonment's fortress proved to be much more dangerous than the other demonic fortresses the heroes had dealt with before. Every demon and every monster in this fortress posed an incredible danger, but the strongest among them, three who were also called the Sword, Shield, and Staff of the King of Imprisonment. When the heroes fought the shield, Eugene was seriously wounded and nearly killed, and after the battle with the staff, he was left with a huge hole in his chest. Unexpectedly, Eugene asked to hold the staff. Smiling, Mare agreed, but warned that the staff could not be used to create magic, as Akasha only recognized Lady Senya as its owner. After Senya's disappearance, many wizards tried to subdue Akasha, but they failed. Reaching out his hand, Eugene touched Akasha, and his body was engulfed in white flames. But the staff refused to accept Eugene's mana. Eugene thought that since he had seen Senya's phantom, Akasha might recognize him. He hoped that if Senya had intended to leave him something, it would be Akasha rather than the pendant. Sighing heavily, Eugene let go of the staff. Noticing the change in his expression, Mir assumed that he was a big fan of Lady Sina. But Eugene didn't consider himself one. But Mur was sure that Eugene was lying because his eyes lit up every time she mentioned her mistress, and the sight of her staff had completely captivated Eugene. With a detached look, Eugene replied that he just liked all kinds of ancient stories. Mare's face lit up with joy because she knew which book would suit Eugene, and Mara cheerfully walked over to the bookcase. Deftly climbing up the small steps, she took a book from the top shelf. She came down and handed the book to Eugene. He was struck like a thunderbolt when he read the title, The Heroic Adventures of Vermouth. But Mira, not noticing this, began to tell him that Mrs. Senya and her companions did not like to talk about their adventures in Helmut, so the book was the first to tell the world about the exploits of the great Vermouth. Mara was very surprised when Eugene gritted his teeth and called the book rubbish, and she asked him directly why. Looking at Mare with an angry gaze, Eugene explained that it was because he loved and respected Mr. Gamiel more than anything else, and in this book, he was portrayed as a complete idiot. But Mare objected that she had the first edition in her hands. It was different from the widely distributed reprints. The book was first printed in Arosa 300 years ago, and the author remained unknown. Then Eugene thought that the first edition must have different content. He reached out his hand and asked Meru to pass him the book. Opening the book at random, Eugene began to read. Hamel was an idiot. This fool, upon first meeting Vermouth, had arrogantly challenged him to a fight, but lost disgracefully, unable to even touch his opponent, and collapsed to the ground in tears. Smiling nervously, Eugene thought that he had indeed collapsed on the ground, but he had at least managed to hurt Vermouth, as a drop of his blood had definitely been spilled, and then he wondered if Annis had written this nonsense. Mare's eyes sparkled with joy. If Eugene liked Tugay Gamel so much, then she had something for him. Mir cheerfully strode forward, and Eugene, surprised by her decision, slammed the book shut and followed her. They entered a large hall where the phantoms of all Vermouth's companions, including Gamel, stood on pedestals. Eugene was stunned. Meanwhile, Mare began to explain that Mrs. Senya had extracted them from her memories. Before Eugene stood Mrs. Senya's companions as she remembered them. During Gamiel's lifetime, no portrait of him had ever been painted, so his true appearance could only be seen here in Senya's hall. After looking at the phantoms again, Eugene remarked that he was handsome. Mir smiled happily and nodded in agreement, saying that Mr. Vermouth was indeed an incredible handsome man. Eugene looked away and muttered that he was referring to Mr. Gamiel. Mir's face contorted in horror. She wasn't sure if Eugene was okay. A blush appeared on Eugene's cheeks when he mentioned Gamiel, noting that he had a peculiar charm, like an untamed beast. Noticing the complete incomprehension on Mir's face, Eugene looked away and decided not to continue the conversation. Sitting down at the table, Eugene began to study the book. He already knew that the 12th to 14th floors were dedicated to Lady Sina. He understood everything about the 12th floor, but he was interested in the other floors. Thoughtfully, Mir replied that the 13th floor contained the lady's records of the process of creating Acreon and her research papers, but Eugene still wouldn't understand anything no matter how much he read them. On the 14th floor, there were magical treatises containing the results of the lady's research, but these were accompanied by explanations. Eugene guessed that all the treatises couldn't compare to sorcery. Mir smiled and nodded, suggesting that Eugene read them himself rather than trying to explain them to him. Mir then proceeded to explain that witchcraft is a method of controlling mana optimized for the magic circle. It allows one to increase the power of one's own magic, make techniques more effective, and dispense with the need to cast spells. Getting into the spirit of things, Mir continued to explain that witchcraft contained a much more perfect way of using the magic circle, allowing one to create maximum magic with minimal mana expenditure. Unexpectedly, Eugene apologized to Mir, as he did not understand anything at that moment. Mir raised her head proudly, pleased with herself, because witchcraft would not be called the greatest treatise in history if Eugene had been able to understand everything after hearing it just once. Then Eugene asked wearily how to read sorcery. Mir replied that he should close his eyes and stretch out his hands, after which sorcery would draw his mana to him. Approaching sorcery, Eugene held out his hand and wondered if he just needed to use his mana, or if it would be better to create a circle like when using magic. Before Eugene could finish his thought, everything around him suddenly went dark, and he found himself in a void. He felt as if he were asleep, but it was not a dream. Eugene couldn't control his movements like in a lucid dream, and he didn't see any horrors like in sleep paralysis. There was only a feeling of complete helplessness. He had the impression that he was completely naked, sinking into the sea, but it was a simple sea. It was a sea of mana that covered him in waves. The waves suddenly threw Eugene up, and a huge funnel began to form beneath him, and Eugene flew straight into it. Eugene woke up lying on the floor in Acreon. Jumping up, he asked Mir if he had done anything strange. Mir smiled and replied that Eugene shouldn't worry, because many wizards wet their pants when reading sorcery, and he had only foamed at the mouth and passed out for 2 hours. But then Mir added that Melkis El-Hayr, the head of the White Tower, and Herodus Uzlan, the head of the Blue Tower, had completely wet themselves. Then Eugene remembered Melkis's words. He had thought she was speaking figuratively. Unexpectedly, Mir decided to ask Eugene, who was sitting on the floor, what he thought of the treatise. Embarrassed, Eugene lowered his gaze to the floor. He still didn't understand anything, although he could glean something from it, but he had no idea how to apply it. Finally getting to his feet, Eugene said that the movement of circles constantly appearing and disappearing within one large circle looked mesmerizing, but he thought there couldn't be more than 9 circles. Mir explained that at the time this magic control system was created, the mistress had 9 circles, but she continued to study the theory and practice of magical science. This is how she managed to exceed the established limits. The eternal whole, the end point of the circle system, could only be reached by Lady Senya herself. After the creation of sorcery, a considerable number of wizards tried to achieve the same result, but none of them managed to overcome the barrier of 9 circles. To use all of one's mana without the slightest residue, to control everything inside the giant circle, to split it and make it spin. This is what can be called perfect mastery of the circle. Smiling, Mir said that after the lady created the eternal whole, she became invulnerable, so she assumed that Senya could easily defeat the Demon King alone. Eugene thought that after returning from Helmud, Senya had not wasted any time and had become much stronger. Anis Moron and Vermouth must have kept up with Senya, but why didn't they challenge the Demon Kings again? Finally, when Eugene got off the elevator, he noticed that Melkis and Rebarian were waiting for him. Rebarian immediately asked him what he thought of Acreon's treatises. Hesitating, Eugene replied that with his level of magical theory, it would take him at least several years to understand even one of them. Then Melkis spoke up. She was not surprised, as the books stored here represented the essence of Aros's magical science over the last few centuries. No matter how outstanding Eugene's abilities were, without a good mentor, it would be difficult for him. Therefore, Melkis offered to explain the contents of the 10 treatises to Eugene if he would lend her Vinid for a short time. Eugene thought about it, because it wasn't necessary to exchange Vinid for the treatises. With a sly smile, he added that perhaps Melkis would offer something else, such as an item. Melkis smiled happily in response, because she knew that Eugene would agree. At first, she decided to offer him a staff, assuming that Eugene did not have one, especially since a staff would help him regulate his mana flow and make it easier to cast spells. After these words, Eugene thought for a moment, but Riberian smiled happily and offered one of his staffs, since he had plenty of them. Melkus was indignant that Riberian was interfering in their conversation, but he glared at her and immediately asked if Melkus wasn't being too greedy for someone who had signed a contract with 2 spirit kings. This made Melkus even angrier. Did Riberian still not know her at all? They had been communicating for decades, and she was not interested in the politics of Aros. But Riberian still had his doubts. After all, Melkus was saying this now, but once she gained excessive power, she might not be able to control herself. Melkus understood why Riberian was warning her, so she swore by Mana that even if she signed a contract with the king of the wind spirits, she would not do anything like that. Smiling, Riberian was satisfied. Since Melkus had sworn by Mana, he would have to believe her. He would have suggested it himself, but he felt awkward. Eugene thought about it and said that he probably didn't want to own the staff, but Melkus was indignant, saying that she wasn't going to give it away forever, only lend it. But Eugene immediately interrupted her, saying he wasn't interested in getting one of Melkus's artifacts for a few days in exchange for Vinid, which he would lend her for the same amount of time. Boiling with indignation, Melkus suggested that for every day she used Vinid, Eugene would get a year. Eugene thought about it. If he lent Melkus the sword for a week, he would get the artifact for 7 years. But he decided to ask Melkus if she really wanted to make such a contract. Of course, Melkus agreed. Eugene may not have known, but for summoning mages, the sword of the wind spirit was a dream come true, because the great Vermouth himself had once made a contract with it. Coughing, Riberian said that if Eugene wasn't interested in the staff, there was something really valuable among Melkus's artifacts. At that moment, Melkus was desperately trying to silence him. With a malicious grin, Eugene asked Riberian to continue, but Riberian had no intention of stopping. He said that the item in question was a shadow cloak. At this, Melkus finally exploded with rage. Riberian sincerely did not understand why Melkus was so angry, because he knew that she had not used it for the last 10 years. Therefore, Riberian suggested that Melkus, instead of using the cloak as a decorative item, give it to someone who could really use it and get what she needed in return. Eugene became curious about what they were talking about, to which Melkus replied, embarrassed, that it was just a warm winter cloak lined with fur. Then Riberian decided to explain in more detail that this cloak worked in the same way as the Geeden shield from the Lionheart treasure trove. Energy from a direct attack was absorbed and then redirected at the owner's will. Melkus tried to object that the cloak was not that powerful, and that in order to strike back, one had to accurately calculate the coordinates of the target and use one's own mana. But Riberian ignored her remark and continued that the outer side of the cloak was enchanted with high-level defensive magic, so it was capable of easily blocking magical attacks up to the 5th circle. The cloak also has a magical subspace where you can put and take out the necessary weapons as needed. Smiling contentedly, Eugene decided to take the cloak instead of the staff, but he couldn't exchange it right away because he had to ask the head of the family for permission first. Melkus looked away, offended, but she hadn't agreed to anything yet. Putting on a sad expression, Eugene sighed heavily. If Melkus didn't like the conditions, there was nothing he could do. Then he suggested that Riberian have dinner, as he was hungry from sitting in the library. Riberian smiled and replied that he knew a wonderful restaurant in the merchant quarter with excellent cuisine and an even better view of the city at night. Torn by contradictions, Melkus finally agreed to lend Eugene the shadow cloak if he really wanted it. Surprised by this turn of events, Eugene asked Melkus not to rush because, as he said, he had to ask permission first. Mr. Gled had no objection to handing over Vinid, but demanded that Melkus be assigned observers from the Lionheart family. When the formalities were completed, Riberian, Melkus, and Eugene left the library and stopped on the steps. Noticing Melkus, Eugene asked if this was the shadow robe. Standing in an epic pose and smiling slyly, Melkus asked if it was impressive. Eugene hoped to provoke her by saying that the robe would look a little better on him. As he had expected, Melkus fell for the provocation, but Eugene smiled and asked her not to be angry, because they had made a deal and should treat each other with kindness. With a haughty look, Melkus decided to ask Eugene who would be watching over her, surely not Mr. Gled himself. Eugene replied that Mr. Glade's younger brother, Jayon, would be coming, along with several defenders of their home, because the Lionhearts were lending their artifact for the first time, and Yod also needed to be watched over. At the mention of the word guards, Melkus wondered if they were referring to the Lionheart chain dogs. Eugene thought to himself that their official name was the Black Lions of the Lionheart family, defenders of family traditions, but in reality they were little different from chain dogs. A year ago, Jian became one of them, which is not so unusual. Any capable and devoted family member can apply to join the Black Lions. The White Lions remain loyal only to the main family, while the Black Lions serve the entire Lionheart family, and behind the Black Lions stands the Council of Elders. It consists of the descendants of Vermouth, both from the main line and the side lines, who have left their mark on history. Even the current head of the family is forced to obey them. It occurred to Eugene that in the 4 years he had spent with the main family, he had never once seen a Black Lion. Eugene had heard that the Black Lions recruited only the most capable and loyal of the Lionhearts into their ranks. He wondered how powerful the Council of Elders behind them was. A carriage flew up to the entrance, and Melkus immediately noticed that the Lionhearts knew how to flaunt their wealth. This surprised Eugene greatly, because hadn't Melkus said that she respected the Great Vermouth? Melkus was indignant. Just because she respected the Great Vermouth did not mean that she loved the entire Lionheart family, and she did not like how the main family suppressed the side branches, or the Black Lions and the Council of Elders. But then Reberian intervened, saying that Melkus would have to forget her grievances for now if she really wanted to get Vinid, and that it would be best not to do anything that might upset the Lionheart family. Meanwhile, the carriage finally landed. Melkus gave Reberian a cold look and replied that they had a fair deal. The carriage doors opened and Ciel stepped out. Eugene's mouth fell open in surprise at the sight of her. Coming to his senses, he asked what she was doing there. A blush appeared on Ciel's cheeks when she replied that she had decided to choose a gift for her mother, whose birthday was coming up, and that she was curious to see how Eugene was doing here. Jian appeared behind her, smiling happily, and greeted Eugene. A gray-haired man with a short beard also got out of the carriage. Placing his hand on Cian's shoulder, he said that they didn't have much time, so it would be better to get straight to the point. But Eugene didn't recognize him, though he noted that the man was very strong, judging by his muscles and movements, and that his weapon was not a sword, but a spear. The next to emerge from the carriage was a white-haired man. Eugene immediately sensed that he was a mage, but since they had been sent here to oversee the deal with Vinid, it was not surprising that a mage had been included in the group. The last to emerge was a fair-haired woman with golden eyes and a face devoid of emotion. Eugene looked her over and thought that her weapon was neither a sword nor a spear. Her hands were hardened by long training, so maybe she specialized in hand-to-hand combat. Judging by her outfit, she seemed to be the leader of the group. Suddenly, she cast a cold glance at Eugene, who immediately bowed respectfully. The fair-haired woman introduced herself as Carmen Lionheart. She was Mr. Glade's aunt. Eugene wondered why Carmen looked so young, since Reberian and Melkus also looked young, so her appearance should not have surprised him. But what had brought someone like her to Aros? With a good-natured smile, Reberian suggested they go inside, as it was quite windy outside. Carmen Lionheart was the younger sister of the former head of the Lionheart family. She did not marry, and after living with the main family for some time, joined the Black Lions. She is now the commander of the 3rd Squadron of Knights. The deputy head of the 3rd Squad, Nation Lionheart, comes from a side branch of the family. Philago Lionheart is a mage who was also a member of the 3rd Squad. He comes from a rare branch of the mage family, which is why he was chosen to act as a mediator in the deal with Melkus. Smiling, Philago began to explain that according to the terms of the deal, for each day that Vinida, owned by the Lionheart family, was used, the right to use the shadow cloak belonging to the head of the White Tower would be transferred for 1 year. Since there were no objections, Philago used a spell to prepare a contract, which Melkus began to study with interest. After reading the contract, Melkus was confused by one clause, which stated that in the event of Vinid's destruction, a price equivalent to its value would be paid. Therefore, she decided to ask what would happen if she broke Vinid. Carmen, who was sitting on one of the windowsills, replied that she would have to pay with her life, because Vinid was a priceless treasure whose value could not be expressed in money. Pulling a cigar out of her pocket, Carmen added that if Melkus really wanted to borrow Vinid, she had to be prepared to risk her life. Melkus tried to object, saying that her life was also priceless. Lighting her cigar, Carmen replied that she might be priceless to Aros, but not to the Lionhearts. Seeing the tension rising, Philago suggested that they stop discussing taking other people's lives. As a colleague in the magical profession, Philago respected the head of the White Tower. Therefore, he did not think that Melkus was really capable of such absurdity as destroying the sword of the wind spirits. Therefore, with a smile on his face but a cold look in his eyes, Philago said that they certainly hoped that nothing like that would happen, but if Vinid was indeed destroyed, then they would return to discussing the matter. Then Melkus was indignant that the right to decide how to pay would still remain with the Lionhearts. Throwing a contemptuous glance at Melkus, Carmen replied that if she wasn't happy with something, she could forget about Vinid, as they didn't need him at all, since she had come here solely at the request of Mr. Glade. Melkus just waved her hand, assuming that it wasn't all about her, since the Black Lions had other goals. Carmen nodded in agreement and took out her pocket watch, saying that in an hour she had a meeting with Balzac Rudbase from the Black Tower to discuss the situation with Yod, and then she had to go to the prison to interrogate the Black Magicians. Roberian's face darkened, because Mr. Gled had said that Yod would be dealt with according to the laws of Aros, but it seemed that Carmen wanted to do something completely different. Without taking her eyes off her pocket watch, Carmen replied that even if Mr. Gled had promised to follow the laws of Aros, the Council of Elders would act on its own, because this incident had left a dirty stain on the family's reputation. Eugene, who had also studied the agreement, wondered why she needed a pocket watch. It was the first time he had seen someone actually carry such a heavy and inconvenient item in their breast pocket. As if reading Eugene's thoughts, Melkus remarked that if Carmen had a pocket watch, why did she need a wristwatch, and how long would she continue to chew on an unlit cigar? But Carmen ignored Melkus's question, and said that she had already received permission from the royal family and the Council of Aros, so instead of dealing with it publicly, it would be better to let them interrogate the criminals themselves. Then Eugene thought that the council had been paid such a large sum that they could not refuse the right to interrogate those magicians. Looking out the window, Carmen decided to ask what was going on with the deal, since they didn't have much time left. Melkus thought to herself that it would take 3 hours to conclude a contract with the King of the Wind Spirits, which meant that she would receive the mantle in a couple of months at worst. After weighing all the pros and cons, Melkus grabbed the magic pen and signed the contract. After the formalities were settled, Melkus finally received the long-awaited Vinid, and Eugene tried on the shadow mantle. Unexpectedly, Carmen, who had been watching from the sidelines, said that the cloak looked beautiful. She especially liked the thick fur on the collar, as it reminded her of their family symbol, a lion's mane. In Carmen's opinion, it would be better if the fur were white, like the tongues of white flames, or ash gray, but black would be much more suitable for one of the black lions. Unexpectedly, Ciel nudged Eugene in the side, hinting that Carmen wanted to try on the cloak, so it would be better to take it off and give it to her. Looking at Ciel in surprise, Eugene replied that Carmen hadn't said anything, but Ciel immediately objected that there were many ways to show that you wanted something. At that moment, Naishan took the cloak and wanted to put it on Carmen's shoulders. Realizing that it was better to do as Ciel said, Eugene instantly took off the cloak and handed it to Carmen. Carmen tried on the cloak and was pleased with it. Returning the cloak to Eugene, she remarked that if a lion emblem were added to the chest and Lionheart were written on the back, it would look much better. But Melkus, who was nearby, was indignant because she had only lent the cloak and not given it away forever, so she advised them not to do anything like that with it. Since the Black Lions didn't have much time, Carmen gave the order to move out, and the entire procession headed for the exit, followed by Jion. Turning around, Jion did not see Ciel near him. She remained where she was, saying that she would go with Eugene. As they walked down Arosa Street, Eugene suddenly asked Ciel to tell Cian to remove the magazines with bunny girls from under his bed when she returned. A chill ran down Ciel's spine with disgust, and she said she would tell her mother everything. But Eugene thought that was too much, and asked her to just hint to Cian that rabbit ears were totally lame. Suddenly, Ciel turned around and asked Eugene what kind of ears he liked. Seeing the surprise on his face, Ciel tried to explain that if he said rabbit ears were lame, then what kind of ears were cool? Eugene actually liked simple ears, so he suggested they stop talking nonsense because they had come here to choose a gift. But Eugene still didn't understand why they needed Ciel, since he had no idea what her mother liked. Ciel, on the other hand, knew exactly what she wanted, so she waved Eugene to follow her. Then Eugene got upset that if he was just going to follow Ciel, he might as well not go at all. Ciel turned around menacingly and called Eugene an idiot because it was her first time in another country and he wanted her to wander around alone, to which Eugene calmly replied that Ciel wasn't defective or anything and could handle herself just fine. But Ciel didn't care what Eugene said because he was going with her anyway. Eugene smiled nervously, realizing that he would have to go or Ciel would sulk later. Suddenly, Ciel became curious about how Eugene had celebrated his recent birthday. He replied that he had simply read in the library of the Red Tower, of course, and that Roberian and Lady Hera had wanted to give him a gift, but Eugene had asked them not to. Ciel looked at him suspiciously and asked who Ms. Hera was. Eugene replied irritably that she was a mage from the Red Tower and that he wouldn't call a girl Miss. Eugene then decided to ask Ciel what she wanted from Carmen, since she had come to Aros not for a gift. Then Eugene decided to ask what Ciel wanted from Carmen, since she had come to Aros not for a gift. A little embarrassed by Eugene's insight, Ciel replied that she had asked Carmen to be her mentor, because after all, the family would be headed by Cian, even though Ciel herself had no desire to be the head of the family. She thought her mother would prefer to marry her off, but Ciel didn't want a marriage of convenience, nor did she plan to spend her whole life in the main family. Then Eugene decided that this was why Ciel wanted to become a black lion. Ciel understood that she would not be able to join right away, but it would be good if Lady Carmen became her mentor. Eugene praised Ciel for not wanting to sit around in the main family and for setting her own goals, then asked how Cian was doing. Sighing heavily, Ciel said that Cian often thought about Eugene, and right before he left, he had asked her to find out how many white flame stars he had now. Suddenly, Eugene decided to ask about Yoda, as he only knew that Yoda had left with his mother. According to rumors, Ciel knew that Tionis was looking for a magician who could tutor Yoda at home. Of course, Ciel thought this was ridiculous, because even after everything that had happened, Yoda was still trying to master magic, although he would never become the head of the family, so Ciel didn't care. Tired of talking about sad things, Ciel suggested they go get something to eat, as she was already hungry, so she asked Eugene if he knew of any good places and held his hand tighter. Of course, Eugene knew many places around here, but none of them could compare to home cooking. Pressing herself closer to Eugene, Ciel blushed. She didn't care, because in restaurants, it's not just the taste of the food that matters, but also the atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the underground prison of Arosa Nation, after finishing his interrogation, the mage wiped the blood from his hands with a rag. The unfortunate black mage rested after the interrogation. Then Carmen, who was leaning against the wall nearby and continuing to chew on a cigar, noticed that it seemed the mage really knew nothing, because even after such torture, he still hadn't spoken. But Carmen couldn't understand how such pathetic mages could have established contact with the heir to the Lionheart family and acted as intermediaries in the conclusion of the Black Contract. Then Balzac intervened in the conversation, suggesting that these magicians were simply desperate because Gebed had been a magician for several decades and had no significant achievements to boast of. Therefore, when Gebed's life ended from old age, his soul would simply become the property of demons and lose the right to reincarnation, which is why he was willing to go to any lengths. Most likely, Gebed believed that even if the deal ended unsuccessfully, the power he would gain from selling the Lionheart heir to the demons would be enough to get rid of any trouble. Carmen had also heard that Dark Javella, the queen of the Night Witches, was not involved in this matter. Turning her gaze to Balzac, she asked him directly if he was involved. Smiling nervously, Balzac couldn't quite understand why Carmen was shifting the blame onto him, since he had not only willingly cooperated with the Lionhearts on this matter, but had also shown sufficient remorse and respect. But Carmen didn't really believe that some shady black magician had pulled this off, but she did think Balzac was capable of it. Of course, Balzac understood Carmen's train of thought, but what would he gain from it? After all, if he had really been behind the plan, Balzac would have cut off all loose ends and made sure that nothing could be traced back to him. And although Balzac had many enemies, he was indescribably glad that the King of Imprisonment believed in him and loved him, which could not fail to irritate a considerable number of people in Helmuth. In Balzac's personal opinion, it was one of his enemies who had secretly orchestrated everything to put him in a difficult position. Carmen then objected that he had no proof. Balzac adjusted his glasses and replied that there was no proof that he was involved in the matter. Balzac was tired of repeating that he had nothing to do with it. Balzac's face took on a sinister expression, and he added that this situation put not only him, but also the Lionheart family in an awkward position. Carmen gave him a cold look. Of course, Balzac could say whatever came into his head, but then he had to be prepared to take responsibility for his words. As a loyal servant of the king in exile, Balzac loved the Lionheart family dearly, which is why he apologized to them, cooperated actively, and behaved with the utmost respect. But he was only human. Balzac Rugby's, head of the Black Tower, and servant of His Majesty the King of Imprisonment, could understand why the Lionheart family did not respect him, but he would not put up with insults forever. Balzac tensed up, and his body began to emit purple flames. Jian was the first to react, instantly stepping in front of Balzac and placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, preparing to attack. But Balzac paid no attention to him, for he had not come here to cause trouble, and if the Lionhearts wanted him to deal with this matter, he would do so in such a way that there would be no further problems. Carmen glanced contemptuously at Balzac and warned him that he could do so, but only if his head remained on his shoulders. Carmen exhaled heavily. The situation was clearly not easy, because it was quite possible that someone from the sidelines wanted to strike a blow to the reputation of the main family, but this was only a guess that could not be confirmed. Now Balzac understood why he had come under suspicion. Remembering his own words, he smiled wryly at his unfortunate choice of expression. But as Balzac had already told the Lionheart several times, it wasn't him, because he simply had no reason to do it. Of course, Carmen believed him, so she approached Balzac and decided to ask him how the incubus who was going to sign a contract with Yod was doing, to which Balzac replied that it was not a pleasant sight. But Carmen had seen many unpleasant things in her life, and one of them was now standing right before her eyes. Balzac merely smiled, raised his hand, and was enveloped in purple flames. The incubus's severed head fell out of the portal that opened above him. Holding out Ulfer's horned head, Balzac said that His Majesty had taken the incubus's soul for himself, and that if the Lionhearts wanted it, he could ask for it back. Then Balzac released the head from his hands, and Carmen smashed it against the wall with a precise kick. Ending the conversation, Carmen headed for the exit, ordering the other black-clad figures to leave. Throwing a cold glance at Balzac, Carmen warned him not to try to contact Eugene Lionheart. But Balzac, wiping the blood from his cheek, interrupted her, saying that only His Majesty the King of Imprisonment could control his actions and desires, and Carmen had no right to command him. Heading for the prison exit, Carmen decided to ask Jian what he thought had really happened. Carmen personally suspected Amelia Moen, who wanted to gain control of the Black Tower. The King of Imprisonment did not interfere with the magicians who had signed a contract with him, let alone their personal disputes. But Jian immediately objected that if this was Amelia's doing, then Nahama must be behind it. According to Carmen, the Nahamites were behaving suspiciously, and it was quite possible that they would declare war on Kiel in the next few years. Carmen also believed that the first strike would be against Turris, as they had a long history of conflict. But if Nahama attacked, Kiel would have to start preparing for war, and in that case, the Lionheart family would be called upon. Continuing to follow Carmen, Jian came to the conclusion that Amelia could have launched a preemptive strike against them. Unexpectedly, Carmen decided to ask what would have happened if she had not ignored Balzac's attack. According to Jian, if they had engaged Balzac in battle, only Carmen would have survived. He knew perfectly well that he would be of no use in a fight against a wizard, but Carmen was also unsure of her abilities, which is why she did not react. Without turning around, Carmen announced that Yod would be placed under surveillance. The Black Lions had already left for Teonis's house, but they would not kill him, as Yod was the son of the head of the family, even though he had no future. Yod would spend the rest of his life under surveillance, and there could be no question of him inheriting the position of head of the family. Carmen also heard that Teonis was looking for a magic teacher for his son. They could help her with that, because if there was more to this incident than met the eye, Yod could be contacted again. Jian still couldn't understand how Yod could have become involved in black magic, since he had loved magic so much as a child. The Black Lions, having settled their affairs, were about to leave Oros and head for the air carriage. Seal waved happily to Eugene in farewell. Suddenly, Carmen stopped and asked Eugene if he wanted to become a Black Lion. Noticing the surprise on Eugene's face, Carmen tried to explain that the second squad commander had a vacancy for an apprentice, and that if Eugene wanted, she would gladly recommend him. Eugene bowed politely, thanked her for the offer, but was forced to decline and wished her well. After giving Eugene an appraising look, Carmen proceeded to the carriage, which began to rapidly gain altitude a second later. As soon as they were alone, Eugene decided to ask Raberian if there had been any news from Mrs. Melkus. Raberian just smiled and replied that there was no news yet, but if Melkus managed to conclude the contract, she would be the first to come and tell him. Since there was no news from her, it meant that concluding the contract was not so easy. Meanwhile, at the top of the White Tower, Melkus, wearing only a light cloak, turned to the stormy sky and desperately tried to summon Temfest. But Melkus couldn't believe that Temfest was simply ignoring her call, because the message had definitely been transmitted to the spirit world. In order to accurately pick up Temfest's signal, Melkus did not even use magic to maintain her body temperature, which is why she stood at the top of the tower completely naked. Pointing her sword at the sky again, Melkus repeated her call to the Lord of Storms, His Majesty, the great king of the wind spirits, Melkus El Higher, wishing to make a contract with him. Suddenly, Melkus's attention was drawn to a portal that opened in the sky, through which a huge bird surrounded by yellow lightning appeared. It was the spirit king, Reben. Melkus opened her mouth in surprise. She hadn't summoned him, so what was he doing here? In fact, Reben had come to deliver a message from Temfest. He asked Melkus to remain silent because he did not want to sign a contract with her. But Melkus couldn't believe that Temfest had been listening to her all this time because no one else could make a contract with him except her, as she was the most powerful summoner in history. Finally losing her temper, she began waving Vinid around, trying to get Temfest's attention. All this time, Reben, who was circling in the sky, tried to calm Melkus down, but seeing that all his attempts were futile, he struck her with lightning. Then Reben tried to explain that Melkus could not satisfy Temfest's desire because he wanted to go north to the remaining unconquered lands of the demons, and flew away. When the treaty came to an end, Melkus appeared in Acreon, looking extremely exhausted. Seeing her, Eugene was surprised. He didn't know that a person could waste away so much in just 10 days. So Eugene decided to ask Melkus if she had managed to summon Temfest, but Melkus only looked at him with a terrifying gaze. But Eugene still doubted whether Melkus had really failed to conclude the contract, or whether Temfest had simply forced her to lie. At that moment, Melkus couldn't take it anymore and began to protest, asking why she would lie. Shaking off his shadow cloak, Eugene made Melkus an offer. If she returned the sword at the end of the day, it would be exactly 10 years, but if she gave it back right now, it would be 9. Finally realizing how long she was giving up the cloak for, Melkus handed it to Eugene with trembling hands and headed for the exit, heartbroken. The leader of the giants, Kamashvi, was gigantic to the point of absurdity. He was several hundred years old and was the strongest leader his people had ever known. Several hundred giants faced several thousand men, and there was nothing left to do but accept battle. However, the number of human troops was of little importance, for they had Vermouth. Knights approached Vermouth, believing that they knew how to fight, and began to list the silly names of their orders. But without the great Vermouth, even if all the knights attacked at once, they would barely be able to cut off a toe on Kamashvi's foot. Moreover, Vermouth preferred to fight alone. The great Vermouth could fight inhuman monsters, and in battle he relied on only one person besides himself, Tugagamela. Only a holy sword could defeat Kamashvi, who had received his power from the Demon King, but the holy sword recognized Vermouth as its sole owner, so only he could slay the giant. A stream of blood flowed from where Kamashvi's head had just been, but the other giants retreated, even though the death of their leader had dispelled the Demon King's blessing that had been blocking their magic. This meant that the magic of the beautiful Sena could now be used in earnest. Pulling himself away from the book, Eugene wondered if it was Senya herself who had written all this. These words left Myrrh in a state of shock. After regaining her composure, she became indignant. But Eugene merely smiled and pointed out that the book simply contained many compliments about Sena. It constantly described how beautiful, sweet, and pretty she was. Then Mir tried to argue that it was simply an insult to the lady. She must have been out of her mind to write such epithets in her book under her own name. Mir began to boil with anger, because no matter how she felt about Mr. Eugene, she would not tolerate such insults against the lady. Sighing heavily, Eugene closed the book, stood up, and headed toward witchcraft. He wanted to try again. Of course, Mir wasn't against it because trying wasn't a crime, but she thought it was too presumptuous of Eugene. Smiling, Eugene replied that satisfaction could only be gained by challenging something worthwhile. Mir hurried after him, not knowing what satisfaction he was talking about, but so far Eugene had only had failures. 10 days had passed since the Black Lions left Eros, and Eugene had spent most of that time in Acreon. Looking at the sorcery, Eugene realized that with his current level of ability, there was no way he could use the Eternal Hole. The Eternal Hole was simply a giant circle inside which smaller circles multiplied endlessly. Thanks to the rotation, destruction, and rebirth of these circles, mana increased many times over. But Eugene does not use magic circles. Instead, he rotates white flame stars to form a circle. In his previous life, Eugene used a primitive method of training mana that was popular among mercenaries. To this, he added experience and skill, and then Senya contributed her help. This is how the method of training mana that only Gamel possessed was formed. Activating the core triggered a chain reaction of the mana connected to it, which spread throughout the body at an accelerated rate due to an internal explosion. This alone was enough to allow Gamal to chop off Kamashvi's arms and legs and reach his current level. Now, Eugene at least didn't lose consciousness at the sight of the hole. Endless circles and the large circumference containing them. Now he could see the mana moving inside them. Eugene was sure he could create a hole with the white flame. 2 years passed, and Eugene turned 19. One clear day, while in Acreon, Eugene was sitting by the window making notes for his scientific work. Suddenly, Mare approached him. She was worried that Eugene might be hungry, as it was almost lunchtime. Without looking up from his notes, Eugene replied that he was a little hungry, but if he went to eat now, he would lose his concentration. Mir was concerned that Eugene was rushing too much since he had decided to write a scientific paper. It would be better to do it slowly and thoughtfully to avoid mistakes. But Eugene was already thoughtful and in no hurry, and besides, he always made corrections when they were needed. But so far, in his opinion, everything was correct. Then Mir tried to argue that ordinary wizards, for example, could spend decades writing down their knowledge of magic in a single work. Eugene replied that he hadn't studied magic for that long. Mir couldn't take it anymore and slammed her palms on the table, saying that instead of wasting time, it would be better to focus on magic for another 10 years because Eugene's decision to take on scientific work was simply arrogance. Finally looking up, Eugene just smiled in response because he thought Mare was ridiculous. Blushing, Mare was indignant, pointing out that she was 200 years older than Eugene. She had told Eugene not to cross the line and asked him not to call her that. But Eugene understood that Mare simply did not want him to leave. Looking away, embarrassed, Mare said nothing. In the 2 years that Eugene had been visiting Acreon, he had never seen anyone come here more often than Mare. She replied that this was natural, as the other magicians had already read sorcery long ago. When magicians first encounter the treatise, it amazes them. They decide that they want to understand and study it. But over time, they realize their limits and use sorcery only as reference material, deciding to improve their magic through their own research. But Eugene came to Seni's hall every day for 2 years, trying to understand sorcery. With a sad look on her face, Mare asked Eugene if he really wanted to leave Oros when he finished working on his text. Without looking up, Eugene replied that he had nothing else to do there. Then Mare suggested that when the head of the Red Tower retired, if Eugene wanted, Riberian would appoint him as his successor without hesitation. But Eugene did not want to become the head of one of the towers. Mare decided that the position of court magician might be suitable, since their head, Tremfil Visador, would also gladly accept Eugene. Eugene replied that he was tired of Tremfil constantly pretending to be a good guy. Prince Honain was also well disposed toward him, so Mur thought that by working for him, Eugene could live comfortably in Aros for at least several decades. Of course, Eugene was grateful to the prince for his favor, but it was not to his liking. Then Mir tried to argue that Eugene would never be able to become the head of the family anyway, so why bother returning? Eugene replied that you didn't need a special reason to want to go home. Embarrassed, Mir said that even by her standards, Eugene's achievements were amazing, because he had only started his work 6 months ago, but he already described vague magical theories so clearly and precisely, and in the process, was significantly improving his magic. But Eugene wrote his work solely for his own satisfaction, because no one else would be able to use it anyway, so he decided to organize everything and write it down. but he had no intention of publishing it or presenting it. Then, Eugene remembered Rabarian's words that regardless of a wizard's level of ability and understanding of magic, it was simply physically impossible. After all, Eugene did not use the magic circle technique, replacing it with white flame stars. But even the members of the main family who possessed stars could not repeat the technique. Even Rabarian himself tried to do what Eugene described in his work, but got stuck at the very beginning. This was because he never had a core and never learned the white flame technique, so he only wasted his mana. Having reached 4 stars, Eugene added an eternal hole to the white flame that replaced the circle for him. With 4 stars, Eugene creates a circle inside which he launches a chain explosion of mana, as he did in his previous life when he was Gamal. At the same time, the fiery circle securely envelops the mana so that it does not spread outward. This is the technique of the rotating flame. Initially, Eugene had planned to try using it upon reaching 5 stars of white flame, but his encounter with sorcery forced him to change his plans. He also spent a lot of time in the Space Hall on the 6th floor of the library and in the Heat Hall on the 8th floor. The former contained the treatises needed to learn how to properly handle the Shadow Cloak, while the latter contained information about fire magic. Rabarian took Eugene as his apprentice, and since he developed the rotating flame and began describing it, he began helping him work on the text. In addition, Rabarian helped him adapt existing circle spells for use with the new technique. Eugene spent half of his day in Acreon, and the rest of his time studying magic with Rabarian. The 2 years he spent in Aros were difficult, but productive. Of course, Eugene understood why Mur was still sulking, because she had told him not to leave, but he was going to leave anyway. But Mare tried to show with her whole demeanor that she wasn't sulking, because who was she to stop Eugene if he said he had to go? Let him go, for all she cared, although she had never wanted to leave anywhere in her life, because she couldn't leave Acreon. Smiling, Mare said that she wasn't sad at all, that they were parting ways after several years of friendship, because she was just a familiar, and people could behave however they wanted. Of course, Mur was 200 years older than Eugene, so she was used to parting, but before leaving, she asked him to say something, anything, not to leave like a lady without saying a word. Without saying a word, Eugene sighed heavily and stood up from the table, leaving Mur embarrassed. Mur's fists clenched in resentment, because she had said so much to Eugene, and he was still as unperturbed as ever. Stamping her foot in indignation, Mare said that Eugene was behaving very badly and that he was so young and had no respect for his elders. Lowering her head in shame, Mare still understood that if Eugene had really listened to her and decided not to leave Aros, she would have had extremely mixed feelings. Since Mare's personality was based on that of the young Lady Senya, her feelings and words could sometimes be too childish, which was why she said such things and was so stubborn like a child. Mare considered herself a fool for saying all that nonsense, and her behavior was simply offensive to her mistress, who would never have behaved that way. Eugene just smiled and replied that the real Lady Senya behaved exactly the same way as Mur. But Mur, indignant, asked Eugene to stop talking nonsense because the lady would never behave like that. Besides, how could Eugene know since he had never seen her? Did Eugene really think that? Remembering the lady from the book, since her image there was just a figment of someone's imagination? Suddenly, Eugene said that he had almost finished working on the text, and that if he didn't rush too much, he would probably be able to finish everything by the end of summer. Then Mare turned away, pouting, of course. Before leaving, Eugene planned to visit Mur because he needed to tell her something. Looking at Eugene in surprise, Mur decided to ask what kind of nasty thing it was this time. Turning around and heading for the exit, Eugene waved goodbye to Mare and said he would tell her later. Walking through the corridors of Acreon, Eugene unexpectedly ran into Tremfel, who waved happily when he saw him. Of course, Eugene was not thrilled, because now Tremfel Visador, the head of the court magicians of Eros, would start pestering him again and talk endlessly, and Tremfel began to hint again that the excellent position in their order was still vacant, so if Eugene changed his mind, but Eugene didn't let him finish, thanked him for the offer, but said his decision would remain unchanged. Then Tremfel decided to ask how his work was progressing, and if Eugene wanted, he could help check what had already been written. Of course, Tremfel knew that Rabarian, the head of the Red Tower, was already working on this, but his specialty was summoning magic, although Tremfel was a very capable combat mage, which was why he had been chosen as the head of the court wizards. Then Eugene sighed heavily. Of course, he agreed with Tremfel, but he didn't even know the subject of his work. Deep down, Tremfel was extremely upset because Eugene had only shown his work to Roberian and kept it hidden from the others. But putting on a smile, Tremfel assured Eugene that he was as knowledgeable about scientific guidance as the heads of the towers. Eugene thanked him for the offer, but he was satisfied with his current situation, and accepting the offer would have been extremely disrespectful to his current teacher. Laughing nervously, Tremfel certainly understood Eugene's train of thought, but only if they kept it to themselves. Not letting him finish, Eugene turned around, said goodbye, and continued down the corridor. Quickly walking away down the corridor, Eugene thought to himself that Tremfel didn't yet know that he had been able to form an eternal whole. Otherwise, he would have come crawling to Eugene's bedroom. Until the spinning flame activated its magic, it was indistinguishable from white flame. Even powerful mages like Tremfel couldn't tell the difference with the naked eye. A sly smile lit up Eugene's face. He was glad that he had been able to hide his achievements from high-level mages, as this gave him an advantage. Roberian watched appraisingly as Eugene created gusts of wind. Judging by the power of the spell, Eugene was significantly above the 5th circle. Eugene's limit was currently 4 circles, as higher-level magic simply did not work with the eternal whole. However, Eugene believed that he did not yet fully understand how it worked. However, Roberian thought that it was a matter of volume, because Eugene replaced the circles with cores, 4 circles and 4 white flames, which meant that the ratio was 1-to-1. Every time Eugene raised the level of the white flame, the rotating flame became stronger. But Roberian warned Eugene to be careful, because now his rotating flame had no flaws. This was the first magic technique of its kind, so with each increase in level, the danger of using it could also increase. Eugene finished Roberian's sentence, saying that he must not use high-level circle magic. Unlike ordinary techniques, Eugene's rotating flame allows him to use higher-level spells. Therefore, Eugene could easily use magic up to the 5th circle. Roberian asked him not to even try to use 6th circle spells, because they did not know what dangers could be lurking in the use of magic that was not intended for this purpose. Suddenly, Roberian remembered that Eugene had no intention of going home right away even after finishing his work on the text, so he decided to ask him where he was going. With a sly smile, Eugene thought about it, because since childhood he had wanted to try ice crab, a famous dish of the kingdom of Ruhar. First, Eugene planned to eat ice crab in Ruhar, and then go to Nahamu, because they cook cactus scorpion very well there. 200 years ago, Anis, revered as a saint in the sacred empire of Uras, went on a pilgrimage, the purpose of which she did not even reveal to the church patriarch. She was last seen in the center of the Naham Desert. Therefore, Roberian suggested that Eugene have lobster for lunch, not knowing that Eugene was so fond of foreign cuisine. When Eugene finally arrived at the restaurant, he couldn't even imagine that he would meet Crown Prince Honen Abram in such a place. But Honen apologized for interrupting the meal and decided to get straight to the point. He promised Eugene the position of head court magician if he stayed in Aros. Then Eugene began to be overcome by doubts as to whether this was not too fast, to which Honen replied that it would not be now, but in 10 years when he became king of Aros. Roberian was very surprised. He considered this a very dangerous statement, since His Majesty was still in good health. Honen merely wanted to say that his father had already promised him the throne, so his right to succession was unshakable, and even the common people had no doubt that Crown Prince Honen would become the next king. The court magicians were directly subordinate to the royal family. Of course, they had to follow the rules and respect the council, but in 10 years, Eugene would be strong enough that the council would not object to his appointment. Of course, Eugene thanked him for such high praise, but Honen does not know the true extent of his magical abilities. To which Honen replied with a sly smile that it was only because Eugene and Roberian were so eager to hide it. After all, there must be reasons for this, and since they weren't telling him, Honen would have to figure it out for himself. Looking at Eugene appraisingly, Honen noted that his body was full of mana, and judging by its volume, he had significantly surpassed the 5th circle. Smiling slyly, Honen decided to ask Eugene if he had figured out the eternal whole. Eugene did not want to answer that question. Honen took that as a positive answer, to which Eugene replied that he couldn't deceive His Majesty, but he didn't want to speak honestly with him either. But Eugene refused not because he disliked Aros, or because he was dissatisfied with the position of court magician. He was simply not interested in it. Of course, Honen was sure that with Eugene's level of ability, he would be welcomed with open arms anywhere, so it was not surprising that one offer of a position at court would not be enough to keep him in the city. Then Honen offered him an education. As Eugene himself knows, there were only 3 volumes on the sorcery of the wise Senya. The first is kept in Acreon, and the other 2 are in the royal palace treasury. A look of surprise appeared on Eugene's face after these words, because Mare had said that Senya had taken the 2 volumes with her. Jumping up in surprise, Roberian decided to ask when exactly the royal family had acquired the remaining volumes of witchcraft. Honen then revealed that the 2 volumes in their possession were only copies given to them as a gift by Lady Senya herself as a gesture of friendship. The location of the originals and of Lady Senya herself is unknown even to the royal family. But Eugene was not interested in that. The main thing was that Honen would show him the 2nd and 3rd volumes of witchcraft in their treasury. At that moment, this was impossible. Even though Honen was favored by his father in everything, witchcraft was still the most powerful magical treatise in history. Even he could not do whatever he wanted with it. But if Honen became the new king of Aros, he would do everything in his power to ensure that Eugene was shown the 2nd and 3rd volumes, although it would be difficult to include Roberian in this. Then Eugene wondered if they would give him time to think, because sorcery was truly a great treatise. Over the past 2 years, he had had plenty of opportunities to feel this, and that was even though he had only been able to read the 1st volume in Acreon. Besides, perhaps the other volumes contained some clues that would help him find Senya. Even if the members of the royal family had been unable to find them, Eugene was sure that he could do it. If Honen was unable to introduce Eugene to the 2nd and 3rd volumes now, he promised to visit Aros after his ascension to the throne. Of course, Honen understood that Eugene wanted to leave himself some room to maneuver, so he suggested sending him a letter when the coronation issue was completely resolved. Meanwhile, Mur, who was studying Eugene's notes with interest, thought that such a combination of nuclei and an eternal whole had inevitable drawbacks, but from a structural point of view, it was impossible to come up with anything better. Of course, Lady Senya was not quite up to the eternal whole, but Eugene's rotating flame was significantly superior in power to the technique of magic circles. As soon as Eugene approached her, Mur immediately closed her notes, saying that although the technique was not without flaws, it was more than suitable for Eugene. It may seem selfish of Eugene to hide his treatise, but he is the only one who can apply this technique, and for his level, it is truly outstanding. Then Mur put the book aside and asked Eugene if he had decided when he was going to leave, since he had already finished working on the notes. He replied that he would leave the day after tomorrow. But Mur, knowing Eugene's character, thought he would want to leave tomorrow. Eugene replied that he needed to rest well, and besides, a farewell dinner was being planned for him in the Red Tower. Suddenly smiling, Eugene decided to remind her that a few months ago, he had wanted to talk to Mir about something before leaving. Mur immediately perked up and jumped out of her chair. But first, he had to check something. Heading for the exit, he asked Mir if she had shared what she had heard with anyone else. Mir quickly replied that Eugene was afraid she would tell the other wizards about his work or their conversations. Eugene didn't turn around and asked if she had told anyone. Mir was indignant, of course not. He knows how the head of the Green Tower and everyone else picks on her when Eugene isn't around. They wouldn't be able to get anything out of Mir, even if they tried to break her with magic and force her to talk, because all information about the wizards who come to work in the Hall of Shadows is stored in the unreachable depths of magic. Continuing to follow Eugene, Mir also added that this function was necessary out of respect for the magicians who came to Acreon and was in the interests of their safety, so Eugene's personal information could not be disclosed. To which Eugene replied that if that was indeed the case, then what he was about to say would remain between them, and unexpectedly, he told Mir that he had been reborn. After these words, a look of surprise appeared on Mir's face, so she decided to ask Eugene to repeat what he had just said. Eugene then tried to explain that he remembered everything that had happened to him in his past life, but Mir was indignant, saying that if this was a joke, Eugene shouldn't expect a reaction from her because it wasn't funny at all. With a smile, Eugene replied that in his past life, his name was Gameldinos. He was Tugai Gamel. At first, Mir was in shock because it was difficult to believe, but if Eugene was telling the truth, it would explain some of his behavior. After all, it only took Eugene 2 years from the beginning of his studies of magic to understand the principle of the eternal whole. He managed to simulate it using his innate intuition and then adapt it to himself. Then Mer said that if he really was Tugay Gamal, then Eugene remembered his past life, in which he fought side by side with the great Vermouth. Gamal was an amazing man in many ways, and Lady Senya grew up in an elven forest where she learned magic. Brave Moron was the son of the chief of the Bayer tribe, famous throughout the northern lands for their warriors. Reliable Annis was a candidate for sainthood in the Holy Empire of Eurus. The Empire's cardinals put all their efforts into her upbringing. And then there was the great Vermouth, a slave who was to be used for a demonic sacrifice. But somehow he managed to steal a sword from one of the guards. And then Vermouth, who was holding a weapon for the first time in his life, managed to kill several dozen demon guards and black magicians. After that, he led the other slaves out of Helmut, killing several hundred different creatures in the process. To be honest, Mer always thought that this story was full of exaggerations and legends, as is always the case. Of course, Eugene didn't participate in it personally, but he thought it was the absolute truth, because Vermouth was quite the monster. Mir thought that Tugay Gamal was unusual even by the standards of his company. Unlike Vermouth, he did not immediately reveal himself, and unlike his comrades, he was not raised in special conditions. Gamal took up the sword simply to survive. This happened after monsters destroyed his village. His hatred for them and the demon kings led Gamal down the path of a warrior. Despite the fact that among the 5 heroes, Gamiel's life path seems the most unremarkable, in just a few years he was able to rise to a level that allowed him to fight alongside his friends. If Eugene was indeed Gamal in a past life, then Moore's monstrous speed in absorbing knowledge would make sense. But in terms of speed of development, Gamal was unmatched even among the 5 heroes. However, Eugene was not sure that Mare was right, because during their adventures, Gamal always tried to surpass Vermouth, and there was no question of surpassing him in magic, so Gamal quickly abandoned this idea. Although Gamal continued to train hard in swordplay, spearmanship, and even hand-to-hand combat, he never managed to defeat Vermouth. Mir came to the conclusion that, by ordinary standards, Gamiel was no less a warrior, but Eugene didn't understand the point of such praise. Eugene replied through gritted teeth that Vermouth was strong, and he wanted to defeat him at least once, but he was unable to do so before his death. But Mir, confused, did not understand why Eugene was telling her all this. If he was expecting something from her, it was useless because she really knew nothing about the lady's whereabouts. Then Eugene smiled and replied that he had told Mir about it, not for that reason, but simply because they had known each other for more than 2 years. From the moment they first met, he had felt how much Mir resembled Senya, both outwardly and inwardly. Mir looked away, embarrassed, because her mistress had created her based on her own personality. Unexpectedly, Eugene placed his hand on Mir's head and decided to ask if he was crossing the line. Blushing, Mir lowered her head and replied that this time she would forgive him, but only because Mr. Gamal was the mistress's colleague. Then Eugene suddenly asked Mir if she thought Senya was still alive. She immediately came to her senses and exclaimed that, of course, Lady Senya was alive. Eugene believed so too, because Senya would not have died without leaving a message behind. Therefore, Eugene was going to look for her. He thought that Senya, Moran, and Anis were all still alive somewhere in this world. Mir opened her mouth in surprise and decided to ask Eugene again if he was really going to look for Mrs. Senya. Eugene just smiled and replied with a question, asking Mir if she didn't miss her. Mir was indignant. Of course she missed her mistress. Then Eugene should bring her back, because Senya was a pest who had left her familiar behind for more than 200 years. But Mir asked Eugene not to insult the lady, but he snapped back that she should imagine how many insults he had heard directed at him 300 years ago. Then Mir asked Eugene to swear on witchcraft that he really was Tugim Gamal in his past life. Of course, Eugene agreed, but asked in return that Mir call him simply Gamal, without the title Tugim. Standing next to witchcraft, Eugene raised his right hand and said that he was Eugene Lionheart, and that in his past life he was Gamal Dainos. He swore by his blood and the name of the Lionheart family that he was telling the truth and nothing but the truth. Mir's eyes lit up blue, and she revealed that after the lady's disappearance, Magicians had tried several times to separate her and sorcery. There were still things they had not been able to find out, because some of the information had been hidden at the very source of witchcraft. What they had discussed with Eugene today would also go there, and no one would be able to find out anything. But Myrrh wanted to tell Eugene something that no one in Aros had heard yet. She had a clue about the mistress's whereabouts. Eugene was so surprised that he opened his mouth. She said that she had been on this floor with the lady about a week before her disappearance. Suddenly, Lady Senya groaned and fell to her knees. Myrrh was very frightened and asked what had happened, and the lady replied that her familiar had died, meaning that someone had broken into Gamiel's grave. The lady was beside herself with rage. Surprise appeared on Eugene's face. It turned out that he had his own burial place. Myrrh nodded affirmatively, but then she heard about its existence. Shortly after that, the lady suddenly disappeared, and Myrrh hid the memories of this conversation in the depths of her witchcraft. After all, the lady had disappeared without saying a word to anyone, and Myrrh did not want to put her in an awkward position by revealing what she probably did not want to share with others. But Eugene was Gamiel, which meant he was worthy of knowing. Then Eugene thought about it, because he had never heard of a grave. He thought that Lich had completely destroyed his body, because usually their spells destroy both the body and the soul of a person. But Myrrh said that this was usually the case, but Gamal's soul remained intact since Eugene was able to be reborn, so apparently his body had not disappeared either. But Eugene didn't let Myrrh finish, because he guessed that Senya might be involved in his rebirth. It was late at night when Eugene left Acreon and headed home, wondering if Senya had made a grave for him and hidden it somewhere, and if so, where it might be. After thinking for a while, Eugene came to the conclusion that graves are usually located in places associated with the person. Hamel died in the king's dungeon, so there couldn't be a grave there, but could it be in his homeland? But Eugene's thoughts were interrupted by the unexpected appearance of Balzac, who called out his name. Of course, Eugene noticed that he was being followed, but he decided to pretend that he didn't see Balzac, who really wanted to say hello to Eugene. Smiling nervously, Balzac replied that every time they saw each other, Eugene seemed to be in a bad mood. Could it be because of him? Eugene nodded affirmatively. Looking away, Balzac said that he had heard rumors that Eugene was leaving Aros the day after tomorrow and heading for Ruhar and Nahamu. This worried Balzac, because northern Ruhar was very close to Helmud. Eugene couldn't understand what this meant. Balzac then tried to explain that the Lionheart family's influence did not extend to those lands. Originally, there had been a strict ban on demons and black magicians entering Ruhar, but 5 years ago, the royal family had stopped being so stubborn. There are many demons in Helmud, and those who go against the will of His Majesty the King of Imprisonment, because at first Helmud was not ruled by him alone. After listening carefully to all the arguments, Eugene suggested that the King of Destruction was preparing for war again. But Balzac replied that this was not the case, as the King of Destruction did not like violence and respected the King of Confinement, so he would not act first. The King of Destruction is the leader of the Demon Kings. In his previous life, Eugene had only once been able to observe his movements. But Eugene was still not sure what he had seen. It was only a glimmer that moved to the opposite end of the endless plain, and if it weren't for Anis's prayer that brought them to their senses, they might have fallen into complete madness. Balzac decided to warn Eugene because even if the King of Destruction did not act while the King of Imprisonment was inactive, it did not mean that all the demons would behave the same way. Smiling, Balzac also added that demons are very aggressive, and there are many among them who have grown tired of several years of peace. Balzac found this amusing, but demons are not creatures that rejoice in peace. Eugene wondered if Balzac was threatening him with the silent consent of the Demon Kings. But Balzac only wanted to say that many demons might think that way, and this applied not only to those who obeyed the King of Imprisonment. Demons who serve the King of Destruction are also ready to do anything to encourage his actions. Moreover, among the high-ranking demons, there were those who would not mind becoming the new king. After all, there had originally been 5 kings, and now there were only 2 left, meaning that 3 positions were vacant. Then, smiling good-naturedly, Eugene asked if it was possible to simply vote for a new king. Balzac smiled in response and said that if the demons were not satisfied with the result, they would simply smash the ballot boxes. Eugene wondered if he could defeat a high-level demon now, but after thinking about it for a while, he realized that he was not confident of victory. Someday he wanted to go to Ruhar, but the time had not yet come. Thanking Balzac for the warning, Eugene decided to visit Nahamu first and leave Ruhar for later. Adjusting his glasses, Balzac asked Eugene to be careful in the desert, but not because of sandstorms, as Eugene had assumed, but because of Amelia Mouven. Balzac began to tell him that she had been a great magician even before signing a contract with the King of Imprisonment. His Majesty respected the freedom of his subjects, but this applied even more to Amelia Mouven than to anyone else. Suddenly, a black envelope with a seal appeared in Balzac's hands, and he asked Eugene if he suddenly ran into Amelia to give her the envelope, explaining that then she would not be able to harm Eugene no matter what he did. Taking the envelope from Balzac's hands, Eugene examined it with interest and asked if he could open it, to which Balzac nodded affirmatively. Breaking the seal, Eugene looked inside the envelope and was surprised to find that it was empty. Noticing Eugene's confusion, Balzac tried to explain that it didn't matter that the envelope was empty, because the important thing was that Eugene had a letter from him. Balzac snapped his fingers and resealed the envelope. Balzac could do nothing about the dangers Eugene might encounter in Nahama, but he was able to protect him from Amelia Mouven's bad temper. Therefore, if Eugene was really going to Nahum, he must take the letter with him. Eugene then asked Balzac why he needed it. Of course, Balzac understood that Eugene despised black magicians, but he hoped that he could change Eugene's opinion of him personally. Unexpectedly, Eugene asked if Balzac was gay. This question confused Balzac. He did not understand what was going on. But Eugene just found it a little strange that Balzac was so friendly towards him. He had nothing against gay people, but Balzac's attention and concern were a little overwhelming for him, so he began to worry. Balzac clearly did not expect such a turn of events, so he asked for a moment to collect himself. Finally regaining his composure, the clearly nervous Balzac tried to explain that Eugene had misunderstood him. He just wanted them to establish a strong relationship as human beings. Stammering, Balzac continued that he was not the only one seeking Eugene's favor, as Eugene was so young and capable. But Eugene just waved his hand and thanked Balzac for the letter. Eugene said that as a token of his gratitude, he could certainly invite Balzac to his farewell party, but in reality, he would not want Balzac there. Balzac replied that he would not come, so Eugene need not worry. Eugene thanked him for his understanding and turned away to go about his business. The party was in full swing when Herodotus suddenly approached Eugene and asked why Eugene had called him there. With a sly smile, Eugene replied that they were acquainted with Herodotus, but Herodotus objected that Eugene was also acquainted with the other heads of the towers who were not present today. Eugene replied that Herodotus knew very well why he hadn't invited them. Herodotus laughed, saying that it was because the head of the Green Tower and the court magicians wanted too much. Eugene decided to ask if Herodotus did not do the same. Herodotus sighed heavily and replied that he had enough dignity not to try to steal a student from the head of the Red Tower. Suddenly, Eugene became curious about what kind of person the head of the black magicians was. According to rumors, he was a member of the Blue Tower and studied with Herodotus. Smiling, Herodotus replied that Balzac had always been very cunning, both now and then, and that it was impossible to ever know what he was really thinking. Several decades ago, Balzac was an outstanding wizard. No one doubted that he was destined to become the next head of the Blue Tower. But suddenly, he left Aros and went to Helmud to, in his words, expand his magical knowledge. At that time, Herodotus lagged behind him and was able to become the head of the Blue Tower only because he left. 10 years later, Balzac returned as a black magician and went to the Black Tower, where he gained the support of the overwhelming majority of magicians and became their leader. Sighing heavily, Herodotus said that Balzac could have gone down in history as the strongest head of the Blue Tower, but apparently that was not enough for him, because human magic, no matter how strong, could never surpass the level of demon kings. Herodotus also heard that Eugene was going to Nahama, a desert place that was not very pleasant, so he advised Eugene not to go there, but if he was serious, he should try not to reveal to anyone that he was a Lionheart. Rumors were circulating that the assassins of Nahamu, who had previously remained in the shadows, were now operating openly. Herodotus did not believe that they would cause trouble for the Lionheart family from Kiel, but just in case, it was better not to attract their attention unnecessarily. Wandering through the Nahama desert, Eugene thought that a fur cloak would definitely stand out in such a hot place. It was good that it had the ability to magically change its appearance. The shadow cloak resonated with its owner's nervous system, monitoring the external temperature and body temperature, allowing him to feel comfortable even in such heat. Yujin decided to check out the magic map Robarian gave him. It's linked to his coordinates and changes accordingly, so it can show the surroundings anywhere in the world. He was in the far west of Nahama, and far to the north was Tyras. Originally, Eugene had planned to go to his homeland, to the very border of Tyras, in search of his grave, but that was no longer necessary. Over the last 300 years, the Naham Desert had gradually expanded, engulfing new territories thanks to unnatural sandstorms. As a result, the village on the border of Tyras, where Gamal's homeland once stood, also became part of the desert. Tyras was a weak state. Its inhabitants had no choice but to leave the land that had been deserted by sandstorms and other disasters and become part of Naham. 300 years ago, demonic kings rebelled, causing various monsters and beasts to break free from control. The Nahamites tried to take advantage of the chaos of war to attack the Keel Empire, but thanks to Vermouth, the attack ultimately failed. In his past life, Eugene did not like Nahama, and even after 300 years, his opinion had not changed. Sighing heavily, Eugene decided that first he needed to find the grave, and then he would find everyone. Meanwhile, a group of Bedouins watched Eugene's movements through a spyglass. A middle-aged man with a thick black beard looked up from his spyglass and was surprised because foreigners usually crossed the desert with caravans, or at least hired guides and guards. But this strange young man didn't even have a camel with him. His neighbor, a young man, called the bearded man a commander, and suggested that it might be some kind of ceremony, as he had heard that Eugene would be turning 19 next year. The young man said that in his tribe, for example, when a boy reaches marriageable age, he must undergo an initiation rite, for which he is sent out into the outside world. The commander objected that if this was indeed an initiation rite, why did a boy from the influential Lionheart family have to undergo it in the desert? The young man did not know this, and leaning back to the spyglass, replied that they simply had to obey their master's orders and had been told not to let Eugene into the Kazan desert. Then the bearded commander thought that the order only said that and gave no explanation, but he had no right to speculate about what his master might be thinking. Continuing to watch, the young man noticed that Lionheart was not bad. For someone unaccustomed to the desert, he was moving very quickly. But the young man did not have time to finish his report. Looking away from the telescope, he reported to the commander that Eugene was running toward them. Not believing his subordinate, the commander pointed his spyglass at Eugene, thinking that they had deliberately kept their distance so that he would not notice they were being followed. Seeing Eugene rapidly approaching, a thought flashed through the commander's mind. When had he spotted them? But Eugene was approaching too quickly, so it was too late to retreat, and the commander decided that it was even better this way. Ordering his men to prepare for battle, the commander drew his saber, thinking that if Eugene noticed them, he would think they were just ordinary robbers. Then the commander thought that if they knocked Eugene down and took all his valuables, he would return the same way he came. Rapidly closing the distance, Eugene wondered if they were really assassins, as they were hiding rather poorly. Judging by their costumes, the Bedouins looked more like ordinary travelers, although this was probably a disguise. Suddenly, Eugene noticed that the commander of the detachment was using steel reinforcement. He then thought that if the commander was able to harden his sword like that, he must be stronger than Eugene had thought. A smile lit up Eugene's face, for it had been a long time since he had had any fun. For the past 2 years, he had spent much more time with books and pens than with a sword. Studying magic was interesting in its own way, but Eugene still preferred physical activity. Moving within striking distance, Eugene struck with all his might. The commander parried the blow with his sword, but the blow was so powerful that he was thrown back. 5 of the commander's subordinates immediately jumped out from behind him, drawing their swords and surrounding Eugene. Without batting an eyelid, Eugene summoned the projectiles, which greatly surprised the commander, as he did so without uttering a spell. Magical missiles flew out of each orb, striking all of the attackers. Left alone with the commander, Eugene glared at him and asked who they were and why they were pursuing him. The commander tried to lie that they were just thieves. Smiling mockingly, Eugene pointed out that the insolent men were quite strong, if even a pathetic band of thieves, which didn't even number 10 men, had a commander with steel reinforcement. Continuing to mock them, Eugene added that if Nahama was so strong, they could take over the entire continent. The commander, realizing the futility of the situation, tried to justify himself by saying that they weren't exactly ordinary thieves. But Eugene interrupted him, ordering him to stop lying and tell everything. After thinking for a moment, Eugene broke into a sinister smile. The commander could say nothing. He would find out everything himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the commander's mind. Was Eugene really from the Lionheart family? He looked like a youngster, but he talked like a drunken mercenary. Was it possible that someone who had grown up in a sheltered environment could exude such energy? A moment later, Eugene disappeared, leaving the commander confused. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed movement to his left and managed to parry Eugene's thrust. During the first attack, the commander wasn't sure if Eugene had used steel reinforcement, but now, in order not to lose mana in a clash with his sword, he would also have to use reinforcement. Retreating slightly, Eugene blocked the view with sand dust, and the commander assumed that Eugene would fire magic missiles again, so he decided to use his mana shield. 3 magic missiles burst through the sand curtain, striking the commander and breaking his mana shield. The commander couldn't believe that Eugene's missiles could be so powerful, since he only had one circle. Jumping sharply towards the commander, Eugene lunged forward, intending to strike his opponent with a single blow. But when the sword was already at his throat, Eugene simply stepped back. The commander's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed that Eugene had simply given up, and then he was overcome with anger, for this was an insult. He rushed into the attack, showering Eugene with a hail of blows, but Eugene only dodged and parried every thrust. Parrying another attack, Eugene smiled, thinking that this was the first time since his rebirth that he had fought an opponent who used steel reinforcement. Taking advantage of a gap in the defense, Eugene finally struck his opponent, but the cut was shallow. Then the commander realized that Eugene had given in again. The commander launched another fierce attack, but Eugene simply stepped back and sheathed his sword. He was very surprised by this decision, as he had not yet lost. But Eugene just smiled and replied that now he would make him lose with his bare hands. The commander could not bear such an insult and rushed into the attack, but Eugene dodged and struck his opponent in the chest. Grabbing the commander by the head, Eugene slammed him into the sand and asked who he was. Spitting out sand, the commander replied that his name was Ramen Shulk. Then Eugene pushed Ramen's head back into the sand again. He didn't care what his name was. Eugene was more interested in who had ordered Ramen to pursue him. But Ramen remained silent, and his head was pushed back into the sand. Suddenly, one of Ramen's subordinates came to his senses behind Eugene. He asked him to stop and gave the name of their master, Tairi al-Madani. Ramen tried to order his aide not to say anything else, but he was too late, as his head was back in the sand, and Eugene asked with interest who this was. The aide then informed him that Tairi al-Madani was the emir of Kazitana. Eugene then concluded that Ramen served the ruler of Kazitana, the city right next to the western gate through which he had entered the country. But Eugene continued to interrogate Ramen, and then the adjutant also said that they had been ordered to secretly attack Eugene. They themselves did not know why, but their master had ordered them not to let him enter Kazan. Finally releasing Ramen, Eugene thought that Kazan was a desert that would be right on his route. 300 years ago, Gamal's homeland was right in the center of what is now a desert. Kazan had appeared relatively recently. It was the epicenter of the sandstorms that were gradually conquering the lands of Tiuras. Suddenly, a thought popped into Eugene's head that perhaps sand mages had settled here, which meant that they would not want to see a foreigner, let alone someone from the renowned Lionheart family. The most dangerous person in Nahum was Amelia Moen, who had signed a contract with the Demon King of Imprisonment. But the Asher Desert, where Amelia was located, was far from here. Moreover, Annis had last been seen in a completely different place. After thinking it over a little more, Eugene ordered his aide to return, while Ramen would go with him, because he had to get to Kazan at all costs, so if he ended up there and got involved in some stupid conflict, Eugene would send Ramen ahead. Eugene hoped that if Ramen's master was the emir of Kazitana, he would be able to settle everything on his behalf if necessary. Seeing the surprise on Ramen's face, Eugene smiled slyly and said that if he didn't like his plan, he could go back to his people and tell them that the emir of Kazitana had dressed his servants as thieves and tried to steal the treasure of the Lionheart family. Of course, Ramen tried to object that they didn't want that at all, but Eugene interrupted him and continued that he had a valuable item with him that could be stolen, and turned back his cloak to reveal a sword. Then he tried to explain that it was the storm sword Vinid, which the great Vermouth, the ancestor of the Lionheart family, had personally used during his lifetime, and that anyone would want it, so they would easily believe him. The shock was evident on Raman's face, because if Eugene really intended to do so, then not only he himself, but also his subordinates would lose their heads, and even his master could be in danger. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Raman humbly bowed his head and agreed to do as Eugene suggested. Following Eugene across the sand, Raman thought about how he had betrayed his master, who had ordered him not to let the boy go to the Kazan desert, but instead he was accompanying Eugene there. Suddenly, Eugene interrupted his torment. He suddenly became curious about his position. Proudly striking his chest, Raman said that he was the commander of the 2nd Detachment of the Red Sands Guard, the personal guard of Emir Kazitan Taira al-Madani. In principle, Eugene had thought that he was not just anyone, because he had proven in battle that he was worthy of his position. But he decided to ask aloud if there were any sand mages in the Kazan desert. But Raman's face showed sincere surprise. Eugene became indignant and threatened to continue where they had left off if Raman did not stop pretending. Raman tried to argue that he really didn't know, and that it couldn't be true, because sand mages served only the ruling family. So what would they be doing in a desert far from the capital? Sizing Raman up with a searching gaze, Eugene asked if he was stupid, because the Kazani desert had originally belonged to Turas, but sudden sandstorms had turned all the decent land and forests into mountains of sand. Sultan Nahami said that the expansion of the desert was God's will and stationed his warriors there, beginning training, while the desertification continues quietly to this day. Jujin pointed menacingly at Raman and continued that the Keel Empire was too powerful to get involved in such shady dealings, and that Tiras was easy prey, which is why Nahama had taken it upon himself to deal with it. Raman objected that this could not be true, because even if Eugene was right, the master would never get involved in such a dirty business. Then Eugene smiled at Raman's appearance, and you couldn't say he was naive, since he himself was from Kazan. But Eugene believed that Raman had probably been caught in a sandstorm and barely survived, and then his master, the Emir of Kazitana, had taken him in. That was why he didn't want to associate his benefactor with sandstorms. Raman didn't even know how to respond, so he just kept quiet. Then Eugene said that he also didn't want to get involved in pointless conflicts in a foreign country. Of course, Eugene understood why Raman's master didn't want to let him go to the desert, because if the young Lionheart suddenly appeared near the sand mages responsible for the expansion of Kazan, it would cause them trouble. Finally, Raman understood Eugene. If there really were magicians working in the desert, he would protect Eugene from them, even though they were under the Sultan's command, because the magicians also had to answer to his master, the Emir of Kazitana. To which Eugene merely waved his hand indifferently and continued on his way, hoping that Raman was right. Hurrying after him, Raman decided to ask Eugene why he was heading for the Kazan desert, since there was nothing there but sand. Eugene replied that he needed to find a grave. Raman suggested that Eugene was visiting the grave of his ancestors and wondered why he hadn't said so right away, since the public cemetery was located elsewhere. Raman offered to take Eugene there, but Eugene didn't need a public cemetery because he was looking for a single grave. After crossing another sand dune, they saw an oasis, which surprised Raman, because there couldn't be any in Kazan, but Eugene immediately dispelled his doubts, explaining that it was an illusion. Raman then suggested that it was a mirage, but Eugene objected that if it were a mirage, there should be a real oasis somewhere in the distance, and that this was an illusion created by magic. Raman became curious as to why someone would create a fake oasis. Already slightly annoyed, Eugene suggested that Raman stop denying the obvious and not say everything that came into his head. Of course, Eugene knew that oases were very important to those traveling through the desert, and if you saw one, you would definitely want to go there. Raymond's mouth fell open in surprise. Did Eugene really think it was an ambush? Eugene replied that they would go there and check it out, and stepped toward the oasis. Suddenly, a dagger appeared from the sand under Eugene's feet. Raman tried to warn Eugene and rushed forward, but Eugene easily jumped over the dagger. Did Raman really think that if he had noticed something, Eugene would have missed it? Summoning a medium-class wind spirit, Eugene struck the sand where the dagger had just been. When the wind died down and the sand settled in the funnel that had formed, he discovered the bandit lying there. Immediately, bandits began to emerge from the sand, drawing their weapons and surrounding Eugene. But Raman ordered them to lower their weapons quickly. Standing in front of Eugene, Raman said that his name was Raman Shulk, a warrior of Emir Kazitan Taira al-Madani. They had raised their swords against his master's guest. Raman again ordered the bandits to lower their swords and let them pass, and if they did not, he would consider their actions a challenge to Emir Kazitan. But the bandits not only did not lower their weapons, but instead began to tighten their circle around Ramen. Ramen did not understand what was happening. Could they not hear him? He said again that before them stood a guest of Emir Kazitan, a member of the Lionheart family of the Keel Empire. Then Eugene put his hand on Ramen's shoulder and said that it was useless, that his words had only provoked them, and now they would definitely be determined. Ramen looked at Eugene in surprise, and Eugene began to explain that since they had already attacked, they would not let them go so easily now. Eugene suggested that the destruction of a member of the Lionheart family could cause them a lot of trouble, so they had probably already prepared some kind of poison to cover everything up. Meanwhile, Ramen assessed the situation and drew his saber, thinking that there were too many enemies, so he should also fight and help Eugene. But Eugene just smiled and ordered the bandits to attack, beckoning them with his hand. Unexpectedly, Anis decided to ask why Gamal always carried a weapon that he never used. Without turning around, Gamal replied that since he carried it, he might need it someday. Senya intervened, hinting that no matter how much they told this fool, he wouldn't listen. Anis objected that this was unfair, since all these useless weapons belonged to Gamal, so why should Moron have to pull the cart? It was all because Gamal had won rock, paper, scissors, but Anis thought that was unfair, and wondered why Gamal and Moron had played to see who would carry his weapons in the first place. Gamal became indignant, saying that it wasn't just his things in the cart, and pointing to the cart, he added that there was a lot of holy water that Anis loved so much, and Moron's huge axe, which was probably the heaviest thing there. Then, glaring at him, Anis replied that if they thought holy water belonged only to her, then she would carry it herself. But for some reason, Senya and Gamal usually needed holy water the most. Then Gamal started yelling at Senya. He told her to drink less holy water, and that if she had used her magic right away, they wouldn't have had to drag the cart. Senya was beside herself with rage. First, Gamal says that it would be better to carry everything himself, because otherwise it takes too long to take out his weapons every time, and now he's picking on her. Gamal turned to Vermouth, who was walking ahead, and asked why he wasn't pulling the cart himself. Vermouth calmly replied that he had all his weapons with him. But Gamal just waved his hand and said that it was convenient for Vermouth, of course, because he could create subspaces with his magic. Then Senya intervened, saying that if Gamal knelt down and begged her, she could sleep a little less and teach him how to do it. But Gamal just gave her the middle finger in response. Eugene just smiled, remembering all this. If he had had such a cloak in his past life, there would have been fewer such skirmishes. Pulling 2 spears from under his cloak, Eugene jumped away from the attack and threw one of the spears at his opponent, killing him instantly. Meanwhile, one of the assassins decided to attack Eugene in mid-air, but the attack was unsuccessful. He easily dodged and struck his opponent in the back with his second spear. As soon as Eugene touched the ground, he was immediately attacked by the next enemy, who intended to strike him from behind, but Eugene instantly moved behind his opponent and cut off his head with his sword. Having finished off this enemy, 3 assassins began to flank Eugene. He immediately threw his daggers at them, and all 3 were struck down by his accurate throws. Pulling a second sword from his subspace, Eugene blocked his opponent's lunge from the front and pierced the assassin attacking him from behind. Pulling an axe from under his cloak, Eugene hurled it at the oncoming enemies. One was unlucky, the axe stuck in his head. Meanwhile, Ramen watched with admiration as Eugene dealt with his enemies, fighting one after another. Eugene was too fast, so Ramen was unable to join the battle. When the last of the enemies was defeated, Eugene summoned all the weapons back into the subspace. Ramen noted with horror that Eugene hadn't even taken out his storm sword, Vinid, and had only used auxiliary magic. He couldn't believe that Eugene was so skilled with all types of weapons. After catching his breath, Ramen decided to ask if it was really necessary to destroy them all. But Eugene glanced menacingly at Ramen and replied that assassins always put orders first. They were so tough that they wouldn't make a sound even if their arms and legs were broken, and Eugene didn't have the talent to make them talk. Unexpectedly, Eugene suggested that Ramen leave, putting him into a state of stupor. Eugene then tried to explain that he had taken Ramen with him to see how they would react to his master's name, but the local assassins seemed indifferent to Emir Kazitan, so Eugene had no reason to keep Ramen with him. But Raman tried to object, saying that he couldn't just go back like that. This surprised Eugene greatly. Did Raman really want to see what was happening in the depths of the desert? Ramen promised he wouldn't get in the way. With a heavy sigh, Eugene just waved his hand, because ramen wasn't much help anyway, so he could do whatever he wanted. But Eugene didn't have time to finish because he felt a huge amount of mana gathering deep underground. Jumping up, he noticed that the bodies of the fallen assassins were dissolving. They had fallen victim to a summoning spell, and something was moving toward them. Remaining below, Ramen shouted for Eugene to leave quickly. Meanwhile, a giant tornado began to form from the funnel. Covering himself from the sand, Ramen thought about how unexpected sandstorms could be. A tornado of this size simply could not form so suddenly. Ramen's eyes widened in surprise. Could Mr. Eugene have been right, and were the storms that engulfed Kazani really the work of sand mages? Gritting his teeth in anger, memories flooded Ramen's mind. It turned out that his village had also been destroyed by wizards. Ramen tightened his grip on his sword and tried to resist the gusts of wind, but he soon realized that his skills were not enough to break through the storm, and he began to be pulled down. Meanwhile, Eugene, who was watching everything that was happening, thought that the wind creating the storm was not strong enough to get out of it. At best, it would allow him to stay on top, so Eugene thought he could try teleportation, but he quickly dismissed the idea because something was rising from the shifting sands. Suddenly, Eugene's gaze fell on Ramen, who was desperately resisting. He raised his hand and with a gust of wind pulled Ramen out of the shifting sands, ordering him to run immediately. Suddenly, a giant sandworm burst out of the sand, opening its mouth full of fangs and swallowing Eugene. Ramen was overcome with rage, for Mr. Eugene had sacrificed himself to save him. He wanted to rip open the worm's belly and pull him out. Grabbing his sword, he rushed at the sandworm with a cry. As he flew through the esophagus, Eugene thought that sandworms must require a lot of energy, which is why they completely break down all their food. These monsters don't even have excretory organs, so once you're inside a worm, there's no way back. Then, with an ominous smile, Eugene thought that in that case, the only option was to break through it himself. 4 stars lit up on Eugene's chest, and he used white flames and then spinning flames. Quickly breaking through the sandworm's belly, Eugene found himself in an underground labyrinth formed by the worms themselves. Looking around carefully, Eugene came to the conclusion that the summoning magic had only created shifting sands and a storm, but it had nothing to do with the worm. It had originally lived in this area, and now Eugene was in their lair. When magicians don't want anyone to interfere with their research, they build shelters like this. That's why wizards who settle in desert areas are sometimes called sandworms, the creators of underground labyrinths. Then Eugene remembered a conversation with Sina when he was still Gamal. She said that by burrowing deep into the ground, the worms form real labyrinths, and it only takes them 10 days to do so. Therefore, very soon, deep underground, a network of intricate passages appears, which makes an excellent refuge. All you have to do is get rid of the worm itself, and then use magic to strengthen the walls. Gamel decided to ask if she also wanted to move to such deserted tunnels. Senya was indignant, saying that she had nothing to fear and no reason to hide from everyone in the desert. Then Eugene decided to get his bearings. Taking out a magic map, Eugene discovered that there was a passage nearby, and he might even be able to reach the area of Gamal's home village. Meanwhile, Ramen opened his eyes and saw strange figures dressed in white. After regaining his senses, he realized that he was facing sand mages, and that he himself was immobilized by earth magic. The leader of the group said that it was hilarious to watch Ramen try so hard to fight the worm. Did he really think he could kill it? The mages were curious about what Eugene Lionheart was doing here, since there was nothing in the Kazani desert, and why Ramen, the warrior of Emir Kazitan, had become his guide, but Ramen remained silent, so the leader of the Sand Mages asked if Teiri al-Madani was going to betray Nahama, since it was his job to prevent unwanted visitors from entering the desert, but instead, he was assigning a guide to Lionheart. Then Ramen decided to ask what the Sand Mages were doing so deep underground. Was the illusory oasis and the storm created by magic their doing? It seems that Ramen did not understand the situation he was in. One of the magicians raised his hand, and the sand shackles tightened around Ramen's hands. Then the chief mage said that they were the ones asking the questions here, or was Ramen going to remain silent to protect his master's honor? But it was useless, because he had no life left anyway, so it was better to die quickly and painlessly than slowly and agonizingly. Then one of the magicians asked Ramen again what Eugene was doing in Kazan, because from the moment he was announced in Naham, he had clearly been pursuing some specific goal. The only explanation was that the emir of Kazitana had planned to betray Naham. Writhing in pain, a thought flashed through Raman's mind. Could the emir also be involved in this? Suddenly, a wave of righteous anger overwhelmed Raman. So this was the pathetic method the magicians used to seize foreign territories when their duty was to protect the kingdom. What were they doing here? Creating sandstorms to further desertify the land. One of the sand mages calmly replied that Raman was greatly mistaken, for they would never have enough power to summon sandstorms of such magnitude. At least several hundred well-trained mages would be needed for that. Then the surprised Raman asked what the sand mages were doing here. But the mage had no reason to explain himself to him and tightened the sand shackles even more, and he asked again what Eugene Lionheart was doing in Kazan. Raman cried out in pain, asking why the mages needed to know since Eugene was already dead. They had destroyed him themselves. Then the magicians stepped aside to consult with each other. One of them decided to ask if Eugene could have survived after being swallowed by the sandworm. The second one pointed out that there was a hole in the worm's tail, which meant that Lionheart had broken through before he was digested. But the leader of the mages objected that the assassins were already searching the worm's lair, which meant that Lionheart couldn't escape. Of course, the sand mages did not want a conflict with the Lionhearts, so they decided to erase his memory and send him back. But after thinking it over, they came to the conclusion that it would be better to take Eugene under their protection, because he might repay them for their help. Unexpectedly, their meeting was interrupted by Eugene, who appeared out of nowhere. The mages wondered how he got there and where the assassins were. Using their long-range vision, the mages discovered that all the assassins were dead. They couldn't believe it, because the warriors stationed in the caves knew the labyrinth like the back of their hands, and even an outstanding warrior would have difficulty spotting them in such conditions. But Eugene didn't think so, because in his opinion, the local assassins were nothing special. They may have been skilled at camouflage, but they had no idea how to use mana. The assassins Eugene had fought in his past life were Nahama's best warriors. Their camouflage skills were second only to demons and other monsters, and their ferocity and tenacity made one wonder if they were even human. Remembering this, Eugene came to the conclusion that this place was too weakly fortified, because if it was really an important position for Nahama, they should have sent stronger warriors here, and that meant that the Sultan of Nahama had not been informed of the situation. Eugene's gaze fell on Raman, who was calling him desperately, and the question arose in Eugene's mind as to what he was doing here, especially since he had told him to run. Then Eugene decided to ask the sand mages a couple of questions and moved threateningly toward them. One of the mages tried to seal him with a sand prison. But Eugene pulled a fragment of the moonsword from under his cloak and threw it into the sand covering him. There was an explosion that dispelled the spell and made the mages open their mouths in surprise. The astonished mages wondered how Eugene had done it. Could he have used a dispersal spell, even though that required artificially adding mana, which he had just blown up? Perhaps it was some kind of secret technique of the Lionhearts. The mages realized that they would not be able to take Eugene alive. It was a pity to be left without a reward, but they would have to destroy him. 4 stars lit up on Eugene's chest, and he smiled slyly, thinking that it would be fair to get rid of the mages since they had attacked first. Then the mages prepared to attack, and the 3 of them used a sand wall, but Eugene only smiled in response. Taking out the shard again, Eugene threw it straight at one of the sand mages, right in the forehead, and while the others were distracted, Eugene was engulfed in white flames and jumped up sharply. The 2 mages who had fallen behind concentrated hard, but Eugene knew that they were acting too openly and were only pretending to cast spells, while the real danger was above his head. Pulling the whip out of his subspace, Eugene destroyed the sand spears above his head with a single swing. With his next movement, the whip was at the neck of one of the mages, and with a sharp motion, Eugene severed his head from his body. Landing in front of the last surviving mage, who was terrified, Eugene asked menacingly what they were doing here. But the mage was so terrified that he couldn't utter a word. Then Eugene decided to ask if they were acting in secret from the Sultan, because if it were his doing, he would have sent someone stronger. The mage tried to protest that he had no idea, but Eugene quickly interrupted him by throwing a dagger into his leg. Of course, Eugene didn't want to waste his time on the mage, so he gave him a choice. Either he would talk or he would die. Writhing in pain, the mage said that the Sultan didn't know they were here, but Eugene was curious to know who had sent them. Could it be Emir Kazitana, that bastard who was up to something in the underground tunnels? Seeing that the mage was in no hurry to answer, Eugene pulled out a second dagger and the mage immediately said that they only wanted the emir to help them. But Eugene had no intention of wasting time and threw the second dagger at his leg. Screaming in pain, the mage said that it was Amelia Mouven who had built this labyrinth. Of course, Eugene did not believe that this was Amelia's doing, since she lived in the Asher Desert. Then, the mage tried to explain that Amelia had been traveling between the two deserts for 6 years. Eugene couldn't understand what she was doing there. Seeing that the magician was afraid of Mouven, Eugene decided to help him make the right decision because he was going to kill him anyway, but he would do it quickly, and if the magician fell into Mouven's hands, she would not let him die so easily. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the mage surrendered and revealed that this labyrinth had been created to accelerate the desertification of the surrounding lands. There are other similar places in Kazan. These tunnels were created 10 years ago. 6 years ago, the labyrinth grew larger. At that time, the magicians thought that a new passage had appeared due to the collapse of an unstable layer of soil, but deep inside the fault, they discovered a giant door. No matter how hard they tried to open the door, it was useless, so they called Mrs. Moen for help. That was all the mage knew. After listening to the end, Eugene pulled out another dagger and threw it straight between the mage's eyes. As soon as the last mage fell, the sandy shackles binding Ramen disappeared. Eugene was right to think that their enemies were weak. It turned out that the local sand mages and assassins were supposed to serve Mouven and prevent strangers from entering the desert. His thoughts were interrupted by Raman. He was panicking because if Amelia Mouven really lived here, they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. But Eugene didn't want to hear that after the journey he had made. Fortunately, Amelia herself was not here, as her real lair was in the Asher Desert, so she was unlikely to stay in Kazan for long. Raman tried to argue that Amelia could return at any moment, but Eugene didn't fully understand what would happen after he left. Amelia would surely be able to track him down and would want to catch and kill the man who had broken into her house and destroyed everything there. Of course, Eugene wanted to avoid conflict with Amelia Mouven with all his might, but now there was nothing he could do. Looking at Raman, Eugene wondered why he was running, but he replied that Eugene had already saved his life twice, and if Amelia Moen really came back, he would be willing to sacrifice himself to give Eugene a chance to escape. Then Eugene sighed heavily and ordered him to stop being foolish and return home. But Raman continued to insist that he could not leave Eugene. But Eugene was tired of Raman following him around, so he quickly moved behind him and knocked him out with one clean blow. Eugene thought about the words of the Sand Mage. 6 years ago, when he was 13, during the blood ritual, he earned the right to enter the Lionheart treasure vault and found Gamiel's pendant there. This labyrinth had existed for 10 years, but the rift had only appeared in the year of the blood ritual. Eugene wondered if, perhaps when he had received the pendant, the magic that had sealed the burial site had been dispelled. Suddenly, Eugene stopped in front of the crack in the ground. He felt that his burial place was down there. Without hesitation, Eugene stepped forward and flew down. Carried by the wind, Eugene descended smoothly, noticing a massive steel door at the bottom, which the sand mages had mentioned. Landing on one of the door panels, Eugene noticed that the door was open, which meant that Mouven had succeeded. Entering the tomb, Eugene looked around and noticed traces of battle on the walls and floor, which made him wonder who Amelia had fought here. Following a long corridor, Eugene finally found himself in a spacious room with a full-length statue of Gamiel in the center. Eugene's face lit up with joy. He read the plaque under the statue, which, apart from insults, contained words expressing everyone's regret that Tugay Gamal had gone first, sacrificing his life for them. Eugene even shed a tear, thinking that he should have said this while he was alive instead of writing it on a stone after his death. Sitting down on a piece of the broken column, Eugene noted that the entire tomb was now in ruins, but at least the statue and the memorial stone were still intact. 200 years ago, Senya sensed that her familiar had died and came here from Aros, where she fought with unknown intruders. Of course, Senya was very strong and always had been, and after Gamiel's death, she had surely become even more powerful. Judging by what Eugene had seen in the sorcery, Senya could well have claimed the title of the strongest mage in the world. And yet Senya lost this battle, otherwise she would not have left Gamiel's tomb in such a state of desolation. Then Eugene thought that maybe Senya had died here, but he quickly dismissed that idea because the mirage he saw in Aros was definitely sent by Senya. Apparently, she was wounded during the battle and decided to hide. Eugene wondered who could have pinned Senya against the wall. Demons! But behind them all were their kings, the king of imprisonment or the King of Destruction? Of course, Eugene understood that his thoughts alone would not be enough to answer all these questions. Therefore, Eugene would have to search for Senya, who could be hiding anywhere, but first he needed to look around in case he could find any clues. Exploring the ruins, Eugene suddenly thought that Senya, Anis, and Moron must have cried their eyes out while building his tomb and erecting a monument with a stone. Suddenly, he wondered if Vermouth had shed a tear, although it was difficult to imagine him crying. After all, during their travels, when everyone was rejoicing after defeating a powerful enemy, Vermouth looked at his wounded comrades with discontent in his voice and said that they could have done without casualties and that he should have fought better. Eugene even shed a tear as he remembered the old days. Wiping his tears with his sleeve, he noticed a door nearby that was open. Going inside, Eugene saw another door ahead, near which someone dressed in heavy armor was sitting. Eugene decided to take a closer look at the strange figure. Was he sitting there on purpose, blocking the door? After Eugene spoke, the armor came to life and stood up, revealing a weapon. After carefully examining the figure, Eugene first thought it was a demon, but the unknown creature did not look like a living being. Suddenly, it dawned on him that it was an undead creature. The stranger in armor drew his sword and introduced himself as Tugay Gamal. Eugene was so taken aback by such insolence that he stammered. Boiling with rage, Eugene shouted that the stranger might think he was Gamal, but in reality he was just a crazy knight of destruction, and ordered him to take off his helmet immediately. Then Eugene lunged forward and just before striking, jumped up unexpectedly. The hem of his cloak flew open, and Eugene grabbed the hilts of two swords. Glaring menacingly at the Knight of Destruction, Eugene asked what kind of beast had put him in this body. He flew down rapidly and tried to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent's head, but the Knight of Destruction managed to dodge, and the full force of the blow fell on the stone floor. But Eugene had no intention of retreating. He instantly regrouped and delivered a precise blow to the Destruction Knight's torso. Black lightning flashed at the point of impact, and Eugene realized that he was using a mana shield, even though Destruction Knights did not use mana, only demonic magic. Now it was the Destruction Knight's turn to attack. He rushed forward, but Eugene managed to block the blow at the last moment. The attack was so powerful that Eugene was thrown back several meters. Gritting his teeth, he noted the incredible strength of the Destruction Knight as he was barely holding his swords in his hands. Then Eugene came to the conclusion that this was surely the work of Amelia Moen, because 6 years ago, she was the one who opened the doors of the tomb and then turned Gamiel's body into this monster. Since Gamal's body had no soul, Amelia must have put someone else's soul into the knight's body. Eugene thought that if this was true, he could not win this battle. After all, a Knight of Destruction created by a high-level wizard like Moven could match the strength of the head of the Lionhearts or the commander of the Black Lions. He frantically thought about what to do next. Throwing away his swords, Eugene's body was covered in white flames. He quickly lunged forward and found himself behind the Knight of Destruction. Eugene pulled a huge axe from under his cloak and swung it at the Knight of Destruction, but the Knight of Destruction parried the blow with his sword, shattering the axe into pieces. Eugene threw away his broken weapon, threw his arms behind his head, pulled out a giant two-handed sword, and tried to strike, but the Knight of Destruction dodged the attack again. At that moment, the Knight of Destruction launched a counterattack and knocked the sword out of Eugene's hands, forcing him to retreat. Then Eugene reached under his cloak and pulled out a spear. The Knight of Destruction instinctively took a defensive stance, and immediately a powerful beam of light struck him. Although the blow was quite strong, the Destruction Knight withstood it, and, straightening up, noted that Eugene was not only skilled with a sword. With a smirk, Eugene replied that if the knight wanted to imitate Gamiel, he should at least learn to speak like him first. The Knight of Destruction liked Eugene's technique, but he was too weak to be a worthy opponent for him, and the knight rushed into the attack. Dodging the lunge, Eugene began to shower the Knight of Destruction with a hail of blows, delivering another lunge, but the tip of his spear suddenly shattered into pieces. Immediately, the Knight of Destruction closed the distance and swung his giant sword, intending to end the fight. Eugene's eyes widened in horror. Unexpectedly, the blow did not reach its target, but was deflected. The Knight of Destruction stared in amazement at his sword, for it was impossible to dodge this blow, yet Eugene had managed to parry his attack. But Eugene only smiled in response, because he had not simply parried the blow. At the moment of impact, he had strengthened his sword and used the resonance of his mana. But it wasn't so easy to fend off the Knight of Destruction's attack. Even with perfect timing, Eugene couldn't parry such an attack without consequences. Of course, Eugene understood that he couldn't hold out for long. He had to stop him right now at any cost. Eugene rushed into the attack again, showering the Destruction Knight with a huge number of blows, but each of his strikes was deflected. Eugene felt as if his bones and muscles were about to tear apart. Even this body couldn't withstand such a load. But that wasn't a problem, because in his previous life, he had fought well with a much weaker body. Eugene decided that as long as he was conscious, he would keep fighting. As he delivered another blow, the sword in Eugene's hands broke, and he had to bear his vinid. Catching his breath, Eugene decided to sacrifice his mana shield. Of course, his defense would weaken, but he didn't care. Redirecting all his mana into vinid, Eugene launched another attack, and the Knight of Destruction prepared to parry the thrust. When their swords crossed, there was a tremendous burst of energy, and the Knight of Destruction was forced to take a step back. Suddenly, 10 cores appeared around the Destruction Knight, from which magical missiles rained down on him, catching the Destruction Knight off guard. Meanwhile, Eugene took advantage of the Destruction Knight's confusion and delivered a precise blow while jumping, cutting his helmet in half. The two halves of the helmet fell to the stone floor. Eugene, who landed behind him, called out to the Knight of Destruction, wanting to finally see his face. When the Destruction Knight turned to Eugene, it was Gamiel's face, staring back at him, the face that had belonged to him 300 years ago. But Eugene just smiled maliciously and said that he looked good for his age, considering that so many centuries had passed, and that Gamiel's body showed no signs of decay, just like in his previous life, except that the soul that had been placed in this handsome body was surely ugly. Then the Knight of Destruction was overcome with rage. He shouted at the top of his lungs and then threw his sword at Eugene with all his might, but Eugene easily dodged it. Immediately, the Knight of Destruction closed the distance and delivered a crushing blow. Eugene managed to parry the attack with vinid and flew backward. Eugene noted to himself that the Knight of Destruction had simply thrown his sword and immediately became much faster. After thinking for a moment, Eugene came to the conclusion that the Knight of Destruction specialized in hand-to-hand combat because he fought worse when wielding a sword. Of course, Eugene understood that Destruction Knights could instantly heal most of their wounds, and if he wanted to defeat him, he would have to strike him directly in the heart. But Eugene doubted whether his abilities were sufficient for this, as he had been fighting the Knight of Destruction for too long without a clear plan. At the same time, Eugene had expended a lot of energy to break through the Destruction Knight's defenses, and if it weren't for his spinning flame technique, he would have run out of mana long ago. Meanwhile, the Destruction Knight's hands transformed into clawed paws, and with a growl, he rushed into battle, but Eugene managed to repel the attack, and the knight flew over his head. Then Eugene tried to strike his opponent in midair with magic rockets, but the Destruction Knight dodged all the attacks and landed on the stone floor. Meanwhile, Eugene, catching his breath, thought that the Knight of Destruction was using his demonic energy to create claws on his hands and feet. His wild fighting style and complete loss of reason, his beast-like appearance. Could it be that a lycanthrope soul had been put into Gamal's body? But the Knight of Destruction had no intention of giving Eugene a break, and once again launched a furious attack. Eugene grabbed a shard of moonlight from under his cloak and threw it desperately at the knight, but he simply knocked it away. Eugene realized that even a fragment of moonlight was not enough to completely neutralize the Knight of Destruction, as the fragment only weakened the lycanthrope's energy. Then Eugene summoned the shard back and rushed into the attack. He easily parried the Destruction Knight's thrust, but the next attack reached its target, striking Eugene in the side. But then Eugene spun around and pressed the fragment of moonlight against the Destruction Knight's chest. The fragment immediately began to draw energy from the knight, weakening his defenses. Eugene waited for the right moment, then struck the enemy directly in the chest with vinid, and then summoned the cores and fired magical rockets. Eugene's strength was running out. He dropped to his knees and looked at the Knight of Destruction, who was still standing, and asked if the knight still wanted him to believe that he was Gamel. Through the broken armor on the knight's chest, a scarlet sphere glowed. He quickly covered it with his hands and ordered Eugene not to look. But Eugene just smiled mockingly and asked what kind of sphere the Knight of Destruction had inside him, if it was really his heart. Enraged, the Knight of Destruction roared and lunged at Eugene, slamming him into the wall with his shoulder. Eugene spat out the blood that had pooled in his mouth, and looking the Knight of Destruction straight in the eyes, smiled and said that he was not Gamel, but just an ordinary knight of destruction, and that his soul was not even human, for he was a lycanthrope. Then the Knight of Destruction roared that he was Gamel, but Eugene bared his teeth, showed him his middle finger, and ordered him to shut up. The Knight of Destruction dug his clawed paws into Eugene's shoulders. Eugene thought that he couldn't die so stupidly, because he had only just been reborn. Then Eugene decided on a desperate move, and if anything went wrong, he risked losing the ability to move for some time. But if everything worked out, victory would be his, and the Knight of Destruction would be blown to smithereens. Of course, Eugene understood that there would be consequences, and that his current level of ability would not be enough to destroy the knight, but only this technique would help him win. It was a technique from his past life called ignition. Unexpectedly, Ramen appeared behind the knight and rushed to Eugene's aid. Eugene thought to himself that he had managed to get rid of him so that he wouldn't follow him, but Ramen had still managed to find him. Ramen was already pulling out his sword when the Knight of Destruction suddenly tore Eugene off the ground and threw him against the wall. He screamed furiously and rushed at the Knight of Destruction, but his sword shattered against the knight's armor. The Knight of Destruction grabbed Ramen by the throat and lifted him above the stone floor. Ramen shouted to Eugene to run because he was holding the knight. Eugene smiled and replied that it was actually the Knight of Destruction who was holding him. A thought flashed through Ramen's mind that Eugene was an amazing person after all, because even in such a situation he could still smile. The Knight of Destruction threw Ramen to the ground, and he landed on Eugene, who had just gotten to his feet. Coming to his senses, Ramen helped the wounded Eugene to his feet. He wanted to attack the monster again, but Eugene had to run. But Eugene had another option, and he pointed to the door behind him. The Knight of Destruction roared that the door wouldn't open, and no one could open it. Eugene smiled, because now he wanted to try opening it even more. Then Eugene thought that if nothing else remained, he would use ignition. But first he wanted to check what was behind the door. After all, this was Gamiel's tomb, and he was Gamiel. And if Senya or someone else was behind Eugene's rebirth, then this locked door could very well be intended for the owner of the tomb. Then Eugene pushed harder on the door, and to his surprise, it gave way. Eugene and Ramen fell into the next room, and to the surprise of the Knight of Destruction, the door immediately slammed shut. Finding himself in a dark room, Ramen stood up and asked where they were, but Eugene knocked him out again with a well-aimed blow to the neck. Then Eugene decided that there was no help to be had from Ramen, so it would be better to let him lie there and sleep peacefully, lest he die in vain. Helmud, the surroundings of the Demon King's Castle of Slaughter. 300 years ago, after destroying the king, they began to clean up the remnants of his army and stumbled upon a staircase leading underground. Descending the steps, they discovered ruins that had been there since time immemorial. Senya saw ancient writings carved into the walls and assumed that they had been made in mythical times. And in the deepest part of the ruins, they found the Moonlight Sword. Hamel, clenching his fists, said that most of his weapons had been broken during the battle with the king, so this sword would come in handy. Therefore, if no one objected, Gamal wanted to take the sword for himself, but it would not let him. Approaching the glow emanating from it, Gamal collapsed to his knees and began to cough up blood. Looking around the room, Eugene's eyes widened in surprise at why Vermouth had left him here. Then his face lit up. Vermouth must have cared so much about him that he had placed the Moonlight Sword in his tomb. The Moonlight Sword was the name they had given to the blade found in the ancient ruins. Although the name was straightforward, it suited it well. Since Vermouth had acquired it, he had stopped using the Holy Sword, which was quite natural, because although the new blade did not look particularly refined, it surpassed the Holy Sword, which radiated a bright glow in power. Looking up, Eugene noticed that when he first saw the sword in those ruins, the moon was full, but now it was a new moon. Pulling the fragment out from under his cloak, Eugene wanted to see how the sword would react to him, but then he remembered that he hadn't picked it up after his battle with the Knight of Destruction. Then Eugene came to the conclusion that Vermouth had decided to place the Moonlight Sword here because Gamel wanted to get his hands on it, and then he laughed, because what use was a sword after death? Eugene decided that this was no time for sentimentality, and once again carefully examined the room. There was nothing else in it but the sword, and he saw no other way out. This meant that as soon as Eugene left, he would have to fight the Knight of Destruction again. But the lycanthrope wasn't the only problem. Amelia Moven, the sorceress, could return at any moment, so Eugene needed to get rid of the Knight of Destruction as quickly as possible and escape from there. Of course, Eugene didn't know what made Vermouth bring this sword here, but since it was here, Eugene could take it for himself. In his previous life, Eugene couldn't even hold a sword in his hands. Now that he had been reborn as Vermouth's descendant, Eugene was curious to see if he could wield the blade now, and Eugene reached out his hand toward the hilt of the sword. He only touched the glowing halo, but he already felt his breath catch, and his mana begin to tremble. If this continued, his mana would stop listening to him altogether. Then Eugene used the white flame. He felt that when they found the sword in the ruins, there was much more power in it, so the sword must have really shattered into pieces. Finally, Eugene managed to grab the hilt, and lightning began to strike from all sides, throwing Eugene back with an explosion. Opening his eyes, Eugene was delighted to find the moonlight sword in his hand. This time, he was able to grab the hilt, but when Eugene freed the sword from its sheath, as he had expected, there was no trace of the blade left. It had shattered into pieces in the past. Suddenly, streams of light separated from the moon, hovering above the coffin, and began to gather on the hilt of the destroyed sword. To Eugene's surprise, the moonlight formed a blade. After swinging the blade a couple of times, Eugene noticed that it was capable of dispelling any magic, but it eagerly absorbed his mana as if it had been waiting for it. But the blade's mana consumption was certainly high, and although Eugene still had plenty of strength left, at his level, wielding the sword was not so easy. Then Eugene threw back his cloak and hid the moonlight sword in his subspace. He really liked the blade because it was so strong even with a completely broken blade. Eugene came to the conclusion that he could now do without ignition, as the power of this sword would be enough to defeat the Knight of Destruction. But before leaving, Eugene decided to check the coffin. He strained and moved the lid, but as he had expected, the coffin was empty. Suddenly, Eugene's attention was drawn to an inscription on the coffin lid, which said that someday they would meet in the world he had dreamed of. Eugene recognized Senni's handwriting. Meanwhile, the Knight of Destruction on the other side of the door wondered why his attempts to break down the door had failed hundreds of times without even leaving a scratch. Even the mistress had been unable to open it. Of course, it was impossible to simply destroy someone who had managed to do what the mistress could not, so the Knight of Destruction decided to leave Eugene alive until Amelia Moven returned. His helmet and breastplate were pierced, and the Knight of Destruction had disobeyed Amelia's orders and released his claws. If the mistress found out, she would certainly be angry. The Knight of Destruction had to prove that he was useful, otherwise he would be destroyed. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Eugene appeared, smiling slyly and asking if the knight was waiting for him. Frowning, the Knight of Destruction asked how Eugene had managed to enter the room. Eugene continued to smile and replied that he had simply walked in. The Knight of Destruction was very curious to know what was inside, but Eugene mockingly put his finger to his lips and replied that it was a secret. These words enraged the Knight of Destruction, and he rushed at Eugene, who at that moment pulled the moonlight sword from his cloak. Parrying the Knight of Destruction's attack, Eugene also destroyed his demonic claws, forcing the knight to retreat. The Knight of Destruction looked at his hand in amazement, unable to comprehend what had just happened, and how the light of Eugene's sword had broken his energy claws. Of course, Eugene thought he controlled the power of the sword, but one swing was enough to take his breath away and cloud his vision. What's more, his mana was quickly depleted simply because Eugene was holding the blade in his hands. But Eugene was satisfied with his strength. Although he had not managed to defeat the Knight of Destruction himself, he had managed to dispel his demonic energy. Meanwhile, the Knight of Destruction clenched his fists and headed toward Eugene. Noticing this, Eugene realized that the knight had decided not to use his energy so as not to fall under the moonlight sword again, which meant that he would now fight with his bare hands. Then Eugene drew Vinid and prepared for battle. The Knight of Doom began to move chaotically around Eugene, choosing a position to attack. Finally, choosing a convenient moment, the Knight of Destruction rushed into the attack. Eugene was already ready to parry the blow, but unexpectedly, the knight stepped back. Eugene smiled and asked mockingly what the knight was afraid of, since he hadn't even done anything yet. And then Eugene used Vinid to unleash a gust of wind. The wind picked up the knight and slammed him into the ceiling. When the knight began to fall, Eugene picked up the debris with his mana and threw it at him. If Eugene hadn't been wounded, he would have finished off the Knight of Destruction with his bare hands. Stepping forward, Eugene summoned a giant hand made of his mana. The giant hand immediately attacked the Knight of Destruction, who tried to dodge, but the hand still caught his left shoulder. The Knight of Destruction was forced to retreat. Looking at his shoulder, he noticed that Eugene had broken his armor again. Roaring with rage, the Destruction Knight was enveloped in a demonic aura. Seeing this, Eugene smiled and said that it would have been better to use this technique earlier because there was no need to spare his abilities. Otherwise, he would be finished. Suddenly, a mana hand appeared behind the Knight of Destruction, but he managed to dodge the attack. Eugene took advantage of the breach in his defense and summoned a fragment of moonlight, immobilizing the knight. Of course, he could only immobilize the knight for a moment, but that was enough to launch an attack. Aiming the tip of his sword at the knight's chest, a beam of light pierced him. The attack was so powerful that it threw the knight against the wall. Eugene tried to control his power, but he still used too much mana, although it was still better than using Ignite. Glancing at the hilt of his sword, Eugene noticed that when his mana was depleted, the blade stopped glowing, and he immediately hid Moonlight back in his cloak. Approaching the body of the defeated Knight of Destruction, Eugene felt like he had broken its core, but judging by the fact that its body was still there, he had not been able to do so completely. After examining the body once more, Eugene was overcome with anger. One should show at least some respect for the dead, not break into someone's tomb, and then turn the body of its owner into a Knight of Destruction. Deciding that he must first break the core, Eugene brought his blade down on the Knight of Destruction's body, and then he would have to pick up Ramen, who had passed out behind the door, and make a run for it. Suddenly, Eugene stopped. He couldn't move, as if bound by some invisible but very powerful force. Eugene broke into a satisfied grin. She had come after all. Although Eugene couldn't move, he hadn't lost his ability to speak, so he decided to ask Amelia if they could talk face to face. Amelia replied that she was just thinking about what to do with Eugene. There were so many options in her head, but Amelia liked the option where she pulled Eugene up and buried him in hot sand the most. Of course, Amelia wouldn't destroy Eugene right away, so she would leave his head above the surface so he could breathe. But Amelia wanted to open Eugene's mouth and eyes wide. Soon his eyeballs would crack, and his tongue would dry up and shrivel like a branch of a diseased tree. Then, according to Amelia's plan, Eugene would become a scarecrow in the desert. She would break Eugene's legs and bind them together, and insert long metal rods into his fingers. Meanwhile, Eugene felt that he could move again, but Amelia came closer and continued to describe the horrors she planned to inflict on Eugene. Then Eugene said that he would simply die from the pain. But Amelia would not let that happen, because Eugene would become a scarecrow and remain one for many years, until Amelia eventually grew tired of his appearance. Approaching Eugene from behind, Amelia pointed to the defeated Knight of Destruction and said that Eugene had destroyed her pet, and even though it wasn't particularly useful, it belonged to her. But Eugene just smiled and replied sarcastically that Amelia should have at least washed her pet once, because it stank too much. Eugene didn't have time to finish his sentence, because Amelia struck him with her staff so hard that he flew through the air. Glaring at Eugene, Amelia said that only she, its owner, could speak that way about her pet. With difficulty, Eugene got to his feet and noticed that the immobilization spell was no longer working. Eugene was overcome with doubts as to whether he could defeat Amelia right now. But after thinking about it for a moment, he dismissed the idea because she was much stronger than the Knight of Destruction. Of course, Eugene didn't want to be indebted to Balzac, but he had no choice, so he asked Amelia if she knew Balzac Rudbase. These words surprised Amelia. She tilted her head and asked why Eugene had brought him up. Smiling nervously, Eugene took a black envelope from under his cloak and said that Balzac had asked him to give it to Amelia if he ever saw her. He tossed the envelope, which Amelia deftly caught in midair, and began to examine with interest. She wondered why Balzac had suddenly decided to write a letter to someone like Eugene. Then she asked Eugene if he knew what it meant. Eugene replied that, according to Balzac, if he had the letter with him, Amelia would not kill him, no matter what he did. But that wasn't quite the whole story. A long time ago, Balzac had helped Amelia with something, and in return she had promised to grant him one favor. This promise was of great value to Balzac, because Amelia Moen herself was ready to fulfill his wish. However, several decades passed, and Balzac never asked her for anything. The envelope in Amelia's hands burst into purple flames and burned to ashes. This letter allowed Eugene to ask Amelia for one favor, within reason, of course. If Eugene did not want to die, he should simply ask for mercy, and Amelia would not destroy him, but she would not let him go so easily because she wanted to hear how and why Eugene had ended up there and what he had been doing. Then Eugene asked Amelia to kill herself. But Amelia smiled in response and said that she had spoken within reason. Eugene had only two options. If he didn't want to talk, Amelia would respect his choice and simply destroy him. If Eugene wanted to live, Amelia would spare him, but in return, he would have to tell her everything. A heavy silence fell. Eugene didn't know what to say. Seeing Eugene's doubts, Amelia said that he shouldn't worry, that if she let him live, she wouldn't deprive him of his sanity or resort to any tricks. She wouldn't even torture Eugene, because she had plenty of other ways to get the information she wanted. Then Amelia smiled maliciously. Eugene was very interesting to her because even the Sultan didn't know about this place, and somehow he had managed to get here. Amelia wondered if only the sand mages knew about the existence of this tomb, or if there was a rat among them who had told Eugene everything. A question arose in Eugene's mind. What should he do? If he asked her to spare him, Amelia would stop at nothing to find out the information she wanted. Then Eugene came to the conclusion that if, as Amelia said, she didn't need torture, then she would use black magic, and a mage of her level would be quite capable of using mind control spells that would break his will in an instant. Amelia thought Eugene was taking too long to think, so she smiled slyly and suggested they start counting, so Eugene would make up his mind faster. But Eugene paid no attention to her words and continued to ponder. Perhaps he should strike her with ignition and run away, but he quickly changed his mind, because then Amelia would simply immobilize him again with her magic. Amelia got tired of waiting, so she started counting to 3. Then Eugene thought about trying to use the Lionheart name, but would a black mage like Amelia trust that surname? With an ominous smile, Amelia had already counted to 2. Then Eugene decided to simply tell Amelia everything, that he had opened the door she couldn't open and taken the moonlight sword from there. Of course, if he said that, Amelia would spare him, but she would definitely take the sword. Amelia was about to say 3 when she suddenly stopped, sensing something. Turning around, she saw the defeated Knight of Destruction rise to his feet. But Eugene was familiar with this sickening feeling. Amelia knelt before the Knight of Destruction and asked what His Majesty the King of Imprisonment was doing there. The King of Confinement spoke to Eugene through the mouth of the Knight of Destruction. He had already seen him through the eyes of Balzac Rudbase. But Eugene just stared at him in surprise. Then the King of Destruction suggested that Eugene had come here to lay flowers on the grave of his ancestor's close friend. Pointing to the statue, the King of Imprisonment said that Eugene himself had seen that this tomb belonged to Gamal, widely known in the world as Tugum Gamal, although he was not Tugum at all. Gamal was distinguished by his exceptional strength, even among the other comrades of the respected Vermouth, which is why Vermouth kept Gamal close to him. Eugene clenched his teeth in anger. He did not understand what the imprisoned king was saying. Of course, the King of Imprisonment understood why Eugene was hostile towards him, even though he and Vermouth understood each other perfectly and could have become friends. But he could hardly demand the same attitude from a distant descendant of Vermouth, born 300 years later. The King of Imprisonment respected the Lionheart family, for Eugene was the heir of his close friend, but he could not demand the same from him. Over the past 300 years, the King of Imprisonment had met many of his ancestors, but in his opinion, Vermouth's blood was strongest in Eugene Lionheart. Amelia looked at Eugene in surprise and noted that his gray hair and golden eyes were indeed a distinctive feature of the Lionheart family of Kiel. But Amelia could not even imagine that the imprisoned king had come here using the body of the Knight of Destruction, and she did not know how to make sense of it all. To which the King of Imprisonment replied that how Amelia understood it was her own business. But Amelia tried to object, asking if the King of Imprisonment had really come to protect this boy. But the King of Destruction only replied that Eugene was the descendant of his close friend. Amelia angrily asked if that was enough to restrict her freedom. Did the King of Destruction not respect her? The King of Destruction replied that although Vermouth was dead, his blood continued to flow in the bodies of others. This was especially true of Eugene Lionheart, in whom he saw Vermouth as he had seen him long ago. Amelia Moen was very loved and valued by the King of Destruction, but he valued Vermouth more. Amelia asked why the King of Destruction respected a man who had died 300 years ago more than her, who was alive today. Suddenly, Amelia felt tremendous pressure. She looked at the King of Destruction in confusion, and he said that her freedom had its limits, and that she should not forget who she was talking to. The King of Imprisonment allowed Amelia Moven to do whatever she wanted with Gamiel's tomb, but he would not allow her to harm Vermouth's descendant, at least not yet. Eugene was alarmed by these words, so he decided to ask what the King of Destruction meant. Amelia glared at Eugene and demanded that he show respect to the King of Destruction. 300 years had passed since the King of Confinement and Vermouth had made their agreement, which was a very long time for humans. The King of Imprisonment thought that during this time he had shown enough kindness and respect to the Lionheart family. Amelia's face lit up, but the King of Imprisonment paid no attention to her. He did not like that his favor was being taken for granted, for he was the King of Imprisonment, the lord of countless monsters and demons, the ruler of Helmut. Eugene broke out in a cold sweat. His heart tightened, and his body refused to move, even though the King of Imprisonment was only talking to him. The King of Imprisonment ordered Eugene to tell the Lionhearts and everyone else that if they did not begin to respect him, he would respond in kind. Eugene considered this a threat, so he decided to ask why the King of Destruction was saying all this now, since demons had not invaded human lands for the last 300 years. The King of Imprisonment replied that Eugene's ancestor had made a deal that cost him his freedom, but now the agreement was coming to an end. Soon, the wheel that Vermouth had stopped would start turning again, and perhaps the time would come to renew the agreement. So the King of Confinement asked if someone like Vermouth would appear this time and manage to stop the wheel. Eugene then became curious about the agreement between the imprisoned king and Vermouth. The imprisoned king smiled contentedly and replied that Eugene was not supposed to know, for he was not Vermouth, but a stubborn lion. Eugene's eyes widened in surprise. But the King of Destruction continued that Eugene's soul and his very existence had all become possible after the agreement with Vermouth and 300 years of waiting. Glancing at Amelia, the King of Imprisonment ordered her to return to her lair, but Amelia tried to object, saying that Eugene had not told her everything and had destroyed her pet and opened the door she had been trying so hard to break down. Looking at the door in surprise, the King of Imprisonment reached out his hand and it crumbled to dust. Then he ordered Amelia to see for herself that there was only Gamiel's coffin inside and nothing else. Still bowing her head, Amelia suddenly asked if the King of Imprisonment liked destroying the body. Since the King of Imprisonment had already finished his business, he was going to return Gamiel's body. Amelia broke into a satisfied smile. Could it be that this body belonged to Vermouth's friend, whom the imprisoned king held in such high esteem? But the king did not have such respect for Gamiel. The body twisted and collapsed onto the stone floor. Exhaling heavily, Amelia said that Eugene was lucky, but next time he wouldn't get off so easily. Amelia reached out and pulled the lycanthrope's soul out of Gamal's body and headed for the exit, thinking to herself that she couldn't lay a finger on Eugene right now. But someday, the promise would lose its power, and then Amelia would get her revenge. With a malicious grin, Amelia thought that she would wait for that moment with impatience. As soon as Amelia left, Eugene screamed in rage and punched the wall with all his might. He remembered the words of the King of Destruction about the Tug Lion, realizing that he knew Eugene had been reborn. Eugene's existence was his soul. They had appeared in this time only because Vermouth had made some kind of deal 300 years ago. But Eugene didn't understand what was happening. Could Vermouth have made some kind of promise to the Demon King in exchange for his rebirth? After thinking about it for a while, Eugene came to the conclusion that if Vermouth had wanted to do something for him, he would have simply destroyed the Demon King, and that the promise was made for the sake of peace, not for his rebirth. Amelia Moen took the Night of Destruction created from Gamiel's body with her before leaving. Eugene regretted that he had not been able to destroy him. Leaning against the wall, Eugene remembered the words of the imprisoned king about the end of the contract and the wheel, but he had no intention of making a promise, and he didn't understand why he should stop the wheel, since it would be easier to destroy it when it was in motion. Then Eugene wondered if Vermouth was involved in his reincarnation, rather than Senya or Annis, and if it was Vermouth, he certainly hadn't expected this. Eugene took out the green leaf. 200 years ago, after Vermouth's death, someone broke into the tomb. Senya realized that something was wrong and came here from Acreon. After fighting the intruder, she disappeared. The leaf found in Gamiel's coffin had definitely been torn from the World Tree. According to elven lore, These leaves allow one to travel to the elven forest from anywhere in the world. Carefully studying the leaf, Eugene wondered if Senya had used it when she was cornered. But who could have broken into the tomb and even defeated her? Could it have been Vermouth? If so, why would he do that and even fake his own death? Then Eugene remembered that Senya had started complaining from the moment they first met. Anise had compared him to a dog, and Moron had behaved like an idiot in those years. But Vermouth, despite the objections of his comrades, decided that it was Gamal Danos who should become his partner. To which Gamal responded by giving him the middle finger and saying that he wasn't interested, and why should he listen to an idiot who was weaker than him? Vermouth then suggested that Gamiel would agree if he could defeat him. After a brief scuffle, Gamiel found himself on the ground, but he had no intention of giving up and demanded a rematch. The sun was already setting when Gamal finally admitted defeat and asked Vermouth why he wanted such a weak partner. Vermouth replied that Gamal himself had promised that if Vermouth won, he would become his partner. Gamal still did not understand. Vermouth was a warrior of light. He could beckon anyone with a finger, and they would follow him without hesitation. But Vermouth insisted that Gamal must be the last, for he needed his strength to destroy the Demon Kings. And stretching out his hand, Vermouth called him to follow him. Eugene wondered if Vermouth was involved in this. Then leaving the pendant in the Lionheart treasure vault would not have been a problem for him. It was naive of Eugene to believe that Vermouth was the only one involved in this plan. Sina's greeting in Aros and the text she left in the coffin clearly referred not to heaven, but to his reincarnation, which meant that Vermouth had betrayed Sina. Eugene didn't understand anything and didn't want to believe that Vermouth could have attacked her. But to find out the truth, he had to find Senya. Emir Kazitana, who sat on his throne, looked stunned at Eugene, who was sitting on a bench opposite him, with Raman standing guiltily behind him. Rumors reached Taira al-Madani that Eugene believed he had sent people to rob him. The emir was outraged. Could Eugene really believe that? Leaning back casually on the back of his bench, Eugene said that regardless of the emir's intentions, wasn't he the one who had suffered in the end? But Tairi al-Madani was only trying to protect him. He did not know if Eugene was aware of this, but relations between the Kiel Empire and Nahama were already tense. The emperor feared Nahama's power and did not want to anger the sultan with unfounded claims. To himself, Taira al-Madani noted that the sand mages were artificially expanding the desert by settling on its borders, and if they had clashed, he would have been informed. By giving Eugene his full support, Taira al-Madani paid tribute to Kiel, but he still did not understand Eugene's intentions, what he was looking for in the deserted wilderness. Sipping his tea carefree, Eugene replied that he had not come here for questioning. Of course, Eugene was right, and Tairi al-Madani had no right to question him, but he ordered his men to follow Eugene to protect him from any unforeseen danger. However, Tairi al-Madani believed that if Raman Shulk, standing behind Eugene, had performed his duties properly, this tense dialogue would not have taken place. Tairi al-Madani understood that this could cause inconvenience, but according to his subordinates, they were only following Eugene at a decent distance when he suddenly decided to attack them. A satisfied grin appeared on Eugene's face when he thought that the emir was talking about the sand wizards, but he didn't say a word about the assassin. So, the Sultan didn't know that Gamel's tomb was in the middle of the desert and that everything was under Amelia Moen's control. Of course, Eugene understood that he should not act rashly, so he said that he had indeed misunderstood the situation, but he was worried about how to explain it to the Lionheart family. Then Taira al-Madani tried to object, saying he didn't understand what he was talking about, but Eugene interrupted him and tried to explain that even if it was a misunderstanding, hadn't the emir put his safety at risk? Of course, Eugene would try to explain himself to his family, but he couldn't even imagine how they would react. Of course, Eugene didn't want to make things worse either, because if it affected relations between the two countries, it would also cast a shadow on his family. Then Tairi al-Madani looked at Eugene menacingly and asked him directly what he wanted. Taking another sip from his cup, Eugene replied, 500 million seals. He believed that this was a reasonable price to pay to resolve a conflict that had arisen due to a misunderstanding. Scratching his thick black beard, Tairi al-Madani smiled and said that Eugene was very resourceful for a 19-year-old youngster. Taking on a more serious expression, Tairi al-Madani agreed, provided that it would help them forget the offense. Then, since they had resolved all misunderstandings, he decided to ask Eugene what he was looking for in the Kazan desert. With a sly smile, Eugene replied that he just wanted to see the desert. But as the Sultan had said, there was nothing there. A statue, a tombstone, and a few pillars before destruction. Eugene tried to save everything he could, but now there was truly nothing left. Even the Sultan did not know about the tomb, and unless Amelia Movin suddenly decided to spill the beans, the past events would remain a secret. Unexpectedly, Eugene said that he would like to take Raman Shulkova with him, because someone had to pay for putting his life in danger. Then Tyree Almadani smiled and replied that if Eugene insisted on retribution, he could execute Raman right in front of Eugene. Raman was so shocked he couldn't even say anything to defend himself. But Eugene was not so heartless as to cut off heads for such deeds. He planned to send Raman to his parents' house and make him clean out the stables. Tyree Almadani simply nodded in agreement. In the middle of the battlefield, littered with the bodies of the fallen, Anis knelt down and prayed to the Lord. Suddenly, she turned to Gamel, who was behind her, and said that she was beginning to have doubts. If God is almighty, why does he allow the blood of his lambs to be shed? Gamel sighed heavily and replied that she was simply drunk. But Anis continued with even greater fervor, asking if he was truly the light that cleanses darkness. Why God could not simply dispel all this horror. Of course, Gamal understood nothing of the teachings of the God of Light, whom Anis worshipped so much, but he knew for sure that there was an incredible monster among them, and that monster was Vermouth. God is not capable of caring for our world alone, and that is why he sent them Vermouth, who is proof of a divine miracle. He is simply a hero recognized by the Holy Sword. Anis looked at him in surprise and was embarrassed because she never thought Gamal was capable of such words. But Gamel himself didn't like saying it. He just didn't want to see Anis get beaten up over such nonsense. So Eugene ordered Anis to stop talking nonsense and just give him the bottle that was standing next to her. There was no need to drink alone. Anis immediately grabbed the bottle, declaring that it was not alcohol but holy water, and that she would not give it to a godless man. Then Gamal stretched out his hands and said that from that day on, he too was a follower of the God of Light. Anis replied that as a saint, she could not give grace to a man with false beliefs. The sanctuary of the God of Light was located outside the city, where a statue of Anis praying stood, and Eugene and Raman stopped in front of it. 200 years ago, after praying here, Anis set off for the other end of the desert. She was going to pay her respects at Gamal's grave. Senia's departure and Anis's pilgrimage coincided. A few years after Senia retired, Anis set off on her journey, but she never reached Gamal's tomb, because if she had, she would not have left the tomb in ruins. Eugene wondered if Vermouth had anything to do with her disappearance, since he hadn't found anything in Hogany. The only clue he had was the leaf from the world tree left by Senya. Suddenly, Eugene's thoughts were interrupted by Raman, who asked if he had changed his mind, since they had been there for a week. Without turning around, Eugene shook his head and said that they were returning to Kiel, to the lands of the Lionheart family. Nina, Sion, Jihad, and Enisilla gathered in front of the teleportation portal, waiting for Eugene's arrival. Crossing his arms over his chest, Sion smiled slyly. He wanted to see how strong Eugene had become over the past 2 years. Enisilla, noticing Sion's expression, asked if he wasn't happy about his brother's return. Of course, Sion was happy that Eugene had returned, but part of him refused to accept it, because if Eugene wanted to become the head of the family, he would have to give up his position. Enisilla replied that as long as Sion did not step down, that would never happen. But Sion immediately asked, what about tradition? Shouldn't the strongest of the heirs become the head of the Lionheart family? Enisilla did not even glance at Sion, and replied that he was no longer a child, and was capable of making his own decisions. Either he or Eugene would become the head of the family. The choice was Sion's. Enisilla sighed heavily, seemingly realizing that she had been too harsh with them. But she did not want to repeat Tionis's mistake. She did not want Sion and Seal to suffer because of her greed. Sion asked her not to compare him to Yod, but Enisilla did not try to do so. She only wanted him to act wisely, and if Sion considered his choice to be the right one, she would treat him with respect. Looking at the portal, Enisilla said that Eugene was still part of the family, and that even though he wasn't related to Sion by blood, he was still his brother. So she asked Sion to welcome Eugene properly. Finally, Eugene appeared from the portal. Noticing the crowd, he sighed and asked why they had decided to meet him there, since they could have seen each other in the house. Immediately, Jihad rushed into his arms, bursting into tears, and Eugene happily hugged him. After regaining his composure a little, Eugene noticed that Jihad had not wasted any time and praised his physical condition. Eugene also noted that Jihad's beard had grown a little, and Jihad, wiping away his tears, replied that it was thanks to Stellord. At the mention of that name, a chill ran down Eugene's spine. Stellord was Gargius's father, and when had they managed to become so close to Jihad? Noticing Enisilla, Eugene immediately bowed his head and apologized for not greeting her right away. But Enisilla just waved her hand and said that there was no need for formalities, as everyone here was family. Eugene then turned his head, looking for the head of the family. Enisilla smiled and said that he was currently in the Black Lion Castle, preparing for the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Although all the offspring of the Lionheart family could participate in the traditional blood ritual, only the children of the main family were allowed to attend the coming-of-age ceremony. With sadness in her voice, Enisilla explained that Yod should have gone there first as the eldest son 2 years ago, but since he was disowned by his family, the ceremony did not take place. And since Eugene, Cian, and Ciel will be adults next year, the ceremony promises to be very interesting. Eugene then asked if the chief had made the decision himself. Enisilla smiled and replied that it was the Senate's wish. Unexpectedly, a frightened Raman emerged from the portal. Much to Enisilla's surprise, Eugene immediately began to explain that this was his subordinate, Raman Shulk. He had personally chosen him and brought him here because Raman had earned his trust. Eugene turned to Nina and asked her to explain the local customs to Raman. He said that wherever brute force was needed, Raman would help. But Nina was overcome with doubts. After all, Raman was his servant. Eugene immediately objected that this was precisely why he would act as he was told. Now, Raman was under Nina's command. Raman noted to himself that Nina was 10 years younger than him, but what wouldn't he do for his master? After all, this was his payment for saving his life. But Raman sincerely believed that the day would come when he would cross swords on the battlefield in the name of his master, Eugene. Suddenly, Cian said that if Eugene was finished, he would like to talk to him, and they headed into the forest. As they walked along the path toward the estate, Cian suddenly asked Eugene if he was really 19. Eugene smiled slyly and replied that, in truth, they were not the same age, but that he had been reincarnated. Cian just gave him a disapproving look. Then Eugene, genuinely distracted, asked if Cian was shocked by how much his brother had grown since they last saw each other. Shin turned away and clenched his fist in anger, because only 2 years had passed, but the difference was as if it had been 20. After all, Cian had worked extremely hard while Eugene was studying magic in Arosa. He never let go of his sword and had already earned 3 white flame stars, but Eugene had already achieved 4. That was why Cian asked Eugene to become the next head of the family. But Eugene was surprised that such nonsense had entered Cian's head. Did he really want Eugene to become the head of the family? Without turning around, Cian replied that he couldn't do it anymore. How could he become the head of the family when Eugene was so much better than him? Then Eugene said that all he had to do was say the word, and Cian would take his place. But he didn't think so. Eugene smiled kindly and suggested a duel, since Cian was itching to give up his place. All Cian had to do was win, and Eugene would accept any offer he made. Cian was confused because if he won, why would he make Eugene the head? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Then Eugene smiled and said that Cian would become the head, because that role should go to the one who wanted it more. Eugene didn't want any trouble, so if Cian wanted to change his mind, he would have to prove himself. But Cian sighed heavily and suggested a classic sparring match. Eugene decided to warn Cian right away that he didn't stand a chance. Many guests watched the sparring match in the training arena of the estate. They noted that despite Cian's excellent lunges, Eugene easily parried each one. Deflecting another blow, Eugene noted that Cian had good control over the aura of his sword, even without much effort. The 3 white stars clearly made their presence known, as there were only a handful of people with that amount of mana on the entire continent. At that moment, Cian couldn't believe that he had run out of breath so quickly. No matter how much he swung his sword, it seemed futile, as if Eugene was simply deflecting his attacks. But each time he directed his sword away from where Cian wanted it to go. Watching the fight, a tall, fair-haired man wondered if he would have a chance to defeat the young lord if he fought at full strength with his aura. Hazer, who had approached, had serious doubts about this, because Eugene had been strong 2 years ago, but now he was on a completely different level. Looking at the course of the fight, Hazar noticed that Cian was not sitting idle either, but Eugene was repelling all his attacks without moving from his spot. After another attack, Cian found himself on the ground. Looking at Eugene with dissatisfaction, he asked what had just happened. How did Eugene deflect his attacks? Throwing his sword over his shoulder, Eugene replied that it was good old parrying, but Cian, angry, ordered him not to lie. After all, it wasn't just a simple parry. Eugene didn't push his sword away, but shifted its trajectory. Cian also noted that Eugene was throwing him off balance, forcing him to use more mana. Cian unexpectedly asked him to teach him this technique. Eugene broke into a satisfied smile, but Cian gritted his teeth and ordered himself to hold back. After thinking for a moment, Eugene agreed, because if Cian became stronger, he wouldn't have to become the leader. Looking back, Eugene decided that there were too many prying eyes in the training arena, so he threw his sword away and ordered Cian to follow him. Moving a decent distance away, Eugene leaned against the wall and said that Cian would never become stronger than him. But he understood that Cian was willing to become the leader, yet he was afraid of failing to live up to expectations and disgracing himself. Shun just nodded gloomily, but Eugene's answer did not change, no matter how many times Cian asked. He was not going to become the head because he simply did not want to. Then Cian thought to himself that he had already asked Eugene 3 times to become the leader, so apparently there was nothing he could do if Eugene was so determined. Coughing, Cian said that Eugene was leaving him no choice. Of course, his skills were impressive, but Eugene lacked the necessary nobility, since he had not even attended lessons for successors. Then Cian began to openly mock Eugene, hinting at how Eugene was going to get along in high society when he himself had spent half his life there. But Eugene didn't let him finish. Eugene kicked him in the leg. Howling in pain, Cian grabbed his sore leg and asked what that was for. But Eugene remained silent, letting Cian know that he knew very well. Straightening up, Cian decided to ask when Eugene would teach him that technique. Eugene replied that he was a little busy right now and that this wasn't the right place, so he would write down the technique and give it to Cian later, and if he practiced hard, he would be able to repeat it. But Cian was overcome with doubts that Eugene was just lying because he didn't want to become the head. But even though Eugene really didn't want to become the head, he had no reason to lie. The great Vermouth of the Kiel Empire renounced all his regalia and moved to the capital castle. But even after 300 years, Mount Uklis remains the property of the Lionheart family. At its summit stood the castle of the Black Lions. It was here that Vermouth spent most of his days and was buried. In the main hall, the Lionheart Senate gathered around a round table with a lion in the center. Mr. Gled, having studied the report with interest, reported that Eugene appeared to be at the main residence. A man whose face was hidden in the shadows remarked how fortunate it was that there were only 2 months left until the new year. Mr. Gled then decided to ask if they needed to summon Eugene. The man smiled maliciously, saying that it was Gled who had committed an unprecedented act of stupidity by taking a child from a collateral line under his wing. This was the first time such a thing had happened in the history of the Lionheart family. To himself, Mr. Gled thought that even from a young age, he had felt uncomfortable around this man. And that man was Doins Lionheart, the eldest member of the family and the Senate, the eternal White Lion. Nevertheless, Doin believed that the head of the family had already proven the importance of the child, but it was not possible to get around it without any problems. Carmen, who was chewing an unlit cigar as usual, interrupted the conversation, saying that Eugene had more than just the head of the family's support. What did they care about Eugene's ancestry? Only his potential mattered. Although Doins considered Carmen's judgment to be correct, she was not the only one representing the Black Lions at this meeting. Carmen merely looked away in response. With a malicious smile, Doins declared that he would personally test Eugene at the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. The Senate agreed that Eugene Lionheart had potential. Otherwise, why would they have granted Mr. Glade's request to adopt him? In 2 months, Eugene would come of age, and then the Senate would begin the election of the next head of the family. With a satisfied grin, Doins said that Eugene was truly talented, having studied magic in Aros and been personally taken under the wing of the head of the Red Tower, and had even managed to befriend the Crown Prince himself. Doins's expression changed, and he said that they were a united pride, proudly calling themselves Lionhearts. And of course he was sincerely glad that their children were growing up in freedom. But was it worth explaining to him that a lion cub who had strayed from his family was of no use? Then Doans just smiled and added that of course no one was going to take Eugene's freedom of choice away from him. They just needed to tame him a little. Suddenly glancing at Glade with interest, Doins decided to ask him if he had ever considered making Eugene his heir. Glade replied coldly that if it was Eugene's will, he would not deny him that opportunity. Slamming the lid of her pocket watch, Carmen objected that Eugene would not agree because according to Seal, he rejected the very idea of becoming the head of the family. Stroking his beard contentedly, Doins replied that they would hope Eugene would not change his mind. Eugene asked in surprise if he and Cian really needed to go to the Black Lion Castle. Enisilla nodded affirmatively and said that they thought the members of the Senate would want to come to the ceremony on their own, but instead they decided to invite Eugene and Cian. Eugene decided to ask when they should leave, to which he received the reply, "As soon as you are ready." Turning around, he waved to the surprised Cian to follow him. Since they didn't need to take anything with them, Eugene didn't want to waste any time. Cian barely kept up with Eugene as they hurried through the long corridors of the estate, holding a book written by Eugene himself. Having already familiarized himself with the contents, Cian was outraged. Did Eugene even know what he was writing about? It was literally self-torture. Following the advice in the book, Cian exhausted all his mana and lost consciousness. Eugene, without slowing down, replied that he had done exactly the same. He thought to himself that this was how Gamal had trained in his past life, and he had only adapted the technique to the white flame. Then, turning abruptly, Eugene looked Cian in the eyes and said that he might or might not be able to do it, but Cian must not give up. Only then would Cian have even the slightest chance of catching up with him. If he really wanted to be the head of the family, he had to meet the requirements. Swallowing nervously, Cian noticed that for the first time, the ceremony was being held not here, but in the Black Lion Castle. Although this was not surprising, since now, because of Yoda, they were under the watchful eye of the Senate. Pointing menacingly at Eugene, Cian added that the Senate was trying to instill discipline in this way, and perhaps they wanted to teach Eugene a lesson as well. Then Eugene decided to ask about Cian himself. Of course, he didn't know, so he suggested that perhaps the Senate had decided to congratulate him, and since he would become the next head of the family, he might even be allowed to take a peek at the tomb of his ancestors. Somewhere on Mount Uklas lay the body of Vermouth, but the exact location was kept a closely guarded secret. Even the head of the family, Glade Lionheart, knew almost nothing about it. The books lie. He couldn't have died so easily, so Eugene must find the coffin and see for himself. And the dreamy Cian continued to hope that he would even be allowed to take the Spear of Luenthos or Gigolat. The Luenthos Spear is the weapon of the Demon King of Cruelty, and the Gigolat Hammer is the weapon of the Demon King of Slaughter. These weapons were not in the family treasury because they were kept in the Black Lion Castle. Now the demonic spear is owned by the chairman of the Senate, the eldest of the Lionhearts, the White Lion of Eternal Life, Doin Lionheart. The owner of the Hammer of Destruction is Doin's grandson, Dominic Lionheart, commander of the first squad of Black Lions. Then Cian decided to assume that the chairman, due to his age, was going to retire and would suddenly pass the demonic spear on to him. But Eugene just shrugged. In his room, Eugene drew the Moonlight Sword and noticed that the blade absorbed mana every time he took it out. The fragment that Eugene managed to obtain at the auction resonated with the Moon Blade, complementing the blade. Eugene wondered if he could restore the Moonlight Sword by gathering all the pieces. But deciding that there was no need to rush, he hid the sword in his cloak. First, he needed to find Vermouth's grave. Eugene hadn't even made it home before he had to leave again, and he had hidden the statue of Gamiel in his shadow cloak. He wanted to ask Mr. Glade to put it in the main residence, but unfortunately, he was nowhere to be found. However, an idea popped into Eugene's head, and he broke into a sly smile. When Eugene met Cian in front of the teleportation portal, he wondered why he was dressed up like that. A servant nearby informed them that the portal to the Black Lion's castle was open, and asked Eugene and Cian to proceed. They boldly stepped into the portal and immediately found themselves in the air not far from the castle. Cian screamed in fear, but Eugene just smiled. Falling rapidly, Eugene began to survey the area and noticed the Black Lion's castle, which was not as close as he had expected. But Eugene decided that this was even better, because Vermouth's tomb must be somewhere in the mountains. Eugene smiled contentedly. He had a great opportunity to check it out. Jean flew past him, screaming, and Eugene thought that the Senate would hardly allow him to crash at the very beginning of the ceremony. Then Eugene decided that he had to get down to business, because he hadn't come here to play babysitter, and the wind began to gently lower him. The members of the Senate watched Eugene and Sion closely from the castle walls. Suddenly, Doans asked if this was Vinida's ability. The old man in the hood behind him immediately began to explain that this was called levitation magic. Doan smiled and remarked that Eugene had not lost his composure even in such a situation and was demonstrating confident mastery of magic. Then Doan decided to ask the old man in glasses what he thought about it. The old man happily shared his observations, noting that the entry threshold for such magic was 4 circles. Adjusting his glasses, he also noted that the speed of descent was constant, the balance was correct, and considering the height, it was at least the 5th circle. Doins asked Mr. Gled if he knew how many stars Eugene Lionheart had received in the White Flame method. Mr. Gled replied that before his trip to Aros, he had 3, and in a letter he received a year ago, 4 stars were mentioned. Then Doins laughed heartily. 4 stars at 19 years old, and with another year all 5 are possible. The gray-haired man with a beard and mustache exclaimed in surprise that it was impossible to have 5 stars at such an age. Carmen, who had been watching intently, interrupted the conversation, telling the bearded man to follow the example of those around him if he himself was good for nothing. Then Klein, which was the man's name, became indignant that his sister underestimated him because he had been a member of the Senate for 10 years. Carmen then gave Klein a menacing look and asked him not to call her sister with a face like that, or people would think he was her father, or rather her grandfather. Boiling with indignation, Klein asked where Carmen's dignity was, since she was a member of the Senate and should at least behave appropriately, because Carmen was already 60 years old and she was acting like a 20-year-old girl. In her anger, Carmen bit into the cigar she had been chewing all this time. Realizing how stupid he had been, Klein covered his mouth with his hand. Noticing that Eugene had finally landed, Doins turned to Dominic Lionheart and ordered him to speak. Mr. Gled was shocked by this decision, but Doins objected that otherwise it would not be a test. Did he not trust his own children? With a stern look, Doins added that this was not a blood ritual, and no one was going to lower themselves to their level. Mr. Gled then objected that if that was the case, why hadn't they invited Yoda? Of course, Doins understood that Yoda was still Gled's child, but it was time to let him go, and he knew very well that Yoda was in the house of his mother, Theonis, living a quiet, measured life. Then Mr. Glade tried to argue that Yod was still the eldest son of the main family. Even though he no longer had the opportunity to ascend the throne, Yod still had the right to participate in the ceremony. With regret, Doans placed his hand on Mr. Glide's shoulder and said that the child had already reached the age of majority. As they headed toward the castle, a 2-headed ogre suddenly attacked Eugene with a menacing growl. But Eugene did not lose his composure, and with one swing of his sword, he cut off both of the monster's heads. Hiding Vinid back in his sheath, Eugene noted that this was already the second 2-headed ogre, but there was no reason for them to be here together because a 2-headed ogre alone was capable of subjugating an entire forest. Eugene also noticed that the entire forest was a breeding ground for monsters, only this time their mana was not being restricted. He found it strange that they had been thrown from such a height just to hunt monsters. Eugene headed further into the forest. Suddenly, a rustling sound nearby caught his attention. Unexpectedly, the snout of a wyvern appeared from the bushes, and Eugene immediately jumped back. Smiling, Eugene asked Seal, who was riding on the wyvern's back, how long she had been riding. Pulling on the reins, Seal struggled to control the raging monster, and decided to ask Eugene how he had managed to dodge it. Of course, Eugene knew that monsters wouldn't just let it go, so he smiled and teased her for not even saying hello out of politeness. But Ciel ignored his remark and asked in surprise if Eugene's head hurt. Now it was Eugene's turn to be surprised at what Ciel was talking about. Then Ciel tried to explain that a barrier had been erected around the forest to cloud people's minds. Eugene nodded affirmatively, saying that he remembered something like that. He felt a slight twinge, but it passed. Ciel looked at him in amazement and asked if that was all. Eugene just grinned and replied that he had a strong mind. To herself, Ciel noted that the barrier created illusions based on the deepest fears of the soul. Cian was screaming like a girl because he thought he saw some ghosts. Then Eugene smiled and thought that if Ciel knew how much he had been through, and that the barrier itself was trying to break their will, she would understand. Ciel jumped off the wyvern and said that she was going to attack Eugene after seeing his reaction to the barrier, but apparently she had no choice, and began to draw her sword from its sheath. Also drawing his sword, Eugene thought that this was not part of his plan, so he smiled and told Ciel not to expect any leniency. Ciel attacked, but Eugene parried the blow without even moving. Then Ciel pushed off the trunk of the nearest tree and rushed back into the attack, but this blow was also parried. Ciel decided to retreat, but as she jumped back, she was caught off guard by the cannonballs that Eugene had summoned. Of course, Eugene had expected Ciel to be unable to dodge them in mid-air, but then the wyvern intervened. Roaring, it flapped its wings, and Ciel, caught up in the wind, managed to avoid the magic missiles and attempted a lunge. But at the last moment, Eugene jumped and managed to avoid the blow. Ciel, annoyed by her miss, rushed after him. Then Eugene pulled a whip from his shadow cloak, wrapped it around Ciel's body, and threw her to the ground. Landing on the ground, Eugene smiled smugly, but Ciel looked up and told him he was celebrating too soon. Suddenly, a roar was heard behind Eugene. A snapping jaw passed very close to Eugene, who managed to jump out of the way at the last moment. Then Eugene swung Vinid to finish off the monster, but Ciel immediately screamed for him not to touch Vivi. Surprised, Eugene froze in place, not understanding who she was talking about. Then Ciel screamed again, telling Eugene not to touch the wyvern. Cursing under his breath, Eugene hid Vinid in its sheath, even though Ciel had attacked him and now dared to give orders. Meanwhile, the wyvern turned around and launched a new attack, but Eugene interrupted it with a well-aimed kick to the jaw, then jumped and punched the wyvern in the head, pinning the monster to the ground. Finally, free of the whip, Ciel flew into a rage and summoned a white flame, rushing at Eugene. But to her surprise, Eugene did not draw his sword, but held out his hand in defense. Grabbing Ciel by the wrist, Eugene brought her arm behind her back, forcing her to release the blade, and then knocked her to the ground with a blow to the knee. Looking at him in embarrassment, Ciel asked if he could be gentler. Eugene smiled and asked her to stop attacking him, but Ciel already understood that she was no match for Eugene, so Eugene finally let her go, raising his hands in a gesture of reconciliation. Brushing the dirt off herself, Ciel decided to ask Eugene how he had managed to predict the movement of her rapier. Smiling, Eugene replied that it was intuition. Embarrassed, Ciel muttered that Eugene could have lost his arm, but he waved it off carelessly and said that Ciel would never have done that. Eugene was glad that he and Ciel had met, and that she might be able to tell him what to do next. Returning her rapier to its sheath, Ciel replied that Eugene simply needed to get to the castle. But Eugene already knew that, so he asked Ciel to tell him what to expect along the way. Ciel replied that there were 60 black lions ahead, including the captains, and that they would not stand on ceremony. Eugene thought this was excessive, but Ciel objected that the chairman had a high opinion of Eugene and that Cian was simply unlucky to be near him. Then Eugene thought that 60 enemies against 2 people was still a lot. Ciel tried to explain that the territory was large and that the black lions were not only going to attack them, but also make sure they did not stray where they should not. Then Eugene became curious about what kind of places these were that they shouldn't go near. Ciel replied that the mountain was swarming with monsters, but here it was limited to a couple of ogres, while deep in the forest lived evil spirits who killed ogres for fun. Eugene exclaimed in surprise, asking where evil spirits could come from. Ciel explained that the spirits were bred here for training knights. Then Eugene, boiling with anger, said that evil spirits were not farm animals and could not be bred. Who in the Senate had allowed such a thing? But Ciel didn't understand why Eugene was angry at her. Then he declared that as a member of the main family, he couldn't just let it go. Ciel was very surprised that Eugene had suddenly become concerned about the affairs of the main family. As far as Ciel knew, there were no spirits at Vermouth's grave. She had even hunted evil spirits a couple of times, but she had never gone to Vermouth's grave. Then Eugene thought about it. According to Ciel, he was under the close watch of the chairman, so he wouldn't be able to quietly dig up the entire mountain now, as it would attract too much attention. There was no choice left. Eugene now just had to get to the castle safely. When Ciel had almost climbed onto the wyvern, Eugene suddenly asked her to lend him Vivi. Ciel called him a fool and advised him to get to the castle as soon as possible, because the other knights would soon be there. Eugene looked around, then suddenly summoned a gust of wind and knocked Ciel out of the saddle high into the sky. Then Eugene jumped onto the back of the surprised Vivi, who immediately tried to throw him off. But Eugene menacingly ordered her to do as he said if she valued her life. The wyvern immediately soared into the sky, passing Ciel as she fell, who landed on the ground and tried to get Vivi back, but it was all in vain. Unexpectedly, Eugene's path was blocked by black lions riding similar wyverns. Glancing at them, Eugene concluded that Carmen was not among them, and he did not recognize any of the other commanders. Drawing his sword, Dominic reminded his subordinates that they were here to test their skills, so he advised them to use their strength more carefully. The Black Lion's skills impressed Eugene. Even in his past life, he could hardly find an order comparable to them in strength. Smiling happily, Eugene thought that since no one was going to destroy him, he couldn't call it a test. Rather, it would be a test for the Black Lions. Jumping out of the saddle, Eugene attacked the nearest horseman. In an instant, the warriors raised their bows and tried to hit him, but Eugene turned the hood of his cloak aside, and all the arrows flew into the subspace. Changing his trajectory, Eugene opened his shadow cloak again, and the arrows flew toward the swordsman, who easily parried the shots. Then Eugene took advantage of the confusion and went behind one of the Black Lions, trying to attack with his dagger. But the knight took the blow with his sword. But Eugene raised his left arm and knocked the knight out of the saddle with a gust of wind. Suddenly, Eugene heard laughter behind him. Eugene turned around just in time to avoid a spear thrust. Eugene recognized the attacker as Naishna Lionheart, Carmen's assistant, whom he had seen in Arosa. Retreating to the saddle of the nearest wyvern, Naishna asked where Seal was, as she was supposed to arrive here before them. Responding that Seal was below them, Eugene pulled a spear from his shadow cloak and began showering Naishna with blows. Dodging the blows, Naishna noted to himself that Eugene had managed to push him back. Then Eugene rushed forward, leaving Naishna and the other Black Lions behind because he didn't need to fight. He just needed to get to the castle. Suddenly, a boulder flew past him. Eugene barely dodged it, but didn't even have time to think about where it had come from. Suddenly, Carmen appeared behind Eugene and sent him to the ground with a well-aimed kick. Landing neatly on the ground with the help of wind magic, Eugene began to massage his arm, which had been injured by Carmen's blow. He thought to himself that commanders also take part in the ceremony. Carmen landed elegantly and asked if she had gone too far with her greeting. Behind her, the rest of the Black Lions began to land one after another. Then, smiling, Eugene asked what he had done to deserve so much attention. Carmen replied that Eugene had turned out to be much stronger than she had thought, since Cian still hadn't dealt with his fears. Carmen asked him not to think badly of her and to take it as a compliment, adding that since she was here, it would all be over quickly. Taking out her pocket watch and opening the lid, Carmen said that Eugene had to hold on for 3 minutes. If he managed to do so, no further tests would be necessary, and he would find himself at the Black Lion Castle. Noticing the surprise on Eugene's face, Carmen said in a haughty tone that she could reduce the time to 1 minute if Eugene's knees were shaking. Eugene understood that he was just a distant relative to Carmen, but her arrogance annoyed him. Then, with a sly look, Eugene said that he was more worried about Carmen because she was getting on in years. Carmen's subordinates behind her were horrified by these words. Suddenly, Carmen slammed the lid shut and threw the clock at Naishna, who caught it carefully. Then Carmen was engulfed in white flames, and she took a fighting stance, saying that she had had enough, and immediately went on the attack. Waiting for the right distance, Eugene tried to strike with his sword. But Carmen parried the thrust with her right hand and immediately counterattacked with a left blow to the torso. Eugene managed to block the blow with his sword and slid backward, noting to himself that Carmen was definitely aiming for his ribs. At the same time, Carmen thought to herself that Eugene had reacted quickly and that perhaps she should be a little more serious. Parrying another series of attacks, Eugene noticed that Carmen was very talented. He was afraid to imagine what she would have been like if she had been born 300 years earlier. Carmen, in turn, thought that Eugene's powerful aura was in no way inferior to Amelia Moen's, even though Amelia had wanted to destroy her completely. Eugene sincerely regretted that Carmen had to hold back, although he understood perfectly well that even with ignition, he would not stand a chance. After parrying another of Carmen's sword thrusts, Eugene threw aside his battered weapon and asked if 3 minutes had passed. And then Carmen realized with horror that instead of 1 minute, 3 had passed, and she still hadn't achieved anything. Even fighting at less than full strength, she still couldn't defeat some kid. Then, clenching her fist in frustration, she tried to cheat by asking if they didn't have another minute. But Eugene immediately objected that Carmen herself had set the condition. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by applause. Turning around, Eugene noticed Gigolat behind the man who was clapping. Eugene immediately realized that he was standing before Dominic Lionheart, commander of the first squad of Black Lions. Of course, Dominic had heard about Eugene's achievements, but he thought the rumors were slightly exaggerated. However, seeing everything with his own eyes, he realized that the rumors were not even close to the truth. Bowing his head in a bow, Eugene replied that Dominic was flattering him, Then Dominic decided to ask if Carmen needed any more proof, but Carmen replied that this was enough and, turning around, headed for the castle, ordering the others to follow her. Suddenly, Seal's indignant voice rang out behind Eugene. Sitting astride a wyvern, she scolded Eugene for abandoning her and not even batting an eyelid. Eugene smiled and replied that Seal had managed to get here somehow and praised the wyvern for quickly finding its mistress. Then Eugene noticed that Ciel had arrived just in time, and since he needed to get to the castle, he asked permission to ride the wyvern. Then Ciel, blushing with embarrassment, decided to ask if Eugene really wanted to ride with her. After a while, the black lions riding the wyverns headed for the castle. Eugene was with them, sitting in the saddle behind Ciel. Gaining altitude rapidly, Ciel told Eugene to hold on tighter, worried that he might fall out of the saddle, but Eugene replied that even if he fell, he would not die. Then, noticing that Eugene was holding on to the wyvern, she asked him not to grab its scales because it hurt him. Eugene replied that if it hurt him, it wasn't a wyvern, just a lizard. Eugene placed his hands on Ciel's hips and asked if that was better, to which Ciel nodded shyly. Suddenly, Ciel directed the wyvern downward, and Eugene decided to ask her what she was planning to do. Ciel tried to explain that since they were flying, they might as well choose a more picturesque route, but Eugene thought it would be better to get to the castle as soon as possible, because a hot bath was more refreshing than any picturesque view. Ciel objected that Eugene had nothing to look forward to in the castle except boring lectures. Finally reaching their destination, Eugene obediently followed Carmen through the corridors of the Black Castle. Unexpectedly, Carmen said that their order was short of people, which was not surprising given that it had a history of more than 300 years. Of course, Eugene understood that Carmen couldn't do anything about it, because Black Lion Knights were only recruited from the Lionheart family, unlike the White Lions. According to Carmen, this was because the Black Lions were entrusted with solving the most difficult problems of the Lionheart family, and outsiders had no place here. Suddenly, Carmen decided to ask Eugene again to join the Black Lions, but Eugene reminded her that he had rejected her offer 2 years ago. At that time, Carmen had no way of verifying Eugene's skills, but today she had seen enough, so she hinted that the position of assistant commander of the second squad was still open. But Eugene couldn't believe his ears. How could the commander not have found an assistant in 2 years? What had he been doing? Carmen replied that there had been suitable candidates, but the commander had a difficult personality, and few were willing to work for him. Eugene's techniques reminded Carmen of Genos, the commander of the second squad, so she decided to ask if Eugene was his student. Eugene replied that he had never seen Genos before, but for some reason Carmen was sure that they would work well together, and that Eugene would then go on to glorify the Lionheart family name alongside the Black Lions. But although Eugene did care about his family's honor, he would have preferred to bring glory to his own name. Then Carmen informed him that the chairman was watching him, and that the Senate was very concerned about the events in Nahama, because Eugene had simply gone there without permission. Eugene decided to ask if the chairman really thought he had conspired with the Sand Mages of Nahama. Carmen replied that the Senate did not rule out such a possibility, since Eugene himself could not imagine that Yod would resort to black magic. Eugene's persona attracts a lot of attention, of course. His skills are impressive, but he is only a member of a side branch of the family, and his abilities are not unlimited. Then Carmene decided to ask what would happen if someone wanted to help Eugene take the position of head of the family, but he immediately objected that he had no intention of becoming the head. She suggested that someone might have recruited Eugene. For example, some arrogant sultan might have promised him mountains of gold and glory. Eugene decided to clarify whether this was an interrogation, to which Carmen nodded affirmatively. Finally, approaching the main hall, Eugene smiled good-naturedly and said that he had no reason to answer Carmen's questions, because the elders behind the door would ask him the same questions. Carmen opened the door and let Eugene in. There, seated around a round table, were 6 men who represented the council. Eugene bowed his head and greeted everyone present, introducing himself as was customary. Then, finally raising his head, Eugene looked at each of them with a cold gaze and asked for forgiveness for his insolence. With one swift movement, he pulled the statue of Hamel and the tombstone from his shadow cloak. All the elders were in shock and could not say a word. Finally, Klein was the first to break the silence that hung in the hall. Thoughtfully scratching his beard, he asked what it was. At the same time, Chairman Doyne Lionheart rose from the table and began to examine the statue with interest. Finally, when he reached the tombstone, he read the name engraved there, Gamil Danos. As soon as these words left Doines's lips, Mr. Glade jumped up. He couldn't believe what he had heard, because that was the name of Tugga Hamel. Looking at Eugene with interest, Doine decided to ask him where exactly he had found the statue. Eugene calmly replied that he had found it on Gamil's grave. And then, Eugene began his story. As the Senate should know, he had been studying magic in Aros for the past 2 years. In the Royal Library of Akrian, in the Hall of the Wise Sen, he learned about Gamil's tomb through witchcraft. Eugene's story was interrupted by Doines, who asked only one question: how? Eugene then suggested that since this was the first time a Lionheart had encountered sorcery, he could only guess whether it was Senia's doing or not. Mr. Gamil was a longtime friend of the Great Vermouth, but unlike the rest of Helmud, he was unable to return. He had valiantly sacrificed his life for his comrades. Eugene felt uncomfortable with his words, but he continued. While wandering the deserts of Nahama, he stumbled upon Gamiel's tomb. Unfortunately, the tomb was in a very poor condition. Only the statue and the tombstone remain. Eugene also recounted that he had encountered a Knight of Destruction created from Gamel's flesh in the tomb, but just as he was about to defeat the knight, he was met by Amelia Moven, the guardian of the desert dungeons. The family's magic specialist jumped up in surprise and asked Eugene how he had managed to survive. Eugene replied that it was all because the demonic king of imprisonment had intervened. At the mention of this name, everyone froze in horror. Only Klein, his eyes wide with fear, muttered that the ruler of Helmut himself had appeared. Nodding affirmatively, Eugene said that it was indeed the king of imprisonment who had prevented Amelia from destroying him. But in return, the king had asked him to warn everyone about something. Eugene conveyed the message that freedom comes with responsibility and that the favor of the king of imprisonment, like Helmud's silence, would not last forever. He was obliged to convey the message, even though he did not know the details of Vermouth's deal. But since it had come to this, Eugene came to the conclusion that peaceful times were coming to an end. Then, with a heavy sigh, Doine finally returned to the table. Clutching his head, he said that this was very unexpected news, as he had planned to interrogate Eugene. Klein stated that the demon king of imprisonment had made it clear that the world would exist as long as it was his will. Finally, Mr. Glade spoke up, saying that Nahama had been terrorizing Eurus for centuries. How could they be sure that the king of confinement had nothing to do with it? With a malicious smile, Doine suggested that Glade meet with the king of imprisonment and ask him about it personally. Of course, there was no hope for peace, for as long as the two most powerful demon kings and their demonic race and black magicians were scattered across the continent. 300 years ago, the great Vermouth and 4 of his comrades in arms defeated the demon kings of madness, cruelty, and slaughter. However, they were unable to defeat the demon king of destruction and imprisonment. Then Doines raised his voice and asked which of the current Lionhearts was capable of defeating the demon king. But Mr. Gled objected that this situation did not only concern the Lionhearts, as the warning of the king of destruction was addressed to the whole world. Calming down a little, Doines replied that Gled was absolutely right, but that they were the heirs of the great Vermouth, and it was they who must be at the forefront if the confrontation began. Then Doines decided to ask Mr. Gled if he thought they were ready for this. But then Klein interrupted, saying that it was not the Lionhearts and Kiel who had disregarded the goodwill of the King of Destruction. The Holy Empire and their anti-demonic alliance were to blame. Boiling with rage, Klein said that the soldiers of the Holy Empire were still standing at the border, waiting only to hear the order to invade Helmut. To which Doines replied, scratching his beard, that no one was going to fight Helmut head-on, as this was only a cover. As soon as the situation escalated, they would immediately withdraw their troops. Watching the discussion, Eugene came to the conclusion that it was a waste of time, because judging by their pitiful appearance, the Senate had no intention of declaring war on Helmut. However, it was too early for Eugene to worry about that, because his intention to destroy all the Demon Kings was unshakable. Unexpectedly, Doines decided to ask Eugene what he intended to do with the items he had brought. Eugene replied that he was going to take them to the burial sites of his ancestors. Then, Eugene asked him to pay attention to the inscriptions on the tombstone. Clenching his fist with excitement, Eugene said that Vermouth regretted the death of Gamil, which meant that the statue and the gravestone should be kept together with the rest of his ancestors. Continuing his reasoning, Eugene stated that although Senya had not personally taught him magic, his mentor, Robarian, was her heir, which meant that he could also be considered Senya's disciple. And since he was Senya's disciple, a descendant of Vermouth, and the last person to pay his respects to Gamil in his tomb, Eugene believed that he could personally deliver the statue to the family tomb. Thinking it over, Duans nodded understandingly, but as Eugene knew, the family tomb was not a public place and could not be entered just like that. Then Mr. Glade intervened in the conversation. He believed that Gamil deserved to rest in peace with the rest of his ancestors. Carmen, who had been standing aside all this time, said that since Eugene had been able to find the statue and the tombstone, he should deliver them himself. Sighing heavily, Doynes said that this time they could make an exception. A joyful smile lit up Eugene's face. Now he would be able to thoroughly examine Vermouth's tomb. Of course, Eugene understood that he would hardly be able to open the coffin on his first visit, but, for starters, it was worth at least finding out its location. Eugene's elation was interrupted by Doans, who asked him to keep the statue and tombstone for now, as it would take some time to open the way to the tomb. Eugene agreed, thinking to himself that if it took time, then the location of the tomb must be hidden by magic. Considering the conversation over, Doan asked Genos to escort Eugene to his room. Then he asked Mr. Glade to postpone his meeting with his sons, as he had more important matters to attend to. Following Genos, Eugene wondered if this man was the commander of the second squad of Black Lions, as he had such a nasty temper that no one wanted to be his assistant. Unexpectedly, Genos ordered Eugene to come closer and show him the statue with the tombstone again. Of course, it wasn't difficult for Eugene, but he still decided to ask why he wanted to see it. Tears welled up in Genos's eyes, and he said that he wanted to lay flowers. Eugene was stunned by this turn of events, so he asked what was wrong with him, but Genos just waved him off and replied that he had caught some nasty bug and sometimes couldn't hold back the tears. Eugene's face twisted in embarrassment, and he thought to himself that Genos must be very ill. Watching Genos lay flowers at the statue of Gamil, Eugene wondered what had come over Genos. Was he really his descendant? Then Eugene wondered what would happen if his children were to intertwine with Vermouth's children at some point, but then he remembered that he didn't even have any children. Suddenly, Eugene decided to ask Genos what connected him to Gamil. Wiping away his tears, Genos replied that he was Gamil's apprentice. Stunned, Eugene was speechless. He couldn't remember ever teaching anyone. But looking again at the statue, Genos dispelled Eugene's doubts, replying that of course he had not been taught directly by Gamal, because like all the side branches, his had also split from the main line at some point. Genos's distant ancestor was the second son of Vermouth. The eldest son became the head of the family, and his brothers and sisters left home to found side branches. Although Genos's ancestor did not become the head of the family, instead of the traditional method of white flame, he inherited something else. Vermouth taught his ancestor the techniques of Gamil. Noticing Eugene's shocked expression, Genos decided to ask him a question that had been bothering him. Had Eugene found any secret manuscripts in Gamil's tomb? Watching the match with Carmen, Genos noticed how Eugene parried her attacks. These were the techniques of Gamil that Vermouth had taught them. That is why Genos believed that Eugene had managed to find Gamal's manuscripts. Everything fell into place because without deep control of mana and exceptional combat instincts, it would be impossible to repeat such a feat. Growing gloomy, Eugene came to the conclusion that 300 years ago, Vermouth had taught his descendants Gamal's techniques, but he still decided to ask Genos why Vermouth had passed on his knowledge to his son, who had not inherited the throne. Genos tried to explain that after Vermouth's eldest son ascended the throne, many side branches were established, and it became increasingly difficult to avoid family disputes until Genos's ancestor, the first of the Black Lions, put an end to it. Eugene thought about it and realized that Vermouth had raised a second son who was unable to become the head of the family and protect its values like a guard dog. He smiled, because it meant that Vermouth considered his techniques strong enough to counter the main family's white flame method. Then Genos asked Eugene if he had any of Gamal's manuscripts and to pass them on to him. But Eugene wanted to determine the balance of power first. Eugene decided to ask if this meant that he should occupy a higher position in the hierarchy, because if you think about it, he could be considered Gamil's direct disciple. A look of confusion froze on Genos's face, so Eugene tried to explain that even though Genos was born decades before him, if he called himself Gamal's disciple, he should treat Eugene with respect as his senior. Still not quite understanding, Genos asked if Eugene had found Gamal's secret manuscripts after all. Eugene replied that that was exactly how he had memorized the manuscripts and burned them completely. Eugene reminded Genos that he himself had told the Senate that he had been unable to take the manuscripts with him because of the Night of Destruction. Therefore, Eugene suggested that Genos acknowledge his seniority, and then he would compare the family techniques with those he had managed to remember and tell Genos exactly where his techniques were wrong. Genos had to accept this, but he still decided to clarify whether he should call Eugene his senior in public. Eugene said that Genos should only call him that when they were alone, as it would be difficult to explain to others. Genos bowed his head and replied that he understood, calling Eugene his older brother. Eugene nodded affirmatively and asked how much longer Genos planned to keep him there, suggesting that he might finally show him his room. Finally in his room, Eugene settled down on a comfortable sofa, while Genos sat down on a chair opposite him and began to tell him that there were 10 techniques that Vermouth had taught them. Eugene wondered if there really were 10, as the only one he could think of was ignition. Usually, he acted according to the circumstances, so he asked Genos to describe all the techniques. Genos began to explain that the Gamal style was ignition, but Eugene immediately interrupted him, raising his hand and asking if that was really what Vermouth had called it. Genos didn't know, but that was what his family called it. Eugene lamented to himself about what Vermouth was thinking when he called it Gamal's style, but after a moment, he asked Genos to continue. Genos listed all 10 of Gamal's techniques. Eugene was shocked. It seemed like he remembered something, memories he wanted so badly to get rid of. Clutching his head, Eugene realized how young and foolish he had been. Gamal had shouted out these silly names using techniques he had learned in just a couple of years, and later he had been so ashamed that he had decided to forget them, as if they were a bad dream. Shame appeared on Eugene's face. Could Vermouth have remembered all 10 of them and taught them to his son? And these stupid names had been passed down from generation to generation for 300 years. Then Eugene really wanted to go back to the past, because then he could have strangled himself with his own hands. Suddenly, Genos decided to ask if these abilities were mentioned in the secret manuscripts. Eugene shyly looked away and replied that there were no such silly names there. Gamiel must have invented these techniques when he was younger. But Genos was indignant. Even though Eugene was his older brother, he would not tolerate such disrespect for Hamel's legacy. Of course, Eugene didn't want Genos to misunderstand him, because he also respected Gamal. He was just referring to the names of the techniques, not their essence. Then Eugene asked Genos to admit whether the names 1,000 Thunderclaps of Asura's Wrath and Fatal Dead End seemed silly to him. Genos thought about it, because Carmen's signature move was called the Decider of Fates. Then Eugene summoned a pen and a sheet of paper and decided that the names were enough and ordered Genos to describe the techniques in detail. He would compare them with what he had managed to remember and correct them where necessary. While Genos was carefully describing the techniques, Eugene, bored by the window, decided to ask him if he had ever been to Vermouth's tomb. Without looking up from his notes, Genos replied that he had visited the tomb when he became a commander, and that everyone who became a commander of the Black Lions was required to visit it to swear an oath of allegiance. Eugene became curious about what this place was like. Sighing heavily, Genos replied that there was nothing unusual about it, and that all information about it was kept secret, so he couldn't say much. Genos only noted that it resembled a temple, as if Vermouth had become a god after his death, and suggested that perhaps that was what Vermouth himself wanted. Then Eugene thought about it, because if Vermouth was a god, that would explain the rebirth of his fallen comrade. Eugene suggested that Vermouth had become stronger, so why did he need to fight with Sina? Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Genos, who finished his notes and handed Eugene the piece of paper. After carefully studying the notes, Eugene thought that those who had inherited Gamal's style had tried to change all the inconvenient parts to suit themselves. Sitting down at the table, Eugene stated that the content differed greatly and, taking up a pen, began to make corrections. Peering carefully over Eugene's shoulder, Genos asked why he was crossing out Gamiel's style, but Eugene ordered him to be quiet. Continuing to rewrite the notes, Eugene said that Gamiel's techniques were not as strong as their names suggested, and that Genos's abilities were limited by the more he confined himself to a framework. That was why Eugene asked Genos to think more broadly. Of course, this seemed reasonable to Genos, but he still decided to ask Eugene if he had fully mastered the Gamal style. Eugene replied that otherwise he would not have been able to make the corrections. Genos's gaze became more severe because he had only asked because he was curious about how deeply Eugene understood these techniques. Sighing heavily, Eugene stood up from the table and said that he would show it only once. Bearing his vinid, he began to concentrate his mana on its tip. Then there was an explosion, and a glowing sphere appeared in the air. Genos's mouth opened in surprise. It was an endless purgatory that required an incredible amount of mana, and Eugene was demonstrating it with such ease. Hiding vinid in its sheath, Eugene asked if that was enough. Genos stood up quietly and asked to see the poltergeist's aegis. Eugene replied that if he used purgatory on himself, it would become a shield anyway, so there was no need to demonstrate it. He handed Genos a piece of paper and asked him not to force him to use his powers in vain. But quickly taking back the notes, Eugene ordered that if Carmen or anyone else asked him to be their assistant, Genos must refuse. But Genos was overcome with doubts as to whether he should do so, because if someone like Eugene decided to join the Black Lions, Eugene interrupted him, saying that then Genos would get nothing. Genos agreed to refuse everyone from the outset. In the dining hall, Eugene was eating his lunch with gusto, while Ciel sat across from him, watching him intently. Suddenly, Ciel decided to ask what Eugene had been talking about with Genos all day yesterday. Could Eugene have decided to join the Black Lions after all? But Eugene shook his head and said that Genos had just asked him to show him a couple of tricks. Then Ciel asked if Eugene had ever been to social gatherings or royal banquets, since he had said that he had become friends with Crown Prince Aros. Without looking up from his food, he replied, "Do I look like someone who would enjoy that?" She said that Cian would be very busy this year because many influential nobles and royal families from other countries would want to meet the future head of the Lionheart family. Ciel raised her finger and added that Cian might get married before everyone else because the young princess of the kingdom of Shimuin and the princess of the kingdom of Ruhr were candidates for his wife. Then Eugene was horrified at the thought of the descendants of Moron who had founded the kingdom of Ruhr. Suddenly, the dining room doors opened and Cian appeared in the doorway, looking disheveled. Throwing his hands behind his head, Eugene said that Cian had done it quite quickly because Eugene thought it would take him at least a couple of days. Cian clenched his fists in anger. Then Eugene, noticing Cian's reaction, decided to ask how many ghosts he had encountered in the forest, and a sly smile lit up his face. Looking coldly at Eugene, Cian thought that he had wasted the whole day struggling with black lions and imaginary monsters, while Eugene had reached the castle in an hour. Behind Cian appeared a disheveled maid who was in a hurry to announce the arrival of a guest, and then asked everyone to get ready and approach the teleportation gate. Looking at her in surprise, Ciel said she hadn't heard anything. The maid replied that she had only just received word of the guest's arrival, and that it was most likely a decision made by the Senate. Eugene then decided to ask who this guest was, since they were being given such honors. The guest turned out to be the auxiliary of the Holy Empire, Eurus Christina Rogers. Everyone gathered in the forest, in front of the portal, waiting for the guest to appear. Finally, Christina Rogers emerged from the portal, accompanied by 3 sacred knights. Eugene's eyes widened in surprise, for Christina Rogers looked so much like Annis. Bowing her head, Christina thanked those present for their warm welcome. Doins broke into a smile, as he had not expected auxiliary Christina to visit them in person. Christina smiled and replied that every plea for help must be heard, but noted that this was not the right place for a conversation, so she suggested continuing inside. The procession moved toward the castle. Passing by the surprised Eugene, Christina smiled kindly. Ciel noticed this immediately, so she nudged Eugene and asked if he knew her. Eugene replied that he had never seen this woman before. Then, puffing up, Ciel asked why Christina had smiled at him, but Eugene didn't know the answer to that question. It was late at night. Eugene was in his room, sipping tea while sitting on the sofa, his gaze fixed on a single point. Eugene was lost in thought. Christina Rogers was the adopted daughter of one of the 3 cardinals of the Holy Empire of Eurus. She was a candidate for sainthood and the successor to Annis. Taking a sip from the cup on the table, Eugene mused that it was certainly too early to call her a saint, but she was the only one whom Eurus had nominated for the position, and in the next few years, the title would officially belong to her. Suddenly, Eugene's thoughts were interrupted by a knock. A maid appeared through the half-open door and announced that a guest had arrived for Eugene. Eugene had already thought that it was Genos again, but to his surprise, the maid announced that auxiliary Christina Rogers had arrived. Stepping out into the corridor, Eugene met Christina, who bowed and introduced herself. Eugene introduced himself in return, noticing that Christina had come to him unaccompanied, and asked her what the matter was. Christina smiled and replied that the god of light had revealed himself to her. Eugene then asked what kind of revelation it was. Placing her hand on her heart, Christina said that it would be difficult to explain to someone who had not converted to the faith. Eugene was even more surprised, wondering why she had even mentioned it. Christina replied that Eugene should know that this meeting had been predestined by God. Christina also smiled happily and said that the Senate meeting was over and the way to the tomb was open, so she suggested they go there together. Eugene was surprised that Christina wanted to go with him to Vermouth's tomb. Christina nodded affirmatively, because after all, that was why she was here. Following Christina through the corridors of the castle, Eugene asked her permission to ask her a question. She gave him an affirmative answer. Eugene had heard that Christina was the only candidate for the position of saint, but only a descendant of Anis could become the successor. Christina stopped abruptly, turned around, and replied that she did not quite understand Eugene's question. Eugene then tried to explain that while studying in Acreon in the Hall of Shadows, he had seen copies of her companions from ancient times. Among them, of course, were his ancestors, Vermouth the Brave Moron and Tugay Gamal. Eugene honestly admitted that he had also seen Anis there and that Christina looked very much like her. In response, Christina merely bowed her head and replied that although it was very unexpected, she would take Eugene's words as an honor. But Eugene noted to himself that there was not a trace of surprise on Christina's face, for he was surely not the first to tell her this, and the priests of the Empire could not have failed to notice her resemblance to Anis. Then, closing her eyes, Christina said that this was truly a sign from above that a long-dead saint had been recognized in an ordinary, humble servant. Narrowing her eyes slyly, Christina decided to ask Eugene how much he knew about her. Eugene replied that she was the only candidate for sainthood in the Empire of Eurus, once adopted by Cardinal Rogers. Christina nodded affirmatively. Her parents, hoping for the mercy of God, had left her in a basket at the door of a small church. Of course, Christina knew nothing about her parents, but if Eugene recognized Anis's features in her, then perhaps she really was her ancestor. But as far as Eugene knew, Anis had left no descendants. To which Christina replied that this was a legend known to the world. But even though Anis was a saint, she was still human, so Christina assumed that the joys of worldly life were not foreign to Anis. Deciding that she had satisfied Eugene's curiosity, Christina suggested they continue on their way. Then Eugene thought that even though Anis lived like a saint, she could have secretly had children. Maybe she even managed to start a family during her travels. After thinking about it for a while, Eugene came to the conclusion that it would be very rude of him to continue asking Christina questions that she herself did not have answers to. Opening the gates, the knights let Christine and Eugene into the inner courtyard of the castle. Reaching under his cloak, Eugene pulled out a cape from his subspace and handed it to Christine, saying that it was cool at night. Looking at Eugene in surprise, Christina nevertheless accepted the cloak with gratitude. Throwing it over her shoulders, she continued on her way. Continuing to follow Christina, Eugene decided to ask if they were going to the council tower. Christina shook her head and said that their path lay at the back of the castle, because the road leading to Vermouth's tomb began there. Leaving the castle grounds, Eugene and Christina began their descent from the mountain. Suddenly, Christina decided to ask him if he was really interested in heroes from 300 years ago. Eugene replied that he probably was. For the Eurus Empire, the lands of Hogani are considered sacred, even though they are formally part of Nahama. Every year, thousands of pilgrims visit them, and therefore nothing can escape the gaze of the sacred empire. Of course, Christina knew very well that Eugene had been to Hogani, so she decided to ask if it would upset him. But Eugene was hardly upset, as it was difficult not to notice the constant surveillance. Then Eugene suggested that the reason the Holy Empire was interested in him was somehow connected with the divine revelation. But Christina repeated that she could not share this with Eugene. Smiling, Eugene thought to himself that Christina had a bad temper. She was just like Anis, not only on the outside, but also on the inside. Eugene remembered that 300 years ago, when he was traveling with his companions, they often shared memories. Everyone except Anis. Anis never admitted it, but every time the conversation turned to the cardinals of the Holy Empire who had raised her, an oppressive silence fell, and her lips spread into a smile that was very unnatural for her. a niece despised her past. Suddenly, Christina interrupted Eugene's recollection. Approaching the edge of the cliff, she announced that they had finally reached the bottom and that a path to the tomb of the Great Vermouth awaited them. Glancing over Christina's shoulder, Eugene asked if she was suggesting they simply jump. With a sly smile, Christina replied that as far as she knew, Eugene also knew how to use magic, but asked him not to use the levitation spell. Of course, Eugene was surprised, but Christina said that he would soon understand, and held out her hand to Eugene. As soon as Eugene took Christina's hand, she jumped into the abyss, pulling him with her. Flying rapidly downward, Christina suddenly pulled a staff from behind her back, which immediately glowed with a bright light, and 2 giant white wings appeared behind Christina. Eugene stared at her in awe. It seemed to him that he had just seen an angel. Still holding him tightly, Christina smiled and replied that the name of this magic was Wings of Light, and that it was not some kind of high-level sacred magic. Christina added that although the magic was not capable of summoning an angel, it was enough to prevent him from falling, so Eugene need not worry. But the thought still lingered in Eugene's mind that this was an angel whose face resembled Anis's. Smiling, Christina said that they had finally arrived. Eugene looked away from her and saw that night had turned into day, and they were in a green meadow. Christina bent down and ran her hand through the grass, noting that it felt just like real grass, but there was no life in it. Then Eugene thought that it was impossible to create a subspace of such size with ordinary magic. Perhaps Vermouth had created it. Moving forward, they came out onto a flowering meadow with a tomb and a large statue of Vermouth standing in the middle. Doyne and Mr. Glade began to descend the steps of the tomb. Coming closer, Doyne said that if this place were not so important, any of the Lionhearts would have been allowed to pay their respects here. Doyne had no objection to placing a statue of Gamiel in the mausoleum of their ancestor, for Vermouth had been lying here in proud solitude for 300 years. Doyne's gaze fell on Christina, and he said that in order to open the way here, they needed the seals of both the head of the family and the president of the Senate, which Vermouth himself had created. This was done so that, apart from the ceremony of the transfer of the throne and the appointment of the commanders of the Black Lions, there was no other way to enter the tomb. Christina smiled and replied that they were an exception to this rule. Christina understood perfectly well that Doynus was eager to reprimand her for such a rude outburst, but the reason she was here was important enough to compromise long-standing traditions. Mr. Gled intervened in the conversation, saying that Christina had chosen an unfortunate time for this. He asked why she had decided to visit this place at this particular time and why she had insisted on accompanying Eugene. As the head of the Lion's Heart family, Glade could have objected, but he did not. He took into account the years of relations between the Holy Empire and the Kiel Empire. According to Christina, the reason lay in a divine revelation. Not long ago, the Demon King of Imprisonment had broken the centuries-old peace by declaring war on the entire world, and since such a declaration could not be ignored, Mr. Glade asked Christina to share her secrets. Taking a step forward, Christina once again took out the staff and said that the soul of the great Vermouth could not find peace in heaven, and according to the revelation, the restless soul of the hero still wanders the earth. Then Christina pointed to the statue of the great Vermouth and said that this was why she had to see his death with her own eyes. Sighing heavily, Doans replied that it was up to the head of the family to decide. As a member of the Senate, he would obey his decisions without question and would not object. Mr. Glade smiled sadly, for he would never have thought that he would do this with his own hands. Finally, all three found themselves in the long, bright corridor of the tomb. Suddenly, Christina, who was walking behind Mr. Glade, remarked that behind the apparent grandeur of this place lay only emptiness. Without turning around, Mr. Glade replied that it was the will of their ancestor. He did not want his descendants to decorate his grave or engrave the Lionheart family crest on Vermouth's tombstone. No honors, no symbolism. There should be no statue of Gamiel here at all, because it was not created by his descendants and does not belong to the Lionheart family. Then Christina bowed her head and said that it was truly a gracious gesture. The location of Gamiel's burial place was unknown to the world, and the fact that Eugene had found it was truly God's will. But then Eugene, who was following behind, objected that the ruins that remained of Gamiel's tomb and the flesh that had degenerated into a night of destruction were also part of God's plan. Christina looked at Eugene in surprise, but then her face lit up, and she replied that of course it was not God's will, but that Eugene must have been chosen to be the ray of light that would illuminate the darkness hidden in the depths of the earth. Smiling slyly, Eugene thought that only good things were God's will. Even Annis was not so fanatical in her judgments. Mr. Gled raised his hand sharply, and the procession stopped. They had finally reached the coffin. But then Eugene was overcome with doubts about how quickly everything had happened. He had asked for only one thing, that Vermouth's remains be there, no matter what state they were in. Eugene sincerely hoped that Vermouth was truly dead and resting peacefully inside. That alone would be enough to erase any doubts he had. Of course, Eugene understood that he shouldn't blame Vermouth for his own reincarnation, but he couldn't believe that he had fought with Sina and forced her to hide, and that the Demon King of Imprisonment had spoken so respectfully of Vermouth, as if he were a friend. Therefore, Eugene simply wished that the great Vermouth was in the coffin to dispel his doubts. The coffin lid fell to the floor with a bang. Struck with horror, Mr. Gled froze in place, unable to believe his eyes. As Christina had expected, the coffin was empty. Pointing to the coffin with a trembling hand, Mr. Gled decided to ask Christina if the absence of his ancestor's body meant that Vermouth was not dead, but had simply disappeared. Christina replied that they could not know for sure. Then Christina turned abruptly and announced that from that moment on, Eugene would become the heir to the great Vermouth. Such was the will of the God of Light, recognized by His Holiness the Pope, and until the demonic king of imprisonment took action, they could not tell the world about it. However, Christina declared that as a saint of the Eurus Empire and a witness of the light, she would have to accompany Eugene. Stunned, Mr. Glade decided to ask Christina what all this meant, but she left the question unanswered. And even though it wasn't in the revelation, Christina believed that Eugene was the reincarnation of the great Vermouth. If that was true, then she understood why the soul of the great warrior couldn't rest in heaven, because the soul of the hero had moved into the body of his descendant. Then Eugene laughed nervously, thinking that the God of Light and his revelations were just nonsense. Giving her a stern look, Eugene asked if Christina wasn't tired of all this, if she could at least ask for permission. Why would the God of Light tell someone who had lived and was living a difficult life about some kind of reincarnation? Christina replied calmly that it was only what she herself believed. Eugene was free to blame the God of Light if he wanted to, but he should not underestimate his revelations. Then, spreading his arms wide, Eugene declared that he did not believe in any God of Light and had no intention of believing in him. He also had no plans to change his way of life because of this. Eugene added that if they needed a replacement hero, Christina should choose someone from her pack of believers and make him her warrior, and if no one was suitable for the role, she should ask her Almighty God personally. Then, turning his gaze to Mr. Glade, Eugene apologized for his tone, as he had no desire to comply with this stupid request. Eugene had already made up his mind, and since they had brought up the subject, he had no intention of becoming the head of the Lionheart family in place of Cian, or joining the ranks of the Black Lions like Seal. He wasn't going to do anything that could disgrace his family or upset Mr. Gled personally. Therefore, he would be happy if Mr. Gled could continue to trust him. Shocked, Mr. Gled stammered that he would, of course, support Eugene's decision. Smiling in response, Eugene slipped his hand under his robe and asked Christina to pass something on to his god. She asked with interest what it was. Eugene showed her his middle finger and said that the God of Light should go to hell, asking Christina to relay his words verbatim if she received them. A look of horror froze on Mr. Gled's face. Christina was also confused. Then, Eugene turned and headed for the exit. He had said everything he wanted to say, but Mr. Gled suddenly asked about the statue of Gamiel. Without turning around, Eugene replied that Mr. Gamel would not wish to remain here alone. Boiling with rage, Eugene left the tomb.